Chapter 35-39. After destroying Shin's prestige, Xiaohua looked at Jiang Zhihe from the corner of his eyes. Jiang Zhihe turned pale with fright and unconsciously took a few steps back. But at the same time he heard Xiaohua say in a clear voice, "Jiang Zhihe, you betrayed your master for glory, which is disloyalty, and you didn't save him when he was in danger. Such a disloyal and ungrateful person actually dared to stay in front of the mine. Do you really not know that there is retribution in this bright universe?" The golden light that had just cut off Jiang Zhihe's right arm also flashed. Jiang Zhihe had no way to dodge and his left arm was also cut off. When Xiaohua waved his hand, the Tingjiao shears, shining with golden light, fell into his hand. Ah! Jiang Zhihe's scream was even louder than Liao Sheng's. He was injured one after another. His face was extremely pale. He hurriedly covered his wound with his hand to stop the blood from gushing out. "I'll give you an hour to pack up and leave Black Cloud Ridge quickly." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Before you leave, leave all your Qingquan bags in the mine. You can't take even half a primordial stone. Otherwise don't blame this old man for being ruthless." "Yes, yes." Liao Sheng and Jiang Zhihe gritted their teeth and answered. They reached out to pick up the severed arm on the ground and hurriedly returned to the cave. The black bear spirit was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xiaohua to be so protective. He cried and complained in front of Xiaohua just to drive these people away. Who knew that Xiaohua would cut off their arms without saying a word? At this moment, seeing Jiang Zhihe and Liao Sheng return to the cave with a group of frightened soldier monks, he immediately called the Golden Eagle. The two demons walked in front of Xiaohua and said respectfully, "Thank you, master." Get up." Xiaohua said indifferently, "You are this old man's subordinates. This old man will definitely not let you suffer. But you can't use this old man's reputation to bully others." "Yes, master." The black bear spirit smiled and said, "This little one is very timid. How can I have the chance to bully others? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, even if they are thousands of miles away, I will kill them," Xiaohua said in a clear voice. Hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. It was unknown whether Jiang Zhihe and Lu Shen were afraid that Xiaohua would really be ruthless, or the two of them were just probing Jiasa country. In just the time it took to eat a meal, the two of them led the monk soldiers and hundreds of mine soldiers out of the cave in a single file. "Taoist Master Xiao?" Jiang Zhihe didn't dare to say more. He walked to the front and said with a smile, "We didn't take any of the primordial stones in the primordial stone mine. However, this small Qingquan bag belongs to us. I hope that Taoist Master can be magnanimous. This old man has already said that the Qingquan bag and other items will all be left here." Xiaohua indifferently said, "As for your Buddhist artifacts, this old man doesn't want them." Perfected one. Liao Shen bit his lip and suppressed his anger. He said in a low voice, "Don't go too far." What did you say?" Xiaohua frowned. "This old man is old, so I can't hear you clearly. I'll have to trouble you to say it again." Perfected one. How could Liao Shen dare to say anything more? Although his face was livid, he still pleaded, "We're all ordinary monk soldiers and monks. The things we have on us are all for our future cultivation. They're also our personal belongings. Even if Perfected One wants to fall out with Jiasa country, you don't have to make things difficult for us soldiers and generals, right? So what if I make things difficult for you?" Xiaohua said coldly, "You don't take this old man seriously." "Why should this old man take you seriously?" However, Xiaohua's tone changed as he said, "This old man won't force you into a dead end. How about this? Take away your own things. Leave whatever you need for mining in the small Qingquan bag." Liao Shen still wanted to say something, but Xiaohua waved his hand. "This old man has already done his best. Hurry up and leave. Don't make this old man change his mind again." "All right." Liao Shen thought for a moment, and then turned to look at the speechless Jiang Zhihe. He could only submit. He gave the order to take their most important things, and leave all the things they needed for mining in the small Qingquan bags. They left with their tails between their legs. After Liao Shen and the others left, the hundreds of small Qingquan bags in front of them looked spectacular. The black bear spirit jumped up and shouted, "Rich, rich! Many thanks, old master, for helping this junior vent my anger." The Chongling princess bowed. When she saw Jiang Zhihe just now, she had been furious. She had almost leapt at him and bit off his flesh. And no need to be so polite. Xiaohua helped the Chongling princess up and said, "Take your soldiers and go to the underground energy stone mines. I don't know how many of the energy stones that Jiasa country and Copper Pillar country mined are left here. I'll give the ones that have been mine to you. The ones that have not been mine, this old man has use for them. Many thanks, old master, for your generous gift. The Changling princess knew that it was not enough to rely on slogans and loyalty to revive her country. Gold and silver were even more necessary. The energy stone mines were what she needed the most right now. However, she was also somewhat disappointed in her heart. After all, Xiaohua did not bestow all of the origin stones to her. Black Bear, Golden Eagle. Xiaohua called out to the Black Bear spirit who was looking through the small Chengkuan pouches one by one and instructed, "Find a suitable spirit and distribute these small Chengkuan pouches. Let them start mining the cloud stones. Discuss with Xiao Jian how to distribute them." "Yes, old master." Xiao Jian hurriedly agreed. The Black Bear spirit said with a bitter expression, "Old master, this is tiring work." "Of course it is tiring, but there is a reward," Xiaohua said coolly. "Also, if you do not want to do it, this old man will have Qin Xiaoyao find someone." "Do not, old master, this one will discuss with old second." The Black Bear spirit hurriedly waved his hand, unwilling to put down the small Chengkuan bags in his hand. "Do your own things. Xiaoyao, come with this old man." Xiaohua ordered and flew into the cave first. Qin Xiaoyao did not dare to delay and also followed him into the cave. The cave didn't look big from the outside. It was only about 2 zhang, but it was extremely spacious inside. Not only was the ground abnormally flat, but there were also stones similar to Minghua stones on the walls, which illuminated the entire cave. Xiaohua and Qin Xiaoyao flew in one after another. After flying along the passage for a while, they saw several forks. Xiaohua paused for a moment, swept out with his divine sense, and found a direction to fly in. Not long after, they saw a cave that was dozens of feet wide. Inside this cave there were some neatly arranged source stones. These source stones were not a lot, accounting for about 30% of the cave. It was unknown whether they were newly mined or left behind by the Jiasa country. Qin Xiaoyao had been following behind Xiaohua, and when he saw the source stones, his eyes lit up. He said in a low voice, "Old master, this disciple boldly asks old master to bestow these source stones to this disciple. My Fortune Gate outer sect has several hundred disciples, and there are not many source stones for cultivation. This source stone mine is the solution to our current predicament." "Aha, you don't need to think about this. This old man has already bestowed it to Changling. This old man brought you here to discuss with you how big this source stone mine is, and what kind of regulations this old man should make. After all, source stones are gold in the eyes of the Jiasa country and the Copper Pillar country, but in the eyes of our Dao sect cultivators, it is different." Xiaohua said with a smile, "And this old man knows nothing about these things. I'm afraid of turning a good thing into a bad thing and polluting these treasures." Qin Xiaoyao said with a smile, "This disciple understands old master's meaning. Then this disciple will urge Black Bear and Xiao Jian. When they can mine source the source stones, we will divide them. As for how to distribute the source stones, when this disciple was in Jianghu country, the imperial preceptor already had a mature custom. Old master does not need to worry. This disciple will copy it for old master to look over. And I'll have to trouble you with this." Xiaohua nodded. "As the head of my Fortune Gate outer sect disciples, you have a lot of work to do. Don't worry, you will get a lot in the future." "Yes, this disciple knows." Qin Xiaoyao nodded. "Old master only needs to cultivate. The stronger you are, the better. All the affairs in the sect will be taken care of by this disciple and the others." "Good, in that case you don't need to follow this old man anymore. Turn back now and bring Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, Jiang Haodong and the others over. Together with Xiao Jian they will control this source stone mine." Hearing this, Xiaohua said with a smile, "This old man will go down first and set up an impregnable formation for you. Let those shitty Jiasa country and the Copper Pillar country not even have the chance to open their mouths. This disciple obeys old master's orders." Qin Xiaoyao was overjoyed. He bowed and flew back. After Qin Xiaoyao flew away, Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and knew that there was no one in the source stone mine. He couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, this old man is rich. Haha." Then he no longer had the bearing of a master. With a wave of his hand, he took the 2 source stones in his hand. His eyes lit up and he turned into a greedy wind and flew down the tunnel. The source stone mine in the Black Cloud Ridge had obviously been operated for many years. The internal and external tunnels were everywhere like a spider web. At the end of each tunnel, there would be source stones hidden between the mountain rocks. Xiaohua flew around randomly a few times, and his heart became more and more excited. This source stone mine was several times bigger than the source stone mine in the Spring Gold Mountain in the Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, from the layout it was divided into 3 parts. Each part was connected by an extremely long and narrow tunnel. It could be imagined that this place must have been filled with soldiers in the past. Damn it, of course I'm rich. After a while, the hot-blooded Xiao Hua became somewhat depressed. But this is also a hot potato. The Copper Pillar country and the Jiasa country will definitely spread the news of this source stone mine to the hidden immortal continent. The other countries will also send experts to investigate. It seems like Jianghu and the others are just pawns to test this Xiao. If this old man gives way to them, they will cover up this matter, and even fight with this old man against the enemy. However, this is their wishful thinking. The Copper Pillar country has already retreated from this place, and there will not be any secrets left here. Also, the Copper Pillar country probably had the intention of covering up the news of this place when they chased after the Chongling princess. They definitely will not let this information go. Chapter 35-40. This way, I only have 2 paths left. Xiao Hua stood in front of a primordial stone vein and looked at the sparkling and translucent primordial stones in front of him. He pondered while holding his chin. The first path is to take advantage of the fact that the various countries in the hidden immortal continent haven't received the news and completely mined this primordial stone vein. However, the 3 countries have already mined this primordial stone vein for a long time and still haven't been able to mine it completely. Admittedly, they are suppressing their speed, afraid that the primordial stones will become worthless if there are too many of them. However, this also shows that the amount of primordial stones in this vein is extremely large. With Black Wind Ridge's strength, they definitely won't be able to mine it all in a short time. The second path is to defend Black Cloud Ridge and use Black Cloud Ridge's strength to resist the various countries. However, Qin Xiaoyao, the Black Bear Spirit, and the others aren't strong enough. It seems that I still have to rescue that nascent soul cultivator called Li Xiang and have him lend me a hand here. Moreover, on this basis, the capital star formation that I thought of before will have to be expanded to protect this primordial stone vein. Right, how big is this primordial stone vein? My divine sense is already abnormally strong, but it won't be enough to see through a complete primordial stone vein. Xiao Hua frowned and released Little Yellow, Little Black, and Little Silver. Daddy? Little Black wagged his tail and swayed in front of Xiao Hua's head, looking like he had grown up a little. Little Silver was still sniffing up and down with his nose, looking very happy as he followed Little Yellow. Little Yellow, on the other hand, was a lot more steady. After Little Black finished shouting, he called out to his mother and then stood to the side without making a sound. Go and help father see how big this place is. Xiao Hua pointed at the primordial stones and ordered, Where is the end of this primordial stone? Yes, father. Little Black nodded and turned around to fly. Little Yellow was a little lazy, like a grown-up child starting to rebel. After Little Black barked, Little Silver flew out from Little Yellow's tail and rushed to the front. After the 3 little ones flew away, Xiao Hua looked around and shook his head. The grade of the primordial stones here is a little low. Let's go deeper and take a look. As he spoke, Xiao Hua formed a seal with his hand. His entire body flickered with brilliance, and he directly entered the layer of soil beneath his feet. Xiao Hua went straight underground for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Seeing that the source stones were becoming sparse and the quality was getting better, he finally revealed himself. He raised his hand and patted the top of his head, using his yuanying hand. Rumble? Wherever the big hand passed, a large amount of source stones was grabbed by the big hand and pulled out from the ground. But when he sent his mind into the space, trouble appeared. Because the source stones grabbed by the big hand were too heavy, Xiao Hua's mind couldn't send them all into the space at once. He had no choice but to use his yuanying hand to crush the source stones and put them into the space one by one. After being busy for a while, Xiao Hua saw that the small or vein had already disappeared, only revealing an empty cave. This is still a little slow. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and waved his hand, taking out his sword pouch. Xiao Hua had collected hundreds of thousands of elemental devouring insects in the mysterious water palace. If he let the spirit-swallowing insects drive them to mine the source stones at the same time as him, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? However, when Xiao Hua released the spirit-swallowing insects and opened the sword pouch, he was stunned again. The sword pouch was empty, not even a single elemental devouring insect could be seen. The spirit-swallowing insects flew into the sword pouch, but they didn't find anything and flew out again. Damn it, what's going on? Xiao Hua scratched his head. He had clearly put them into the sword pouch that day. After putting away the spirit-swallowing insects, Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment. He understood something. The elemental devouring insects in the mysterious water palace had some abnormalities. After they were killed, their corpses disappeared. Moreover, the elemental devouring insects appeared from the stone walls of the mysterious water palace. If there was no accident, the elemental devouring insects should be produced by the formation of the mysterious water palace. As long as the formation was not removed, the elemental devouring insects would be endless. If he put away these elemental devouring insects, they would still exist in the mysterious water palace. However, once they left the mysterious water palace, millions of elemental devouring insects would immediately turn into pure water essence of heaven and earth and disappear. Forget it. It's like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Xiaohua sighed and put away the sword pouch. I thought that with these elemental devouring insects, it would be an extremely terrifying method. However, my mind is a little weak. I didn't feel anything before, but now it's becoming more and more incompatible with my divine thoughts. If I can put something bigger into the space in the future. Oh, that's not right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was bewildered again. How heavy is this Xiao's wishful staff? How can this Xiao easily put it into the space? Xiaohua had already considered the matter of using his mind to store things when he was in the qi refining stage, but he didn't have any clues, so he put it aside. Today, seeing that so many primordial stones couldn't be stored into the space at once, Xiaohua naturally had to think about it again. The wishful staff was refined by this Xiao. It can be considered a magic tool. Maybe it's different from these primordial stones? And although these primordial stones have no weight, they have a size. Maybe my mind can't completely control them? Xiaohua once again made a hand seal to escape to the side while thinking, but this Xiao's mind has been tempered by the sun-concealing art. It's not just a little bit stronger than before. I can fuse my mind and divine thoughts together, wouldn't it be just right? Right, didn't Do Shanjun give this Xiao a method to control divine thoughts? Xiaohua thought of this matter again. He is a senior of the Dao sect. Maybe the secret technique inside has some use. Thinking of this, Xiaohua took out the ink cloud pupil and put it on his forehead. Looking at it, Xiaohua immediately stopped between the layers of soil. He was a little dumbfounded. Grandma, is this really a secret technique to control divine thoughts? Yes, Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. The ink cloud pupil recorded more things than jade slips and jade eyes. The ink cloud pupil in Xiaohua's hand was densely recorded. Not only were there various methods to control divine thoughts, but there were also various secret techniques to strengthen divine thoughts. The so-called Yuanning's hand was just the simplest among them. As for the rest, Xiaohua couldn't read it all at once. I'm rich. Xiaohua took a deep breath and was about to enter the space to give the ink cloud pupil to the green-robed Xiaohua. But just as his mind moved, he remembered that the green-robed Xiaohua was controlling the Yuanning in his lower dantian to receive the baptism of the 5 qi thunder. How could he have time to comprehend the secret technique? Xiaohua had no choice but to check it himself. After looking at the cultivation method for a cup of tea, he found the content he was interested in behind the ink cloud pupil. However, the content was too obscure. Even with Xiaohua's current cultivation of Yuanning, he still couldn't understand it. Forget it. Xiaohua's mind entered his middle dantian, but he saw that the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was pinching a sword technique with his hand, and the noble qi from the 5 brocade cloud picture above his head was pouring in, and the crimson clouds around his body were steaming. This was the key to cultivation. Jade Archive Xiaohua opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, Jade Archive Xiaohua had to enter his meridians. At this time, he saw that in his meridians, countless golden spiritual qi rushed out from the gold essence rising marrow like sharp swords. It was refined in his meridians and turned into true qi that flowed into his lower dantian. Jade Archive Xiaohua stood in his meridians. Where is Dragon Vein Xiaohua? Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile. I am here. Greetings, fellow Taoist. While speaking, a dragon-shaped Xiaohua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua. Does fellow Taoist know what I want? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked. I don't know if fellow Taoist can comprehend this ink cloud pupil? Of course. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's expression was similar to that of the green-robed Xiaohua. His tone was very emotional, but his face was stiff. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Jade Archive Xiaohua handed the ink cloud pupil to Dragon Vein Xiaohua. After Dragon Vein Xiaohua took it, he swallowed it and asked, Fellow Taoist, where is the jade seal from before? Where is it now? That thing is a scourge. It's useless for you and me to take it. I have already given it to someone else. Jade Archive Xiaohua explained with a smile, then asked, why did fellow Taoist suddenly ask about this? The dragon chi within the Imperial Jade Seal has already been swallowed by this poor Taoist. What's left inside is just a fart that this poor Taoist let out at the last moment. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's words made Jade Archive Xiaohua dumbstruck. This poor Taoist naturally has to ask? This. Jade Archive Xiaohua scratched his head, but that's the 5-dragon Jade Seal of the Confucian Cultivator. Why did you put your stinky fart inside? I stinky fart is also luck. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said proudly, it's 100 times stronger than the luck inside the Jade Seal. Alright. Jade Archive Xiaohua said in distress, at this time only you and I know. Don't let others know. We also know. At this time the voices of the green-robed Xiaohua, the Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua, and the other primordial spirits sounded in Jade Archive Xiaohua's ears. Damn it, you guys aren't I. Jade Archive Xiaohua escaped from the meridians in a sorry state. He really didn't know that if the Confucian Cultivator found out that the dragon chi inside the 5-dragon Jade Seal had been replaced by him, there would be such a thunderous situation. But Xiaohua was bewildered again. He touched his chin and a strange smile appeared on his face. He secretly said, this kind of luck inheritance. Is it the Confucian cultivators or my Taoist sects? Xiaohua didn't have the chance to think about this question anymore, because in a moment, a rare metal attribute primordial stone lode appeared in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua clapped his hands and the yuanying hand was used again. Half a day later Xiaohua flew out from the bottom of the lode. This primordial stone lode was really big. It was so big that the greedy Xiaohua actually felt a kind of dull feeling in his heart. After all, this primordial stone lode was his. As long as he guarded this primordial stone lode, he could come and take it at any time. He was already too lazy to put it into his space. Xiaohua then called Little Yellow and Little Black over, asked about the situation of the primordial stone lode, and put them into his space again. Xiaohua didn't pay much attention to Little Yellow's abnormality, and only left Little Silver behind. Chapter 35-41. Let's go, Little Silver, follow this old man to take a look at the ore vein. Xiaohua called out. Little Silver also chirped in agreement and obediently flew into Xiaohua's hand. Its snow-white tail curled around Xiaohua's right thumb and nestled in Xiaohua's palm, looking very comfortable. Xiaohua followed the two little ones' instructions and surveyed the entire source stone vein. He then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, thinking hard. Previously he had only wanted to place the Black Wind Ridge in the Capital Star Formation, but after coming out he wanted to place the entire Black Wind Ridge in the formation as the Fortune Gate's foundation. However, after seeing the source stone vein, Xiaohua realized that he had to place the source stone vein inside the Capital Star Formation. On one hand, the source stone vein inside the Capital Star Formation could provide an endless supply of source stones for the Fortune Gate or Jianghu country. On the other hand, Xiaohua's Capital Star Formation relied on a Jade Talisman. Although the Jade Talisman could absorb origin energy from the outside world to replenish it, if the replenishment speed could not keep up with the speed of destruction, the formation could be easily broken. The 5 brocade clouds painting was a classic example. On the other hand, the Capital Star Formation was built on top of a source stone vein, so there was no need to worry about the lack of origin energy to replenish it. The Capital Star Formation would also be more stable. This was a win-win situation. However, Xiaohua had never built the Capital Star Array on top of a primordial stone mine before. This was yet another test for him in terms of array formations. However, Xiaohua had helped the Huang family repair the Heavenly Gate Mountain's Grand Formation, so he had some experience. Xiaohua pondered over the method to arrange the Capital Star Formation while recalling the layout of the Heavenly Gate Mountain's Grand Formation. He even secretly wondered if Huang Mingxiang was safe. 10 days later, the frowning Xiaohua gradually calmed down. Another 5 days passed and Xiaohua stood up, full of confidence. Soon after, Xiaohua released his divine sense and probed for a bit before burrowing into the ground and heading towards a certain direction. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, he reappeared between the layers of soil. With a wave of his hand, a jade talisman landed there and Xiaohua fled again. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, he reappeared at another location and threw out another jade talisman. After walking like this for more than half a day, Xiaohua threw out the 358 jade talismans that he had already comprehended. Only then did he land again. He arrived at the side of the first jade talisman, and after a few dozen feet to the side he arrived at the location of a yuan stone lode. Xiaohua closed his eyes, activated his magic power, and rubbed his hands together. Wisps of brilliance flashed, and one after another he formed hand seals. The surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth quickly rushed toward the yuan stone lode, and on the surface of the yuan stone lode, a rune flashed with earthen yellow brilliance. After a full cup of tea's worth of time, Xiaohua clenched his hand and chanted, "Quick!" Brilliant light overflowed in all directions as strands of hair-like crystal light appeared, covering an area of nearly 100 feet. Without waiting for the crystal light to disappear, Xiaohua slapped his hand on the top of his head again, and the hand of his nascent soul appeared once more. Rumble? As if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking, the crystal light rushed toward the location of the jade talisman. However, the crystal light only rushed a few feet before it suddenly flew downwards, and didn't fly straight toward the jade talisman. "Oh, what's going on?" Xiaohua was shocked, but he didn't dare to be distracted. Now was the crucial moment, and if he couldn't get the crystal light to fall into the jade talisman, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Not only could he not use the nodes of the array, but all the nodes of the jade talisman would have to be changed. "Rise." Xiaohua urged his magic power, and the hand of his nascent soul let out a rumbling sound. He grasped the crystal light with great difficulty, and rushed toward the jade talisman. However, although Xiaohua had already urged the hand of his nascent soul, there seemed to be a suction force even stronger than the hand of his nascent soul, and it was fighting with the hand of his nascent soul for the crystal light. Damn it, strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. Could it be that there's something strange under this yuan stone mine? Xiaohua was very helpless, but now that things had come to this, he could only brace himself and try his best to control the hand of his nascent soul. Fortunately, although he consumed a lot of magic power, Xiaohua still sent the crystal light into the jade talisman. When the crystal light rushed into the jade talisman shone brightly, like a brilliant sun, and merged with the yuan stone mine that Xiaohua had previously refined. Good. Xiaohua finally let out a sigh of relief, and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Soon after, Xiaohua lowered his head to look at the solid layer of earth below him, and a kind of surprise appeared in his eyes. Now that Xiaohua had the strength of a spirit-severing stage cultivator, it could be said that he was a master of a region. His nascent soul's hand could be easily resisted by a genuine 5th-grade cultivator, so how could there be a suction force for no reason under this yuan stone mine? Xiaohua had the intention to first arrange the capital star formation, and then go down to explore, but thinking about how much magic power it would consume to arrange more than 300 places, this was not something that could be easily dealt with. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua urged the earth escape technique to go down the yuan stone mine. After traveling for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua was afraid that he had already traveled several thousand meters underground. A kind of enormous buoyancy gradually appeared around Xiaohua's body, and began to prevent Xiaohua from traveling any further. Xiaohua understood that he was about to reach the limit of earth escape. However, when he reached this place he still didn't see anything special. Xiaohua was completely bewildered. After all, he was several thousand feet underground. Even if he was on the ground, it was still the height of a mountain. At such a high distance, what in the world was affecting him from arranging the formation? After thinking for a while, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a faint blue brilliance, and the delirium destruction technique eye slowly opened. When Xiaohua raised his eyes to look around, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then a kind of indescribable ecstasy welled up in his heart. In the delirium destruction technique eye, within the faint yellow brilliance, strands of black brilliance and strands of fiery red brilliance intertwined with each other, and like a light mist, they fell down from all directions. Xiaohua's entire body was within this black and red brilliance, and the most strange thing was that these rays of light were not straight, but actually curved and extremely magnificent. They converged at a place far away from Xiaohua's feet. How familiar this situation was. Wasn't it the same situation when Xiaohua, who was refining qi, went to the netherworld to gain experience before he reached the foundation establishment stage and saw the metal earth magnetic field? It was just that the brown brilliance had been replaced with black brilliance, and the golden brilliance had been replaced with fiery red brilliance. Moreover, this brilliance was extremely faint, and not as dense as the magnetic field near the metal earth magnetic field. And the arc of these rays of light was exactly the same as before. Xiaohua really couldn't suppress the ecstasy in his heart, because as early as in the sage's Jianghu Shenshui Palace, Xian had already transmitted to him the materials used to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. These materials were water and fire magnets, wood and water magnets, fire and earth magnets, and earth and metal magnets. These 5 types of magnets were extremely heavy, and they reinforced and restrained each other. If the 5 types of magnets were refined together, they could be called one, and the 5 elements could be balanced between each other, no longer being affected by the 5 elements of the outside world, and achieve the goal of not entering the 5 elements. Of course, XN didn't know how these 5 types of magnets were refined together. At that time, Xiaohua thought of the metal earth magnetic field in the netherworld of the Dawn Rain continent, but he didn't expect that under the Black Cloud Ridge's primordial stone mine, there was actually such a water and fire magnetic field hidden. Since there was such a water and fire magnetic field here, it was reasonable that the Black Cloud Ridge had such a large primordial stone mine. Now that he had discovered the materials used to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, how could Xiaohua be willing to leave? He hurriedly urged his transcendence energy to continue to escape. Sure enough, a moment later, a powerful suction force was generated, pulling the things in Xiaohua's arms and the small Qingquan bag at his waist. It should be the water and fire magnetic field taking effect. Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly stored everything into the space. Only then did he continue to escape. Another half a cup of tea later, a layer of pitch-black cloud-like things appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes, blocking his escape path. In his transcendence vision, the black and fiery red brilliance had already completely condensed into thin lines, directly rushing through the cloud-like things and falling inside. Based on Xiaohua's experience, he knew that behind the pitch-black fog was the water and fire magnetic field space. Only this pitch-black fog was rather strange. It could actually appear in his transcendence vision, naturally causing Xiaohua to be immediately on guard. Xiaohua closed his transcendence vision and opened his eyes. That black fog had transformed into a kind of viscous liquid. It seemed to be motionless, but from time to time tiny whirlpools would appear. When Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, it actually swallowed his divine sense. Oh, this Xiao understands now. Those strange black clouds in the Black Cloud Ridge. I'm afraid they were formed by these pitch-black things seeping out of the ground. Xiaohua inwardly pondered. If I were to use magic treasures to break through, it would be unrealistic. Now that I'm already close to the water magnetic field space, all magic treasures would be attracted by the magnetic field, basically unable to display their effects. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua opened his mouth and a wisp of spiritual fire rushed out. Following Xiaohua's divine fire art, it immediately transformed into a net of fire and pounced into the black clouds. ZZZT. First, there was the sound of water droplets falling into a pot of oil, followed by waves of what seemed to be howling in the air from within the black fog. Immediately after, within a radius of 1 zhang in front of Xiaohua, a gap immediately appeared where the spiritual fire rushed in. Once this gap appeared, a powerful suction force immediately came from within the gap. Xiaohua hastily urged his earth escape technique to rush into the gap. There was actually an extremely large amount of black fog, just like a deep pool. Xiaohua controlled the spiritual fire to continuously sink down, descending no less than 100 zhang before he finally escaped from the black fog. At this moment, although it was pitch black beneath Xiaohua's feet, his transcendence vision once again overflowed with light and vibrant colors. Right below Xiaohua's feet, a long rainbow-like thick fiery red light beam could be seen pushing up the pitch-black fog high up into the sky. Those fiery red light beams converged in the distance. The place in the distance was like an oval sun, slowly rotating. However, this sun was not a single color, but a mixture of fiery red and black. When these two splendors intertwined together, it looked so beautiful and so profound. Wasn't this space precisely the water-fire magnetic field space? Chapter 3542. Xiaohua smiled. He had a few drops of metal essence in his space, but they were all used when he was setting up the formation. Now that he was refining it in his meridians, it was far less satisfying than the fire essence flame crystal and earth crystal Yao milk. Now that he had reached the metal and wood magnetism, not to mention the wood essence flame crystal, he also had to get some metal essence flame crystal. Xiaohua's current cultivation level was far from what the aura refining realm could compare to in the past. It wasn't too difficult for him to activate his magic power. He landed above the metal and wood magnetism and opened his transcendence vision to take a look. The place where Xiaohua landed was precisely where the wood elemental magnetic field was densely green in color. There were speckles of gold in this green color. Xiaohua's transcendence vision had already discovered a few spots of newly formed metal elemental vitality essence that were about to fall into the magnetic field. Xiaohua slapped the top of his head with his hand and used his yuanying hand. However, the suction force within this magnetic field was simply too strong. The yuanying hand had only just appeared when it was immediately torn apart by the enormous suction force. It simply couldn't descend. Haha. Xiaohua wasn't dispirited. He lowered his body slightly and moved closer to a drop of metal essence. With a wave of his hand, the heaven and earth sleeve technique was used. In an instant, the drop of metal essence was covered. With a turn of his mind, the drop of metal essence was stored into the space. This was many times better than back then. In just the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua actually collected 61 drops of metal essence flame crystal. However, it wouldn't be easy to find more. Xiaohua looked at the strands of golden light falling on the surface of the metal and wood magnetism but didn't condense into metal essence flame crystal. He looked pensive. I'm afraid metal essence flame crystal can only be formed when the metal attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth has condensed to a certain degree. Previously, I didn't come here, so the surface of the metal and wood magnetism was thick enough. Now that I've collected all the metal essence flame crystal, it can't condense to this degree in a short period of time. It might take a period of time for it to condense again, right? Oh. Just as Xiaohua was pondering, he suddenly became alert. He raised his head and saw a palm-sized azure dragon several zhang away from him. It was looking at him with bared fangs and brandished claws. Its eyes were full of curiosity. Oh my, this is an azure dragon? Xiaohua suddenly realized, an primordial azure dragon. But without waiting for Xiaohua to take another look, the azure dragon suddenly pounced into the magnetic field and disappeared. I understand. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as if he had thought of something. This Xiao seems to have seen a faint shadow in Mingxi's magnetic space. At that time, it seemed to be in the metal magnetic space. Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the place where the golden and green rays of light converged in the extreme distance. Hiss. Xiaohua looked at the other side that even his transcendence vision couldn't see and sucked in a breath of cold air. How big is this metal and wood magnetism? This Xiao's divine sense is indeed strong enough, and my mind is also being tempered to practice the art of fusing with my divine sense. However, it's impossible for me to absorb the metal and wood elemental magnetism into my space. Forget it, one shouldn't be too greedy as a person. Xiaohua's mind spun a few times, then he smiled and said, let's get some wood essence crystals first. As for the matter of collecting metal and wood essences, let's talk about it later. Soon after, Xiaohua flew to the other side and collected the same 61 drops of wood essence crystals in the metal magnetic space. Only then did he stop. Sure enough, right after Xiaohua collected the wood essence serpent crystal, a similarly palm-sized golden tiger flashed out from the air. Looking at Xiaohua, it roared a few times at Xiaohua before also pouncing into the magnetic field and disappearing. Seeing the golden tiger enter the magnetic space, Xiaohua released his divine sense. He wanted to see how big this magnetic space was. Unfortunately, even though he had the strength of a spirit-severing stage expert, his powerful divine sense was still affected by the magnetic force when it was so close to the magnetic space. It was only released 100 zhang before it was torn apart. It was simply unable to go very far. Since even his divine sense couldn't cover the metal and wood essences, Xiaohua's mind couldn't either. Xiaohua had to take back his luck and once again regretfully looked at the metal and wood essences that made him drool, then he prepared to fly out. However, just as he flew under the black qi and his transcendence vision caught sight of the overflowing golden light rays, Xiaohua felt as if he had forgotten something. Thus he simply stopped moving forward and simply stood there. His gaze followed the rotation of the golden light rays, and his eyeballs also followed the slow rotation of the metal and wood primary magnetism. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua finally came to his senses. He said with a smile, I was somewhat careless. The wishful steel staff is so heavy, but my mind can collect it without any effort. The load of primordial stones is not particularly heavy, but it can't be easily collected because the wishful steel staff has been tempered. The medium for this tempering is my blood essence. With my blood essence wishful steel staff I can use it as I wish. I don't need to use my blood essence to collect the primordial stones, but the metal and wood essences are worth it. If I don't have my blood essence with the power of the metal and wood essences, I'm afraid that I can only have the strength to collect them into the space to refine the wishful steel staff, right? This time, it's really a bit too long. Xiaohua thought of using his blood essence to refine the metal and wood essences, but how could his blood essence be refined into this huge metal and wood essences? Just now, Xiaohua flew from one end of the wood essences to the other end of the metal essences. It was really difficult. According to Xiaohua's own measurement, this metal and wood essences was hundreds of acres in size. Even if Xiaohua used the demon realm's blood refining technique, it was impossible to refine this metal and wood essences for the time being, right? The only possibility was to send the metal and wood essences into the space, and let the green-robed Xiaohua or the Jade Archive Xiaohua do it. But since the metal and wood essences could be sent into the space, why bother to use the blood refining technique? Looking at such a huge pie in the sky, Xiaohua scratched his head. However, he still frowned and pondered carefully. With his Dharma eyes, he saw strands of golden light shooting out from one part of the golden light, forming an arc in the magnetic space, then landing on the other end of the green light. Meanwhile, strands of green light flew out from the green light and landed on the golden light. These golden and green light strands then intertwined with each other on the surface of the metal and wood magnetic space, ceaselessly interweaving with each other. Maybe I can try this. Xiaohua's eyes fell on the glittering metal essences pole, and an incredible idea appeared in his heart. Thinking of this, Xiaohua once again urged his transcendence energy to fly towards the pole of the metal essences pole. However, the closer he got to the pole, the earlier attractive force turned into a kind of repulsive force, and this repulsive force became even stronger. It made Xiaohua feel that even if he exhausted all the transcendence energy in his body, he absolutely couldn't get close to the pole of the metal essences pole. Helpless, Xiaohua had no choice but to use the metal escape technique. It was fine if he didn't use the metal escape technique, but when he used it, Xiaohua felt as if his body was in a surging torrent. His entire body couldn't help but want to fly towards the other end of the metal essences pole with the golden light. Damn it, wrong, it should be the wood escape technique. Xiaohua suddenly realized and hurriedly changed to the wood escape technique. Sure enough, Xiaohua's body came to a sudden stop, and then his entire body rapidly flew towards the pole of the metal essences pole. There was simply no need for Xiaohua to urge any transcendence energy. Good? Xiaohua beamed with joy, but unfortunately, it was only for a moment. When Xiaohua's body was about 100 feet away from the pole, his body stopped again, and that strange repulsive force reappeared. The more Xiaohua urged his transcendence energy, the stronger the repulsive force became. Yes, this is the repulsive force of the metal essences pole. Xiaohua already understood these few changes. Although I am using the wood escape technique, my transcendence energy is still within the 5 elements. Since it is within the 5 elements, it has the metal attribute, and it will be repulsed by the pole of the metal essences pole, unless I have transcendence energy with no element. I don't know if transcendence energy without any element exists in this world, but I know that there is a physical body without any element. After understanding the reason, Xiaohua didn't dare to urge any more transcendence energy. He also thought of the spiritual fire and the innate primordial water. After all, these were pure objects of the 5 elements, and they could conceal the 5 elements within his transcendence energy. However, the corner of his mouth only curled up, and he simply didn't urge any transcendence energy, and directly landed on the metal essences pole. Sure enough, after withdrawing all his transcendence energy, Xiaohua no longer felt any repulsive or attractive force. He already knew why his so-called demigod body could approach the metal essences pole, and why Mo Qingyuan and the others couldn't approach the metal essences pole even though they knew that it was there. It was because his physical body didn't have any element. Of course, the current Xiaohua didn't know that his physical body didn't have any element because it absorbed the primal chaos chi when it floated down from the void. After walking a few dozen meters, the repulsive force appeared again. However, this repulsive force was directed at Xiaohua's clothes, so it didn't attract Xiaohua's attention. Just as he was about to reach the limit, Xiaohua's Taoist robe began to flutter due to the magnetic force. Although Xiaohua didn't care, it was really uncomfortable. He might as well go all the way. Xiaohua put away his Taoist robe and became naked again. When he reached the extreme point, Xiaohua didn't dare to open his transcendence energy eyes again. The golden light of the extreme point was really too dazzling, and Xiaohua's transcendence energy eyes were aching. It was difficult to continue. When Xiaohua's naked eye reached this point, it didn't have the usual effect of producing light in the dark, so he couldn't see anything. Therefore, Xiaohua simply closed his eyes and groped his way to the extreme point. He activated the blood drop paradise technique in his body, and a drop of blood essence dripped from his finger and landed on the extreme point. The drop of blood fell. Shwa. An almost inaudible sound was heard, and the 5 elements objects within the drop of blood immediately flew out. It was simply impossible to touch the extreme point, and the drop of blood instantly shrunk several times. This even finer drop of blood slowly fell, and it was several times slower than usual. The golden magnetic light passed through this drop of blood, and the entire drop of blood slightly swelled as if it was boiling. Every time it swelled, the drop of blood would shrink in size. When the drop of blood reached the extreme point, it had already turned into an extremely small drop, even smaller than the tip of a needle. At this moment, how could the drop of blood still look like a drop of blood? Although there was still a little red, the golden color was even denser, and this golden color was formed by countless even finer golden threads. In a trance, this golden thread actually formed Xiaohua's image, and that little red that seemed to be a dark red dot between the image's eyebrows. Chapter 35-43. The moment the drop of blood landed on the pole, it was silent and formless. Neither the entire metal and wood elemental magnetic field nor the magnetic field space had any obvious changes. However, Xiaohua clearly sensed that his blood had penetrated to the extreme. Even though he didn't know that so many changes had occurred during the process of his blood dripping down, Xiaohua didn't know that his blood had penetrated to the extreme. Good. Xiaohua cheered inwardly. He urged the transcendence energy in his body and used the metal escape technique. His entire body was pushed out of the pole as fast as lightning, straight to the top of the magnetic field space. Xiaohua stood still in midair and opened his abnormally tired transcendence eyes again. He looked at the golden rays of light flying out of the pole of the metal elemental magnetic field. After looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't see anything strange. Could it be that the drop of blood didn't enter the pole? With that thought, the demonic aura around Xiaohua's body flourished. Strands of black aura mixed with black flames rushed out again. The real devil god Xiaohua appeared again. In the past, Xiaohua didn't have demonic aura to rely on. His divine sense urged the spiritual fire to use the blood refining technique. Now that Xiaohua had truly practiced the blood dripping paradise, this blood refining technique was also authentic. However, the demon god Xiaohua's black flames surged and landed on the extreme point like tentacles. There was no movement at the extreme point. The blood refining technique was not effective at all. Motherfucker, what's going on? After thinking for a while, Xiaohua flew to the pole of the wood elemental magnetic field to be on the safe side. Similarly, he sent another drop of blood essence into it. Then he used the blood refining technique again. Unfortunately, this time he still failed. After losing 2 drops of blood essence at once, Xiaohua felt a wave of fatigue. His left arm had been chopped off by the demonic saber in the mysterious water palace. Although the demonic saber hadn't been able to devour the bone in his left arm was still reattached. Moreover, the demonic saber was also attached to his left arm. However, his essence was damaged after all. After returning, he was injured again in the battle against the 5 brocade cloud painting. The 100 days of secluded cultivation just now really weren't enough. His essence hadn't recovered very well. The exhausted Xiaohua felt somewhat helpless. He closed his eyes and wanted to sense it, but in this magnetic field space, this kind of perception was also blocked. Xiaohua clearly knew that his blood had entered the metal elemental magnetic field. Even the blood refining technique he had placed high hopes on couldn't succeed. As for whether his blood essence would work, he had no idea. However, even if it works, how can I use the blood refining technique on such a large metal elemental magnetic field? Obviously, ordinary blood refining techniques are already useless. Who knows where those 2 drops of blood essence went? Facing such a large metal and wood magnetism, Xiaohua could be considered to be completely helpless. Forget it. I'll return empty-handed again today. Xiaohua stood in the magnetic field space and pondered for a long time. He really didn't have any clue. All the techniques he used were greatly restricted in this magnetic field space. It was useless to stay here any longer. Xiaohua immediately came out of the magnetic field space. He used his spiritual fire to burn a hole in the black gas and escaped from the ground. The metal elemental magnetic field itself was protected by the magnetic field space. Now that it was wrapped in an unpredictable black gas, Xiaohua believed that even if someone discovered this place, they wouldn't be able to enter. He also wasn't worried that the metal elemental magnetic field would be taken away by others. When Xiaohua escaped back to the elemental stone vein, he didn't have much magic power left and his spirit was also very tired. He swallowed a few medicinal pills and closed his eyes to meditate. In the following dozens of days, Xiaohua rested while setting up the formation. Although setting up the formation under the influence of the metal elemental magnetic field was very tiring and consumed a lot of magic power, with the support of the new metal elemental essence and the nourishment of the 5 Qi righteous thunder, the greedy Xiaohua would be full of energy every time he thought about the elemental stone vein below him. When the 300+ light balls folded and became one with the elemental stone vein, Xiaohua let out a long breath. After resting for several hours, he urged his magic power to rush out of the black cloud ridge and flew high into the sky. He first closed his eyes for a moment, then sat cross-legged in the sky. He clapped his hands and the formless nascent soul escaped from the 5 Qi righteous thunder in his lower dantian. This was the first time Xiaohua had set up such a large formation. He didn't dare to let green-robed Xiaohua do it and specially controlled it himself. The nascent soul rubbed its hands together and formed seals one after another. Waves of dense elemental energy of heaven and earth descended from the sky and bombarded the surroundings of the black cloud ridge. The majestic aura was not inferior to the noble Qi pillar used by the Confucian cultivators. The demons of the black cloud ridge turned pale with fright. They all held their weapons and rushed out of the ground. Even the Dao soldiers that were training in the black cloud ridge hurriedly set up the formation and prepared to face the enemy. However, when the crowd and demons saw Xiaohua sitting cross-legged in mid-air with a myriad of brilliance around his body, they all subconsciously prostrated themselves and slowly retreated, not daring to disturb him. Xiaohua's nascent soul couldn't be seen by others. They could only see Xiaohua sitting in the sky with his palms facing the sky. He didn't make any movements, but he was actually able to raise the wind and move the clouds. Rays of golden light were emitted from Xiaohua's body and pillars of qi struck the ground. Following the brilliance and pillars of qi, lumps of sparkling stars were also born near the black cloud ridge. More and more time passed. The sky was already dark. However, the stars of the black cloud ridge contrasted with the stars in the sky. Xiaohua, who was surrounded by stars, was even brighter than the full moon in the sky. At this time, Xiaohua's figure could no longer be seen. There was only a 5-colored dazzling light that slowly rotated there. Every time this dazzling light rotated, a ray of light would fall to the ground and another star would appear on the ground. More than 350 nodes of the capital star formation had to be activated and the balance of the formation had to be maintained during each activation. This was far more convenient than using several hundred jade talismans. Xiaohua didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. The magic power in his body also didn't dare to stagnate in the slightest. However, when the moon set and the sun rose, the formation had only just finished setting up nearly 100 nodes. At this time, the pitiful and fearless Xiaohua was really riding a tiger and couldn't get off. How could he know that the formation he was setting up right now was a sect protection formation commonly used by cultivation sections? Not to mention that this formation was the rarely seen capital star formation. Even if it was an ordinary formation, how could it be set up by a nascent soul cultivator? However, all the elders of a sect would work together and each of them would be responsible for a part of the formation. In the end, the sect leader or elder with the highest cultivation or formation attainment would preside over the activation of the formation. How could it be set up by a single person? After waiting for another half a day, Xiaohua's energy was really unable to support himself. He had no choice but to call out the green-robed Xiaohua and temporarily let him control his nascent soul to continue setting up the formation. The green-robed Xiaohua seemed to be omnipotent in the space. However, when he arrived at the hidden immortal continent, he was unable to make ends meet. He was indeed somewhat unfamiliar with setting up the formation. There were several dangerous mistakes. It wasn't that the green-robed Xiaohua's ability to set up the formation was inferior to Xiaohua's, but the green-robed Xiaohua really couldn't endure the lack of origin qi on the hidden immortal continent. He had fallen into a predicament where even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. After helping the green-robed Xiaohua set up several nodes, Xiaohua simply closed his eyes and rested. After another half a day, Xiaohua opened his eyes and waved his hands. He separated some magic power from his meridians and prepared to set up the formation. Who would have thought that when he separated his true essence, the green-robed Xiaohua on top of his head slowed down again. This scared the green-robed Xiaohua so much that he forcefully took away his true essence. Alas, Xiaohua sighed. Previously, when the green-robed Xiaohua controlled his nascent soul to fight against the 5 brocade cloud painting, Xiaohua only relied on the power of his corporeal body. The two of them didn't have any conflict. Now that the two of them were activating their magic power together, there was a problem with their coordination. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't dare to intercept true essence from his meridians. He was somewhat bored as he looked at the green-robed Xiaohua setting up the formation. He couldn't help but think in his heart, Now that the nascent soul and the corporeal body are using the same meridians, there will definitely be a conflict. If the nascent soul cultivates its own 100 meridians and the corporeal body cultivates according to my sex cultivation method, then the nascent soul has its own true essence. Wouldn't the corporeal body also have its own true essence? Wouldn't there be no conflict like this? Other people's nascent souls only have 2 meridians, but my nascent soul is made up of meridians. It can definitely cultivate. It's a pity. Just when Xiaohua was feeling regretful, he suddenly stared blankly. His eyes lit up and he thought, now that I'm using the 5 Qi righteous thunder to nourish my nascent soul, isn't that just walking the path of nascent soul cultivation? If there's any cultivation method, I'll let the green-robed nascent soul cultivate and I'll cultivate the sex cultivation method myself. But that's also not right. Ultimately, the sex cultivation method is also based on the nascent soul. If I don't have a nascent soul, how can I cultivate? The more Xiaohua thought, the more confused he became. Then, naturally there was no then. Xiaohua had always had this kind of wild imagination. Most of them ended up with nothing. However, if he was really able to understand it, then it would be a world-shaking action. Rumble. Another day and night passed. The green-robed Xiaohua was finally tired. Xiaohua took control of his nascent soul. As he waved his hands, there was actually the sound of wind and thunder. Since the second night, in the sky, between the layers of thick clouds that had shrouded the black cloud ridge, flashes of lightning and thunder began to appear. As Xiaohua laid down the last few dozen nodes, the heavenly thunder was also drumming at the side to cheer him on. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to this kind of astronomical phenomenon. After all, he had laid down such a big formation which consumed a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi. The heaven and earth yuan qi around the black cloud ridge was starting to become scarce. The heaven and earth yuan qi from other places would definitely cause a certain astronomical phenomenon. The last few dozen nodes were even more difficult. Xiaohua felt as if he was walking on a narrow cliff. On his shoulders was a heavy burden that exceeded his strength. That burden swayed, one moment in front, one moment in back, one moment in left, one moment in right. If he wasn't careful, he would fall off the cliff. It was really tiring. The people and demons of the Black Cloud Ridge were all dumbfounded. The situation in front of them was even more dazzling than the 5 brocade cloud painting previously. The entire Black Cloud Ridge was completely enveloped by hundreds of starlight. A kind of heavenly might, an unstoppable feeling, surged over like waves after waves as if it was going to drown them. Many of the Fey spirits and Dao soldiers with lower cultivations fell limp on the ground. Although Xiao Jian, Qin Xiaoyao and the others could withstand it, their hearts were in suspense. They were afraid that if Xiaohua was careless, the formation would collapse and everyone would be killed by the formation. Chapter 3544. Fortunately, the disaster they were worried about didn't happen. After 2 days and 2 nights, the formless nascent soul waved its hand and more than 300 bolts of lightning shot down like dragons. The entire Black Cloud Ridge shook. Then, more than 300 rays of light shot up into the sky and intertwined in midair. Xiaohua shouted, "Suppress!" Who? All of the brilliance entered his hand at the same time, and all of the vibrations disappeared completely. In Xiaohua's hand, there was another jade tablet that looked like a stone tablet. It was covered with stars and its brilliance was brilliant. Congratulations to Master for setting up the array. Congratulations to Master for the good health of your body. The demons and cultivators of Black Cloud Ridge looked at the clouds and the moon in the sky. Then they saw that the entire Black Cloud Ridge didn't change at all. Seeing that they couldn't use their divine senses or elemental senses, they all knelt down and cheered loudly. Xiaohua looked at everyone and waved his hand. Wait here. Now that my Black Cloud Ridge's array is complete, it's even more impregnable than before. You can cultivate in peace. Thank you, Master. Everyone got up and went to do their own things. Xiaoyao, you're in charge of this mountain-suppressing spirit tablet. All the uses are recorded in the jade eyes. Xiaohua said as he threw the jade tablet to Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao took the jade tablet under everyone's envious gaze and bowed. Disciple understands. Then Xiaohua didn't say anything else and went into his cave to cultivate in seclusion. This heavenly stars array made Xiaohua want to cry. Now that he was in the nascent soul realm and had the strength of the 5th grade of elemental energy, he felt that it was still not enough. If it weren't for green-robed Xiaohua and the metal essence numero, he would have lost face in front of all the cultivators who called him master. Xiaohua's seclusion lasted for more than a month. Qin Xiaoyao didn't dare to be negligent after taking the jade tablet. He first comprehended the usage of the jade tablet and the jade eyes that Xiaohua gave him. Then he arranged the human cultivator's defense and cultivation and discussed the demon's defense with the black bear spirit, the golden eagle and the white lion. He was very busy. Previously, the black bear spirit and the other demons did not pay much attention to Qin Xiaoyao. However, after seeing Xiaohua setting up the array and witnessing the power of the 5 brocade cloud portrait, they had no choice but to listen to Qin Xiaoyao's arrangements for the sake of their own lives. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyao knew Xiaohua's plan and knew how to deal with people, so he didn't have any conflicts with the 3 demon kings. In this month or so, the aftermath of Xiaohua's battle that made him famous gradually revealed itself. Not only did the scattered cultivators and Dao soldiers of the Jianghu country come over to seek refuge, even other rogue cultivators or Dao sect cultivators who wanted to find a backer came over to strike up a conversation. Of course, some students and rangers from the Confucian cultivator country also began to come over to spy, but in the face of Xiaohua's mountain-protecting grand array, most of them returned without success. This was just a small disturbance before the storm. Qin Xiaoyao knew very well that all he could do was help Xiaohua build the Fortune Gate, and fulfill the responsibility of an outer sect disciple of the Fortune Gate. What he urgently wanted was for the Chongling princess and Xiao Jian to act as soon as possible, gather the old subordinates of Jianghu country, recruit soldiers and reclaim Jianghu country as soon as possible. This way the pressure on Black Cloud Ridge would lessen. However, reviving the country was not a small matter. How could it be done just by thinking about it? The Chongling princess was busy day and night, and Xiao Jian was also working hard to assist her. Every day he saw the 2 generals Chen Li and Kong Li send out soldiers, and at the same time he saw the soldiers sent out in the past come back. But to what extent they had progressed and how much confidence they had, not to mention Qin Xiaoyao, even the Chongling princess herself didn't know. However, both Qin Xiaoyao and the Chongling princess were full of confidence now. They never thought that there would be any problems with the Fortune Gate or any problems with the revival of Jianghu country. Because they knew that as long as Xiaohua was present, all of this was just a matter of time. All of the problems in front of Xiaohua's cultivation were as easy as snapping a finger. Everything seemed to be proceeding in an orderly manner. On this day Xiaohua emerged from seclusion. In the past month or so, Xiaohua had not only recovered his cultivation, but also comprehended secret techniques. Most of the time he was considering what to do next. Since the great formation of Black Cloud Ridge had been set up, and Xiaohua was confident that this great formation could withstand the attacks of cultivators of 5th or even 6th level, then he could leave Black Cloud Ridge, and go to Qinyu Mountain to rescue Jianghu country's second national teacher, Li Xiang. After all, Li Xiang had been a national teacher before and had more experience than him. Especially when Li Xiang was a Yuanian cultivator, he could be a deterrent when he left Black Cloud Ridge. This must have been Qin Xiaoyao's plan when he told him about Li Xiang's imprisonment in the Qinyu Mountain. As expected, when Xiaohua walked out of the seclusion room, Lu Yi, who was waiting in the abode, came forward to greet him. He said that Qin Xiaoyao had already come several times, and seemed to have important matters to report. Let Qin Xiaoyao come in. Xiaohua nodded. Not long after, Qin Xiaoyao hurried in, bowed in greeting, and then asked directly, "Old Master, this disciple has 2 matters to report and asks Old Master to decide." Xiaohua asked with a smile. First of all, after Master set up the spell formation, many Taoist cultivators came to seek refuge. Those with low cultivation bases didn't need to be mentioned. When I saw those with good aptitudes, I discussed with them to see if they were willing to become Master's disciples. Of course, this disciple does not dare to say that he is a Fortune Gate disciple, and only says that he is a disciple of the Jianghu country's national teacher. If he is not willing to become a disciple of Old Master, and wants to rely on Old Master, disciple will follow the customs of the Jianghu country and treat him as a guest. Qin Xiaoyao reported, "There are also some with higher cultivations and there are even a few with higher cultivations than disciple and the others. Although disciple has treated these people as guests, it seems that they are still a little dissatisfied." "Oh? What's there to be dissatisfied about?" Xiaohua was puzzled. Many of those cultivators of the Dao sect are at the 3rd level of origin energy. They feel that their cultivation is high and they want more, such as origin stones and pills. Qin Xiaoyao's brows revealed a worried expression. It was obvious that these cultivators who could be considered his seniors were making things difficult for him. Xiaohua sneered, "Don't bother. If they want to stay in the Black Cloud Ridge, then they have to listen to you. If they don't want to, they can leave. There is no need to force them to stay." "If they can leave, disciple doesn't have to be so worried." Qin Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. Old Master's great array is really good. After they saw it, they insisted on staying in the Black Cloud Ridge. Kill them. Xiao Hua made a prompt decision and said indifferently, you control the Great Mountain Protection Array Spirit Tablet, and can control the power of the array. As long as you are in the array you can kill anyone you want. There is no need to report this to this old man. That's not good, right? Qin Xiaoyao was a little hesitant. They are after all disciples of the Tao sect, and some of them even came from afar to seek refuge with Old Master. Since they want to seek refuge with this old man, then they have to listen to this old man's arrangements. Xiao Hua waved his hand. You are in charge of the Great Array, and are someone this old man trusts. If they don't even listen to you, what's the point of keeping them? Yes, Old Master, disciple understands. It wasn't that Qin Xiaoyao hadn't thought about this, but he knew that Xiao Hua was merciful. He was afraid that Xiao Hua would be dissatisfied with his actions, so he naturally had to report it. Also, Old Master, there's news from the Jade Mountain that a few Confucian cultivators have personally come to the Jade Mountain. They probably want to wait for Old Master to go there. Senior Li's matter. Why don't we talk about it later? Qin Xiaoyao bit his lips and asked in a low voice. No need, this Xiao came out of seclusion today for this matter. Xiao Hua stood up and said, I will leave everything in the Black Cloud Ridge to you. Helping this old man look after the cave is a great merit. Xiao Hua will definitely reward you when he returns. Old Master. Hearing that Xiao Hua had given the Black Cloud Ridge to him, Qin Xiaoyao was not happy, but rather shocked and anxiously shouted, this disciple was a disciple who escaped from Jianghu country, although his cultivation is the best, but it is not enough to convince the masses. Why don't you give the cave to Lu Yi or Wang Bianfei? The two of them are Old Master's servants, no one dares to say anything. The two of them want to go with me, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were overjoyed and knelt down. Thank you, Old Master. Qin Xiaoyao smiled bitterly, biting his lips, and went forward again. Old Master, if it is like this, why don't we ask the Chongling Princess or Xiao Jian to give orders? Right now they are in charge of Jianghu country's restoration plan. It is the most important matter for my Black Cloud Ridge. It's different. Xiao Hua said firmly. Jianghu country is Jianghu country, Black Cloud Ridge is Black Cloud Ridge, Fortune Gate is Fortune Gate. We cannot be too confused. Also, Xiao Jian and Chongling's affairs are even more complicated. How can it be better than you practicing the formation and looking after the cave for this old man? But Qin Xiaoyao still wanted to say something, but how could Xiao Hua be willing to listen? He waved his hand and said, Xiaoyao, if you don't want this old man to save Li Xiang, you can tell me the reason. This old man can listen. If you don't have such thoughts, this old man will leave now. This old man wants to see what methods the Copper Pillar country has to stop this old man from helping Jianghu country restore. Yes, Old Master. Qin Xiaoyao agreed helplessly. He knew that the burden on his shoulders was getting heavier. Lu Yi, where are the books from the Copper Pillar Academy? Xiao Hua asked as he walked out of the cave. Old Master, they are all here. Hearing this, Lu Yi hurriedly took out a Chengkuan bag from his waist and answered, the Copper Pillar Academy sent a lot of books. This little one originally wanted to put these books in the seclusion room. But seeing that the seclusion room is far away, this little one asked Sect Uncle Qin to put the books into this Chengkuan bag for Old Master to inspect. Not bad. Xiao Hua received it with a smile and sent it into the space. After leaving the cave, Xiao Hua said to Wang Bianfei, Bianfei, go tell your mother that you are going out with this old man at least 3 months, at most half a year. Yes, Old Master. Wang Bianfei did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly ran out. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he came back. Chapter 35-45. Okay, there's no need to say any more. Xiaoyao, help me look after the cave. This is 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman. If you have any urgent matters, you can release this talisman. This bronze pillar country is only 2,000 miles in size. This talisman should be able to reach you. Xiao Hua took out 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman and gave it to Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao received the 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman and carefully put it away. He then reminded, Master, Jade Mountain is on the other side of the bronze pillar country. It's more than 2,000 miles away. Master must be careful. This old man knows. With that, Xiao Hua waved his hand and the Pegasus flew out from the space. Slurp slurp. Once the Pegasus came out of the space, it immediately emitted a faint white brilliance. The Pegasus spread its wings and emitted a white light. It even raised its head and let out a long neigh that shook the surroundings. Master, take care. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly bowed and saluted. This disciple respectfully sends master off. With a wave of Xiaohua's hand, Lu Yi and Wang Bifei flew up from the ground and landed on the neck of the heavenly horse. Xiaohua also got on the heavenly horse. Then Xiaohua patted the heavenly horse's neck. The heavenly horse's 4 hooves stomped on the ground as it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Not long after, the heavenly horse's brilliance turned into a small dot. Only Xiaohua's singing voice could be heard in the entire Black Cloud Ridge. The Black Cloud Ridge's battle formation has been completed. From now on, the Dao Gate has a foundation. Respectfully sends master off. On the Black Cloud Ridge, whether it was seeing the Pegasus brilliance or hearing Xiaohua's singing voice, everyone respectfully shouted. "Io." Only Qin Xiaoyao raised his head from the ground and hurriedly raised his hand as if he wanted to remind Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's figure had already disappeared. Qin Xiaoyao could only mutter in his heart, "Master, you're flying in the wrong direction." Early morning several days later, on the other side of the Bronze Pillar country's capital, the sun shone down. The city walls of the Bronze Pillar country looked especially mighty under the sunlight. Under the warm sunlight, teams of heavily armored soldiers patrolled back and forth with weapons in their hands. These soldiers had tense and serious expressions on their faces, as if a great battle was about to break out. "Open the city gate." Below the city wall, a loud and clear voice sounded. Rumble. The city gate made a heavy sound as it was slowly pushed open. The small merchants and peddlers who had been waiting outside for a long time were about to rush in with their wooden carts. The carts were filled with vegetables, chickens, ducks, and other things. They were all goods that these merchants relied on to make a living. Wait. An extremely imposing roar sounded from within the city gates, followed by the sounds of horse hooves and armor. Several groups of soldiers wearing the same type of armor as those on the city walls rushed out from within the city gates under the lead of several mounted officers, blocking these merchants outside the city gates. Sir, what are you doing?" The merchant in front was an old man who was pulling a cart of vegetables. The vegetables on the cart were abnormally fresh, and there were even some sparkling dewdrops hanging on the leaves. "This little one has to deliver vegetables to Master Wang in the western part of the city. He wants to entertain guests today. If this little one's vegetables aren't fresh and miss the master's feast, this little one can't bear the responsibility." "Shut up." The officer in front of the horse scolded, then raised his head and said, "This official is under the orders of the Ministry of War. From today onwards, this official will guard the East Gate. Everyone coming in and out must be inspected by this official." "Sir." "Inspect what?" "This little one passes through the East Gate every day to sell chickens and ducks at the market in the eastern part of the city. If you don't believe me, you can ask the old guard at the gate." Behind the old merchant, the middle-aged man pushing the cart of chickens and ducks was somewhat dissatisfied. Even the chickens and ducks on the cart started to quack. For a moment, the entire area outside the East Gate was in chaos. "Bah! All of you shut up." The officer waved the horsewhip in his hand and said angrily, "Right now we are at war. For the safety of our Bronze Pillar country, and for your safety, the Ministry of War has ordered that not only the East Gate, but also the other 3 gates of the capital city. Maybe there are spies from the enemy countries among you. Is there a weapon hidden in your vegetables?" "Oh, sir." The old man's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, "Take a look for yourself. This little one is a native of the Bronze Pillar country. How could I possibly do something that would let down the Bronze Pillar country?" "That's right, sir. This war isn't just a matter of a day or two. It's already been hundreds of days. What does it have to do with us? I heard that the Jianghu country was already exterminated by the king. Who dares to go against my Bronze Pillar country? What is it? You don't even dare to let me check?" The officer looked at the noisy crowd and laughed sinisterly. "Instead of saying so much here, I've already checked it." "Sir." The old man in front of him smiled bitterly. "It's not that this little one doesn't dare to let you check, but the problem is that this little one's vegetables." "All right, sir, please be gentle with them, just like how you treat your own wife, okay? This is all copper coins. Shut up for lousy." The officer waved the horsewhip in his hand, but he was only threatening him and did not really whip him. Then he ordered the soldiers beside him, "Quickly go and check. Don't let go of the suspect." "Yes." The group of soldiers responded and rushed into the crowd like wolves and tigers. These soldiers were not as kind as the officers. Immediately, the sound of chickens crowing and dogs barking could be heard. The seemingly fresh vegetables turned into ruins in a moment. The old man at the side was distressed to protect them, but he was not as strong as the soldiers. After the soldiers checked randomly, they waved their hands and let him pass. They then rushed behind the old man. The old man was about to cry and stood there without moving. When the officer saw the old man blocking the city gate, he frowned and shouted, "Old man, why aren't you hurrying to deliver the vegetables? Although this dish is a bit messy, it doesn't affect its consumption. Even if Master Wang doesn't want it, you can still sell it at the market." "Sigh, sir," the old man said with a sullen face, "vegetables can be sold at the market for 30 copper coins. This little one woke up so early to give them to Master Wang. He was kind enough to give this little one 33 copper coins. Today this little one has messed up Master Wang's matter, so don't think about sending food to him in the future. It's only 3 copper coins, why are you complaining again? Look at how you're blocking the people behind you." A young officer at the side roared and was about to wave the horsewhip in his hand. "Stop." The middle-aged officer shouted and stopped the young officer's recklessness. He took out a few copper coins and threw it to the old man. "We're guarding here for the safety of our copper pillar state. There are many people entering the city, so we can't treat them as gently as we treat our wives. This is Laozi's compensation for you. Take it and quickly scram into the city. Don't block the way. Go and tell that so-called Master Wang that the vegetables today were ruined by Lieutenant Situ Ming. If he respects Laozi, then you won't be in trouble. If he looks down on Laozi, then Laozi can't do anything about it." "Yes, yes." The old farmer beamed with joy. He quickly picked up the few copper coins scattered on the cart and stuffed them into his pocket. Then he hurriedly pushed his small cart and rushed into the city gate. "Lieutenant Situ." The officer at the side didn't understand. Although the old farmer's vegetables were messed up and damaged, they can still be sold at the market after peeling off the leaves and sprinkling some water on them. It's only 3 copper coins. He's obviously. Without waiting for the officer to finish, Lieutenant Situ waved his hand and said, "No need to say more. It's just 3 copper coins. To you and me it's pocket money. To this old farmer, it's just a day's worth of food. Giving it to a beggar is also giving it to him. At least he won't be blocking the city gate." "Yes, Lieutenant is wise." The young officer complimented and then looked at the mess outside the city gate. He whispered, "Lieutenant, what's going on today? Why did the Ministry of War suddenly want us to guard the 4 gates? Aren't there still 4 military commanders above the 4 gates? They have strong soldiers and strong horses. What kind of situation have they not seen before? Furthermore, when the army left the country and my king personally led the army, the capital city wasn't so vigilant. Could it be that something happened?" "This." Lieutenant Situ hesitated slightly. He raised his eyes and looked to the left. Other than the 2 of them, there was no one else. He whispered, "Gao Peng, this is only for me to tell you. You can't say a word to anyone else." "Lieutenant Situ, don't worry. Don't you know what kind of character I have?" When the young man named Gao Peng heard this, his eyes lit up. He lowered his head and whispered a reply. Lieutenant Situ nodded. "Actually, it's not considered a secret. Furthermore, it's been almost 100 days. Although the 6 ministries in the imperial court requested for it to be kept a secret, paper can't hide fire. Even if I don't say it today, you will know sooner or later." Lieutenant Situ's words made Gao Peng's heart itch even more. He anxiously asked, "What secret? You actually want me to personally investigate the people who enter the capital city?" "The Grand Tutor is dead." Lieutenant Situ accidentally looked to the left and whispered, "Ah? What? The Grand Tutor?" Gao Peng was indeed still a young man. His eyes flashed with an expression of disbelief as he cried out in surprise, "Do you want to die?" Lieutenant Situ raised his hand and covered Gao Peng's mouth that was beside his ear. He angrily said, "If you want to die, don't implicate me." Lieutenant. Gao Peng hurriedly apologized and lowered his voice. "It's all my fault. It's not that I was careless. This news, cough cough, it's really too shocking. The Grand Tutor's divine abilities are incomparable. He's already an immortal on the land. How is this possible?" "Not bad. You still have some knowledge. You didn't ask me if the Grand Tutor died of illness." Lieutenant Situ nodded slightly and seemed to be praising him. Gao Peng smiled and said, "I'm just too surprised. I'm not brainless. Anyone who thinks about it, with the Grand Tutor's divine abilities in today's battle formation, how could he have died of illness?" Chapter 3546. Commandant Situ had obviously been asked this question before, so he nodded his head in distress. That's the problem. How did the Imperial Advisor die? Previously, the Imperial Advisor had single-handedly gone deep into Jianghu and killed the Imperial Advisor. And today, Jianghu's revenge? Gao Peng immediately understood, his face immediately became vigilant, his eyes looking at the commotion outside the city gate. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, then we must guard the 4 gates, assist the Admiral and the rest in interrogating the villagers, and strictly prevent the remnants of the Jiang country from entering the capital to cause trouble." That's right. Commandant Situ replied with a smile, then said mysteriously, "However, this old man feels that the Ministry of War is making a mountain out of a molehill. It's purely taking off your pants to fart." Gao Peng was tactful and hurriedly smiled. This subordinate is willing to listen to Sir's wise opinion. Number 1. An expert who can kill the Imperial Preceptor. How can we see him? How could he possibly mix in with such vulgar villagers? Commandant Situ proudly pointed with his finger. Do you think there will be one here? Of course not. Gao Peng suddenly realized, those are all immortal level characters. How could they possibly enter from the city gate? What about the second, my lord? The second? Commandant Situ laughed. Naturally, it's someone who can enter from the city gate. Then, who is that? Gao Peng did not understand. Commandant Situ said again, those who can enter from the city gate are naturally the remnants of the Jiang country. Gao Ming nodded, indeed, but the problem is... Commandant Situ said again, if the Jiang country found an expert to kill the Imperial Advisor, the Jiang country would definitely be recruiting troops and expanding their power. How could the Jiang country develop their power to the capital of our Copper Pillar nation? Yeah, that's true. Gao Peng suddenly realized and then asked again, but what if it wasn't the Jiang country who asked someone to kill the Imperial Advisor? If not, why would we guard the 4 gates and interrogate the villagers? Oh, that's right. Gao Peng nodded even more. Sir is right, it seems like we don't need to come at all. But the question is, why would the Ministry of War give such a brainless order? Lieutenant Situ smiled and pointed at his own head. You'll have to use your brain. Think about it, even the Imperial Preceptor had fallen. How could the monarch not be furious? What about the 6 divisions? Don't you have to show that you're busy? Don't you have to show your existence? Don't you have to show your attitude? I understand, so, even if you want to fart, you must take off your pants. It means that you're really farting. Gao Peng laughed, but just as he was laughing, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, Sir, look over there. After the villagers who entered the city? Oh? Colonel Situ was stunned. He raised his eyes and followed Gao Peng's gaze. His eyes flashed with doubt. In just a short moment, more people had gathered at the east gate. As this was the first time they were conducting an interrogation, Colonel Situ's subordinates were obviously not familiar with it. Few people were let off and many were left behind. Behind these people stood 4 men. These 4 men were not tall, and if they were standing on the ground, they might not be able to see anything strange. However, Colonel Situ and Gao Peng were riding on horses, so they could see the difference between the 4 men at a glance. Most of the people who woke up early were farmers or peddlers in the suburbs. These 4 men were obviously dressed as warriors. In the middle of the 4 men was a young scholar dressed in white Confucian robes. If it was just this, it wouldn't have attracted Gao Peng's attention. What made Gao Peng and Colonel Situ frown was that this scholar's gaze was flickering. He looked at the soldiers who were conducting the interrogation and seemed to want to leave. However, in just a short while, more people pushing carts came from all around them, blocking them and making it difficult for them to advance or retreat. What was special was that when Colonel Situ's gaze landed on the scholar clearly shifted his gaze and looked elsewhere. He even swept a few glances at the top of the city wall. Colonel Situ and Gao Peng were sent to the east gate to guard the interrogation. Of course, they were people who didn't care about sand in their eyes. Seeing this, how could they not know that there was definitely something wrong with this scholar? Colonel Situ raised his eyebrows and Gao Peng immediately understood. He slightly spurred his horse and left from where he was, slowly entering the city gate. It was obvious that he was going to inform the general on the city wall. Colonel Situ jumped down from his horse and slightly tightened his grip on the horsewhip in his hand. He was about to remove the weapon from the hook beside the saddle. At this moment, a slightly impatient voice rang out from behind him. What are you all doing? Why aren't you all moving aside? Colonel Situ was stunned and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw that within the city gate, there were 2 children in embroidered clothes. The one in front had a thin figure and the one behind was slightly chubby. However, both of them had skin as white as jade and eyes as bright as stars. With one look, one could tell that they weren't ordinary people. And behind them, there was another thin scholar in scholarly robes. He held a folding fan in his left hand and a scroll in his right hand. He shook his head as he read and slowly walked towards Colonel Situ. And the impatient voice came from the child in front of him. "Hurry up and move aside. Don't block my family's young master's path." "This? Which family's young master is this?" Colonel Situ was stunned. Just as he was muttering in his heart, the two children were already in front of him. Colonel Situ didn't dare to delay and hurriedly moved aside. There were many high-ranking officials and dignitaries in the capital of the Bronze Pillar country. Naturally, he couldn't recognize all of them. Furthermore, he didn't receive any orders to interrogate people who left the city, so naturally he wouldn't stop them. What's going on? Walking to the city gate, the scholar shifted his gaze away from the scroll and looked at the commotion at the city gate in confusion. He frowned and asked. The thin child in front of him hurriedly said, "Young master, this is called entering the city to interrogate and check if there's anything wrong with the people entering the city." "Oh, so that's how it is." That scholar's gaze indifferently swept over the faces of Officer Situ, the surrounding soldiers and the nearby villagers. Then, without stopping, he continued to walk out of the city gates at a neither fast nor slow pace. Seeing that the scholar didn't even know what an interrogation was, Colonel Situ knew that he couldn't afford to offend this scholar. Or rather, this scholar had nothing to do with him. Thus, he raised his hand and took down his Damascus steel spear from his horse, preparing to follow behind the scholar. In the distance, the scholar in the crowd clearly saw Colonel Situ and Gao Peng's actions and knew that things weren't going well. A trace of panic appeared on his face. He turned his head and was about to lead the four martial artists out of the crowd. However, the scholar raised his head and looked at the spear and sword on the city wall. Hesitation appeared in his eyes again. It was at this moment that the scholar who came out of the city happened to walk to his left. The scholar's eyes turned and he hurriedly squeezed out of the pile of carriages and called out, Brother Su, I'm here." The one who came out of the city was naturally Xiaohua. He brought Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei out of the Black Cloud Ridge and didn't directly fly to the Jade Mountain. Instead, he made a turn and landed in the Bronze Pillar country. He had some things he wanted to ask Zhai Xinglu's Zhu Qing. Unfortunately, Zhu Qing was no longer in the Bronze Pillar country. As for where Zhai Xinglu went, the new manager didn't know. Thus, Xiaohua waited for a few days and participated in a small auction last night before preparing to leave for the Jade Mountain. Of course, with Xiaohua's current cultivation, he no longer changed his appearance. He didn't know if the Bronze Pillar country knew of his arrival, or if they knew and didn't dare to make a sound. In short, Xiaohua very smoothly brought the two children out of the Bronze Pillar country's capital at daybreak. As for why Xiaohua was dressed in scholarly robes and had the two children call him young master, it was purely on a whim. It was like Yu Zhongquan's so-called study tour. Xiaohua saw a scholar in embroidered clothes squeeze out of the crowd entering the city and wanted to pull him back. Moreover, the scholar even called him Brother Su. At first, he was somewhat astonished, but when he saw the scholar's slightly panicked appearance and the weapon in Commandant Situ's hands behind him, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart and let the scholar grab his scholarly robes. Sure enough, when the scholar saw that Xiaohua didn't reveal any doubt or disgust, he was overjoyed and called out, "Brother Su, this little brother waited outside the city for an entire night. Didn't we agree to go to Jingling Mountain last night? If you leave the city now, how will you be able to see the sunrise?" As the scholar spoke, he winked at Xiaohua as if reminding Xiaohua not to expose him. Xiaohua smiled and said in a clear voice, "Brother Lang, it's not that this little one didn't go last night. This little one suddenly had an important matter at home and this little one had no choice. Today, as soon as the city gates opened, this little one hurriedly came out. Wasn't it precisely to apologize to Brother Lang?" "AI, don't talk about apologizing." The scholar took advantage of the situation to pull Xiaohua's sleeve and walk outside. "You'd better think about how to explain it to Miss Ling Hua. You've already stood her up twice in a row." Forgive me," Xiaohua said with a smile. "It seems this little one wants to be the host and bring a bramble to ask for forgiveness." As they spoke, the two people very affectionately left. Louis naturally wasn't surprised. He pulled the somewhat dazed Wang Yifei and walked in front, while the four men protected them at the back. Commandant Situ naturally stood in the distance, somewhat uncertain. However, seeing Xiaohua's calm appearance, he didn't seem to be faking it, so he didn't chase after him. As for above the city wall, when Gao Ping looked down again, Xiao Hua and the scholar had already walked far away. The scholar pulled Xiao Hua for no less than half the time it took to eat a meal. Only then did he slightly tilt his head to see if there was anyone chasing behind him. Afterwards he let go of Xiao Hua's hand, but he saw that there were still some sweat stains on Xiao Hua's sleeve. It was clearly from the scholar's hand when he was nervous. Xiao Hua looked up and down and cupped his hands, saying, "Brother, the city gates are already far away, presumably those soldiers already can't see us. This one still has some matters to attend to, so forgive me for not seeing you off. Goodbye." That scholar saw that Xiao Hua didn't drag on and didn't ask him why he suddenly pulled him back. He hurriedly returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Brother, you've misunderstood. This one isn't afraid of any soldiers, but there's some misunderstanding with them. He, this one understands." Xiao Hua also smiled and said again, "Goodbye." Chapter 35-47. Finished speaking, Xiao Hua began to walk. The scholar opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something to thank Xiao Hua, but seeing Xiao Hua's carefree appearance, he didn't say anything in the end. However, just as Xiao Hua took 2 steps, he heard one of the 4 strong men behind him hurriedly whisper into the scholar's ear, "Young master, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you and me to enter the city today. The person young master is meeting is still waiting in the city? We can naturally go, but wouldn't that make people unhappy? Young master, why don't you ask this young master to bring you into the city?" The strong man emphasized the word please, causing Xiao Hua to frown. However, Xiao Hua pretended not to hear. He raised the scroll in his hand and shook his head while reading. Confucius said, "Shun is filial. Virtuous as a saint, respected as the son of heaven, rich in the 4 seas. Ancestral temples reward him, descendants protect him. Thus, virtuous people must obtain their position, their wealth, their fame, and their longevity. Thus, creatures of heaven must be valued because of their talents. Those who plant them nurture them, those who topple them overturn them." The poem said, "Jianghu is a gentleman, constitutionalist and virtuous, suitable for the people. Receiving blessings from heaven. Bless and protect those who are blessed by heaven. Thus, virtuous people must receive orders." Xiao Hua had only walked a few feet when the scholar hurriedly caught up with him, even though his face was filled with displeasure. He said loudly, "Young master, please wait. Young master is really in a good mood. You're still reading The Doctrine of the Mean when you're out for a field trip. This young master really admires you. It's just that, does young master have any thoughts about these lines? This young master had some thoughts when I was reading them that day. I don't know if I can share them with young master." "Is that so? Young master actually has some brilliant ideas?" Xiao Hua stood still, turned around, and asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Then this student would like to ask young master about this line. Thus, virtuous people must obtain their position, their wealth, their fame, and their longevity. Thus, creatures of heaven must be valued because of their talents. Those who plant them nurture them, those who topple them overturn them. Is there any other meaning?" When the scholar saw that Xiao Hua had taken the bait, he smiled and said, "The meaning of this sentence isn't anything special, but it means that a person of great virtue must obtain the position that he should obtain in this world." After hearing what the scholar had said, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Indeed, a virtuous person should be like this. However, if it's a person without virtue as mentioned in the 27th volume of Yu Shi Ming Yu, he would definitely have evil retribution, right? Yu Shi Ming Yen Volume 27? The scholar stared blankly for a moment, clearly not understanding. After a moment he seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. He bit his lip and cupped his hands, saying, "This young one understands. Young master's help just now has made this young one very grateful. This young one does not dare to ask for more. And it's best to correct your mistakes." Xiao Hua nodded slightly, no longer paying attention to the scholar. He waved his hand and left. However, as soon as he left, the burly man hurried over with an angry look. He urged, "Young master, why are you so hesitant? In the end, is refinement more important or is the master more important?" "This." The young master pondered for a moment, stamped his feet again, and hurriedly chased after Xiao Hua. He shouted, "Brother, this young one has a presumptuous request. I don't know if it's possible." "Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't say it." Xiao Hua did not stop walking, nor did he turn his head as he said indifferently, "Ai, brother, if this young one was not forced to this point, I would not be so humble." The scholar's face turned purple, but he still chased after him and sighed, This young one does not have any special request. I just want to ask young master to bring this young one into the city. Xiaohua stopped, looked at the scholar and said word by word, although this young one does not know what brother wants to do, since you are hiding from the soldiers, it must be somewhat difficult to meet people. This young one can indeed bring brother into the city, but if something happens, it will inevitably bring disaster to this young one and even this young one's family. Brother can think for your family, why can't this young one think for my family? Brother has no reason to drag this young one into the water. This young one has already taken a risk to help brother, there is no need for brother to keep relying on this young one, right? The scholar's face turned even redder from Xiaohua's words. He stuttered for a long time, not knowing how to persuade Xiaohua. The quick-wittedness he had when he pulled Xiaohua at the city gate had long disappeared. That brat you. A burly man was anxious and shouted, if you continue to be so long-winded, do you believe that I will cut off your head? I believe. Xiaohua said coldly. Young master, the nobles of the Copper Pillar State are all good people. This scholar must be the son of a noble. It is not right for us to take him. Another burly man said in a low voice, put a knife to his neck, he dares not to bring us into the city. That's right. The scholar clenched his teeth and said, the Copper Pillar State sent troops to secretly kill me, dozens of them, and even captured father. This student and the Copper Pillar State's blood feud is absolutely irreconcilable. Since this scholar is the son of a noble, he is also this student's enemy. Wangjing. This young one is here, what orders does young master have? The burly man hurriedly replied. The scholar pointed at Xiaohua and said, take him. However, the scholar looked at Xiaohua's starry eyes and the disdain on his face. In the end, the scholar did not give the order. He sighed heavily and waved his hand saying, Wang Jin, let's go. Our ancestors have said that the heavens must be clear, the human relations must be clear, and the holy words must be spoken. Although my family has declined, I cannot break the teachings of my ancestors. Finished speaking, the scholar did not order anyone else, and turned to walk towards the city gate. However, he only took a dozen steps before hesitating. He looked left and right, not knowing if he should enter the city or not. Xiaohua smiled. This scholar could not be considered pedantic. At most, he was a soft-hearted person. He did not have his own opinions, nor was he the kind of person who would place his own benefits above others' losses. It seemed that he really did have something important to do in the city, but unfortunately the Copper Pillar State had increased the inspection of the city gate. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua said in a clear voice, Brother, aren't you too pedantic? If you can't enter the East Gate, why can't you go to the West Gate, South Gate, or North Gate? If you go in and out openly, who would stop a scholar? Oh, that's right. The scholar slapped his forehead and came to his senses. If the East Gate is exposed, you can still enter from the North Gate. Why must you hang yourself on a tree? Many thanks, brother. The scholar hurriedly bowed as if to thank Xiaohua. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua did not even look at him. Instead, he waved his hand and a several Zhonglong carriage landed on the road. This carriage was maroon in color, and there were many fine inscriptions carved on it. As the inscriptions flashed, a large amount of clouds appeared under the carriage. Ah! The scholar stared blankly, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. After all, he had used the clear eyes technique to check Xiaohua's cultivation, but he did not see any signs of cultivation at all. Looking at Xiaohua again, he waved his hand again. A bright white light flashed, and a monster that looked like a horse but was not a horse appeared in front of the carriage. Xiaohua floated up the carriage and the two boys Lu Yi and Wang Yifei also jumped behind the shaft of the carriage. Xiaohua slapped the shaft of the carriage, and the inscriptions on the shaft flashed, and a mist wrapped around the monster like a rain. Harumph! The monster raised its head and roared a few times. Its four hooves flipped and a pile of light feathers appeared on its back. As the light feathers flapped, the monster flew up into the air, and the carriage was also pulled by the monster into the sky. The scholar was at a loss for words again. After a moment, he came to his senses and hurriedly bowed. This junior has offended you. I hope senior can forgive me. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's Pegasus was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already flown out 100 feet. The scholar's voice was slightly lower with shame, so Xiaohua might not be able to hear it. Not to mention the scholar's shame, even the four brawny men showed extreme fear in their eyes. They did not expect that the scholar they had schemed against for a long time was actually someone they could not afford to offend. Pegasus? This is a Pegasus. Suddenly, one of the brawny men came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, Isn't this the Pegasus that young master saw at the auction in Jianghu last year? That's right, the scholar was also surprised. It's the Pegasus that I saw when I made an appointment with Senior Dao Hong at Jianghu. But, how could this Pegasus appear here in the hands of this senior? Speaking of this, the scholar regretted again and whispered, I didn't expect this senior to still be in Bronze Pillar country. How can a person who can subdue a Pegasus be ordinary? I missed an opportunity in vain. If I had the help of this senior, wouldn't it be more useful than Senior Dao Hong? Even if... Young master, you think too much. A brawny man next to him shook his head and said, This young master is a Confucian cultivator, and he must be a great Confucian from the military school of Bronze Pillar country. Why would he help young master? If he knew young master's background, it would be strange if he didn't personally capture young master. Sigh, that's true. That young master sighed again. The conflict between fellow disciples is far greater than the external threat. This great Confucian of the military school is not as good as a Taoist cultivator. Let's go, Wang Jin, we will go to the other city gates to take a look. No matter what, we must enter the city today. Senior Dao Hong, please help us. With that, the young master led the four of them through several woods and led several horses towards the other gates of the capital city of the Bronze Pillar Nation. Xiaohua also withdrew his Buddhist consciousness. Dao Hong of the Taoist sect? Who is that? He actually appeared at the auction in Jianghu? And this young master actually went as well? Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. This world is really strange. It's really called meeting frequently. It's only been 10 months and we meet again. I just don't know if this Dao Hong is the one who fought over the cultivation method with me that day. Master. Lu Yi, who was sitting in front of the carriage, smiled. I remember that master is a warm-hearted person. Why didn't you help us today? This carriage was precisely the one that Xiaohua had casually bought from Jianghu last night. When the carriage flew, it connected with the brilliance of the Pegasus, protecting Xiaohua and the others within the brilliance. The fierce winds in the sky were unable to blow Lu Yi and Wang Yifei. Chapter 35-48. Hearing Lu Yi's confusion, Xiaohua smiled and said, There are too many injustices in this world. As long as there are people, there will definitely be injustices. However, these injustices don't necessarily have to be taken care of. These injustices don't necessarily have to become fairness. Under the heavenly Tao, fairness and unfairness are normal. There is no such thing as absolute fairness. Take this scholar for example. He has the ability to solve his own problems and has people helping him. Why should this old man interfere? What's more, this scholar did not mention his name from the beginning to the end. Although this is a way to protect himself, deep down he doesn't trust this old man at all. So why should this old man help him? Also, just from this scholar's actions, he might not be any more honorable than Commandant Situ who guards the gate. In this old man's opinion, Commandant Situ's heart is filled with sympathy. Guarding the gate is 100 times better than this scholar. Although this old man is the enemy of Copper Pillar State, helping this scholar without any reason is going against this old man's conscience. Xiaohua said and then told the story of Commandant Situ giving the vegetable farmer the copper coins. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei fell into deep thought when they heard this. That's right, master. What is written in the 27th volume of Yu Shi Ming Yan? When you said it, that scholar's expression immediately changed. Wang Bianfei asked curiously. That's a story about ungrateful people. Xiaohua smiled and said, presumably that scholar has read it. However, the scholar's last words, understand the heavens, understand human relations, speak the holy words, understand the world. Which great scholar said this? Although this old man doesn't dare to say that he has read all of the classics, he has seen most of them. How come I have never seen them in the Jade Eyes? This scholar's origin is somewhat strange. After saying this, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, no need to mention that scholar. This old man has already told you the location of Qianyu Mountain. You can ride the Pegasus and slowly go there. You can go there in 3 or 4 days. Leading the two boys and identifying the direction was probably what Xiaohua wanted them to do the most, right? Yes, master. Lu Yi obediently replied and didn't ask any more questions. However, Wang Bianfei was different. He smiled and said, Master, the Jade Mountain in front of us is only a few thousand miles away. This Pegasus can probably reach it within a day and a night. Why do you need 3 to 4 days? It's clearly a trap. Why are you in such a hurry to jump into it? Xiaohua laughed. Let the monarch of Bronze Pillar country be anxious for a few days. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua picked up the scroll again and glanced at it. He sighed with emotion and said, "This Confucian cultivator is really amazing. Reading a scroll is definitely not the same thing as exploring the Jade Eyes. From this scroll, not only can I read the meaning of Confucian cultivation, I can also sense the awe-inspiring qi gushing out between the lines. If you deliberately comprehend the awe-inspiring qi between heaven and earth and feel that it is incomparably majestic, this kind of cultivation method is much easier than my Dao Sect's qi refining." What this old man doesn't understand the most is that this Confucian cultivator's true qi doesn't simply fall into the middle dantian. That true qi will also spread between heaven and earth and fuse with the awe-inspiring qi. Every Confucian cultivator will send out their true qi. In every era, more true qi will appear. No wonder the awe-inspiring qi in the hidden immortal continent is increasingly mellow and rich. It even has the precipitation of time. Once a Confucian cultivator is useful, this awe-inspiring qi will immediately obey his command. Isn't this similar to the inheritance of Yao cultivators? Master said it so mysteriously. This little one also wants to practice Confucian cultivation. Lui sat in front of Xiaohua and said with a smile. Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's not necessary. Our Dao Sect's cultivation method is also extraordinary. Even our methods and divine abilities are more powerful. As long as you cultivate to the extreme, you can also achieve the effect of myriad streams returning to the origin. Moreover, if you want to cultivate secret techniques outside of Dao Sect, you might as well refer to Buddhism." Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple was just joking. Lui nodded. Then he looked at Wang Bianfei, who was sitting beside him holding a talisman brush and fiddling with some talisman paper. He said with a wry smile, "This disciple's talent is stupid. Compared to junior brother, this disciple is far inferior. In the future, I will be satisfied if I can achieve 10% of master's achievements." "Senior brother," Wang Bianfei raised his head and said with a smile, "You are talking to master. Why are you talking about this little brother for no reason? Everyone's fate is different. Who knows who can go further?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Your talent is 100 times better than this old man's. As long as you put your heart into the Tao of heaven and cultivate bitterly, you will definitely be able to reach the realm of enlightenment. Senior brother, please wait a moment." Wang Bianfei faintly smiled and spread out the talisman paper. After thinking for a bit, the talisman brush moved. In a moment, a vivid image of a person appeared on the talisman paper. That person's face was somewhat distressed and also somewhat envious. It looked very lively. Haha. Just as he finished drawing, Wang Bianfei laughed. Wasn't this person Lu Yi's appearance just now? Junior brother? Lu Yi's face was somewhat red. He reached out and snatched the talisman paper. He said angrily, "I was just envious of you. You still have. Junior brother, you can actually draw yellow talismans?" "Is that so?" Xiaohua was also slightly stunned. He had taught Wang Bianfei the art of talisman making, but it was only the most rudimentary. It was even different from the yellow talismans he made. After all, Wang Bianfei didn't have any true qi and didn't know how to use true qi. "Master, look," Lui said with a sad face, "I am your senior brother. How can I suddenly fall behind so many junior brothers? Just now, when this little one wanted to tear this portrait, I clearly felt the fluctuation of magic power on this talisman paper." Xiaohua smiled as he took the talisman paper. He scanned it with his divine sense. Sure enough, between the lines of this portrait, there was a faint condensation of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Although it still couldn't be compared to yellow talismans, it was still able to condense true qi using talisman brush, talisman ink and talisman paper. This was the most fundamental improvement. Genius? After all, you're a genius. Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. He looked at Wang Bianfei's slightly uneasy appearance and said with a smile, "Correct, Bianfei, you can already draw yellow talismans. Right, how's the progress of your qi refinement technique?" "Disciple has already reached the peak of the first level of qi refinement. Perhaps within a day or two I can break through to the second level of qi refinement." Wang Bianfei didn't dare to conceal anything. Under the ecstasy in his heart, he honestly replied. Xiaohua nodded. He understood. For the first 4 levels of qi refinement, the disciples of ordinary cultivation sects would generally reach the first level in a year. Wang Bianfei's speed couldn't be considered too shocking. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua indifferently said, "Correct. Don't be in a hurry to break through to the first level of qi refinement. Stay at the peak of the first level for a few more days and comprehend the mysteries within. Yes, disciple understands. Wang Bianfei hastily replied. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, You have a talent that's superior to others in the field of painting. I'm afraid that this Tao of talismans is destined to be stronger than others. However, what this old man is going to teach you now is still the most common, or perhaps the most common talisman crafting techniques. You should first practice and focus on comprehending the wonders of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To be specific, use your heart as the brush, use your true qi as the ink, and heaven and earth as the canvas. Thread, paint between heaven and earth. Wang Bianfei's eyes lit up all of a sudden, flashing with a rare fanaticism. He almost couldn't restrain his voice as he said in a low voice, Master, this is precisely this disciple's dream since childhood. Xiaohua said and returned the portrait to Wang Bianfei. He already understood that his talisman crafting techniques and the Tao of formations should be able to be passed on to Wang Bianfei. Senior brother? Wang Bianfei took the portrait and respectfully handed it to Lu Yi, saying, This is the first work of this little brother that contains true qi in this life. I respectfully offer it to senior brother. I hope that senior brother can cherish it. Good. Louis smiled. Although he was somewhat envious in his heart, he was more happy. Taking the portrait with both hands, Louis carefully put it away in his bosom. Louis, how's your cultivation? Xiaohua asked again. This old man brought you out to give you pointers. If this foundation isn't laid properly, it will be difficult in the future. In the past, this old man spent countless thoughts in order to consolidate his Tao foundation. I would rather not step into the second level of qi refinement. And fortunately, Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xinrui weren't here. Otherwise, after hearing Xiaohua's words, they would have immediately fallen from the flying carriage. It wasn't that he didn't want to advance, it was that he couldn't advance no matter what. Yes, this disciple understands. The foundation is more important than anything else. This disciple will definitely follow Master's words. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei respectfully replied. Although Lu Yi had met Xiaohua earlier and also came into contact with qi refinement techniques earlier, he awakened his spirit later than Wang Bianfei. His aptitude was also a bit worse than Wang Bianfei's. Although he had already stepped into the first level of qi refinement, there was still a distance from the so-called peak. After Xiaohua asked, he gave them some pointers and let them comprehend it themselves. Xiaohua's own cultivation was mostly done by himself. Therefore he was also the same when teaching disciples. He only told them the techniques and comprehensions, and later let them figure it out themselves. Perhaps this was the legendary like teacher, like disciple? Xiaohua naturally didn't need to worry about the heavenly horse. It spread its wings and slowly flew in the sky, looking so carefree. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. Seeing nothing strange, he sent his consciousness into the space. The green-robed Xiaohua had already returned from the nascent soul in his lower dantian to the space. He was sitting cross-legged in the sky, facing the shabby immortal execution stage. Strands of lightning fell from the immortal execution stage and entered the green-robed Xiaohua's body. Seeing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. Fellow Taoist, please. Jade Archive Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I don't know what fellow Taoist is doing. Do our techniques have this kind of secret cultivation technique? Fellow Taoist. The green-robed Xiaohua opened his eyes and said in a low voice, All techniques are created by someone. Isn't fellow Taoist foundation establishment technique also created by yourself? Why can't I figure out a cultivation technique by myself? Relying on this lightning to temper the body? It doesn't seem to be a secret technique. Jade Archive Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. Sigh, the green-robed Xiaohua stood up, and the lightning disappeared. He sighed and said, Fellow Taoist doesn't know, I discovered a secret while I was controlling my nascent soul. Chapter 3549. Yes, I know this. It should be the secret of the 5 Qi righteous thunder. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. This secret was also a big question in his heart. Green-robed Xiaohua said again, Yes. Now, my nascent soul can already condense its body and condense its Tao foundation in the 5 Qi righteous thunder. But I have doubts again. Why can the 5 Qi righteous thunder condense the nascent soul's body and let it grow quickly, but why can't the lightning produced by the immortal execution stage in my space? Even the lightning tribulation and so on that fellow Taoist experienced before, also can't? Jade Archive Xiaohua touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, "This heavenly thunder looks the same, but I'm afraid it's divided into many types. I remember before in Star Picking Tower, didn't I also hear about heavenly thunder and earthly thunder? Gung Xian Metal Thunder, Xinyu Metal Thunder, Jiayi Wood Thunder, Bingding Fire Thunder and Wuji Earth Thunder. The 5 Qi Righteous Thunder might be different from the Lightning Tribulation and other heavenly thunder, right?" "Not necessarily." Green-robed Xiaohua stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. A ball of lightning appeared in his palm. The lightning flashed and countless mysteries were annihilated. Even the Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't see through it with a glance. This poor Taoist knows that the birth of lightning and the destruction of lightning is the beginning of life. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is also born along with the lightning strikes. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seems to be dead, or it could be said that it is lifeless. It doesn't have the vitality of heaven and earth like the noble Qi. This is also the difference between my Tao sect's divine ability and Confucian's divine ability. Then why is there life in the righteous Qi? It should be related to the 5 Qi, right? It should also be related to Confucian's 5 Qi unification, right? Yes, Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally understood what green-robed Xiaohua said. He nodded and said, "Although my Tao sect also pays attention to the 5 elements, Tao sect's 5 elements are all over the world. Confucian's 5 elements are in the body. Since it's in the body, it's alive, not dead. Tao sect emphasizes the 5 elements, Confucian cultivators emphasize the 5 Qi. Although they both involve metal, wood, water, fire and earth, there's an essential difference. Perhaps there's no essential difference, but at the peak of cultivation, there's an essential difference." Green-robed Xiaohua continued. "Sometimes, the myriad streams may not return to the origin. We haven't obtained the true 5 Qi's unification yet, so we can't make a generalization." Jade Archive Xiaohua shook her head. "Fellow Taoist, have you ever wondered what the yuan of the 5 Qi's unifications is? Is it the yuan of the vital energy of heaven and earth? The yuan of the spirit-slaying vital light? Yuan is the origin of the heavens, the central meaning. When the 5 Qis gather in the origin, it means that the 5 Qis take the form of auspicious clouds and condense at the top of the head, revealing the supreme divine ability." However, the green-robed Xiaohua shook his head. "I also had the same thought before I took control of my nascent soul and received the baptism of the 5 Qis righteous thunder. However, after witnessing the boundless vitality of a nascent soul under the effects of the 5 elements righteous thunder, I no longer think so." "Fellow Taoist, you mean that this yuan is one?" Xiaohua frowned, and his eyes flashed with a 5-colored brilliance. "That's right." The green-robed Xiaohua nodded. "From the perspective of my Taoism, it is Tao begets one. Yuan was life. Life and death." Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Rumble. The wind and clouds in the entire space began to violently change, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. "Fellow Taoist, what you said earlier about, when the 5 Qis gather in the origin, it means that the 5 Qis take the form of auspicious clouds and condense at the top of the head, revealing the supreme divine ability, was also explained from the perspective of my Taoism's pursuit of divine ability." The green-robed Xiaohua continued, "Fellow Taoist, have you ever thought that all the cultivation paths in this world might not necessarily be the pursuit of divine ability, might not necessarily be the pursuit of power, and might not necessarily be the pursuit of longevity? If all of them were like the Taoism's pursuit of power and bravery, wouldn't this world be simple? Would it not be gorgeous and colorful? Fellow Taoist, think again about that little thunder and the insect eggs under our feet. Why haven't they awakened after the separation of yin and yang? That little thunder also awakened after going out and being bombarded by the 5 Qis righteous thunder, right?" Boom. The entire space seemed to have suddenly turned dark and then suddenly brightened. Xiaohua cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that the path of Confucian cultivation is the path of life? The goal of Confucian cultivation? Then the mystery of the heavenly book is not the divine ability to reach the heavens, but the profound life? Now that Confucian cultivation has given birth to 100 schools of thought, did they all cultivate wrongly? Or were they all misunderstood by others? After they annihilated my Taoism, they envied the power of my Taoism's magic and pursued the effects of magic? If so, then it can explain why the noble spirit has vitality and why Xian can't understand the heavenly book even though he has it. If Confucian cultivation is life, then what about death?" Xiaohua frowned again. "Could it be the Buddhist sect?" The green-robed Xiaohua shrugged and laughed. Although the Buddhist sect can interfere with the 6 paths of reincarnation and emphasize reincarnation cultivation, if you say they cultivate the path of death, I don't think so. Only the inside of the space beneath us has the qualifications to say the word death. Then what is the foundation of the Buddhist sect's cultivation? Xiaohua didn't understand. The green-robed Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have to ask that baldy up there. He recites Buddhist scriptures every day and has already formed a 5th grade golden lotus. I'm afraid he will soon reach the 9th grade. At that time, even if you don't ask him, Mahavairakana will come to find you and tell you the foundation of the Buddhist sect in person, right? Yes. Xiaohua understood. The Buddhist scriptures and Dharma of the exquisite temple were the foundation of the Buddhist sect's cultivation. Moreover, he also knew that the Sarira of the Buddhist sect should be the foundation of the Buddhist sect's cultivation. However, he didn't know what the Sarira was used for. Although the dark clouds are thick and the night is bleak, the sun and light will always appear. Everything will be revealed one day. Xiaohua raised his head slightly and pointed his finger. The clouds in the sky scattered and the sky opened. It was a sunny day. The green-robed Xiaohua took a deep breath and said with a smile, "This space is still the best. I can do whatever I want. Being in that nascent soul's body is really suffocating." Fellow Taoist, don't be lazy. Xiaohua stretched and said, "Although our future is bright, we have also provoked a lot of trouble. Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei, Qin Xiaoyao and the others seem to have a problem with the seal of the spiritual aura sky. We have to hurry up and cultivate." Fine. The green-robed Xiaohua quickly waved his hand. "I was just forced to work by you. I just rested for a moment and you're noisy again. Why don't you find someone else?" "Who else is there?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly, looked at the sky and said, "Fellow Taoist, heavenly law is like a dream, I can't find his trace. Fellow Taoist, karma is like a huge monster, never listening to us. Fellow Taoist, soul cultivator specializes in guarding the mysterious dark clouds. Fellow Taoist, Long Mai controls fate and cultivates different from us. Fellow Taoist, Confucian cultivator is now immersed in the 5 Qis unification and wants to uncover the mystery of Confucian cultivator. Fellow Taoist, Buddhist cultivator. Oh, I'm afraid he can't be called fellow Taoist anymore. He should be bitterly cultivating Buddhist Dharma, wanting to achieve Namo Maitreya Buddha. Fellow Taoist Phoenix body is free, but he cultivates heavenly law embodiment technique and heavenly body empowerment technique, so he can't enter the space. Fellow Taoist, do you think I can order him around? Moreover, he is also tempering his bones and practicing the Big Dipper magical fist. That light escape technique is the foundation of our cultivation. There are 10 of us, can we split it? Alas, fellow Taoist, if you knew this, why didn't you split a few more primordial spirits?" The green-robed Xiaohua sighed. "How would I know that I can't split my primordial spirit after going through the 3 gold lightning tribulation?" Jade Archive Xiaohua shrugged. "I thought that I could split it at will in the future, so I didn't think too much about it. However, now that I think about it, I'm afraid that there will be problems no matter how many primordial spirits there are. Not to mention that the Phoenix Dharma body hasn't returned yet. We recently took in a devil spirit as a little brother. Even that bone-tempering fellow Taoist is somewhat unruly. If we can't get along well in the future, I will be in even greater trouble." Forget it. You can go." The green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand. "I know. That is Shan Jun's cultivation method, Jade Talisman refining technique, and especially the teleportation formation you want. I will work hard on it. I won't delay you. After you take out the gold and wood elemental magnetism, you can set up a large formation there." Fellow Taoist knows I's heart. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. "I will go." "Oh, don't worry. Before you go out, take a look at Little Yellow. This little guy seems to have some problems." The green-robed Xiaohua seemed to say casually, cupped his hands and disappeared. Jade Archive Xiaohua was stunned. He waved his hand and saw Little Yellow appear in front of him. Sure enough, as the green-robed Xiaohua said, Little Yellow was somewhat dispirited. Jade Archive Xiaohua muttered to himself, thinking that when Little Yellow went out, it seemed to be like this. When Jade Archive Xiaohua looked carefully, he didn't see anything wrong with Little Yellow. "Little Yellow?" Jade Archive Xiaohua said. "Mother?" At this time, Little Yellow woke up from its absent-minded state and answered in surprise. However, it didn't jump into Jade Archive Xiaohua's arms as lively as before. Instead, it swayed its tail slightly, looking very calm. "Are you feeling unwell?" Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile. If there's anything, feel free to tell mother. It's nothing. Little Yellow turned its neck in boredom. Boy just feels bored. Bored? What do you mean? Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't understand. Are you feeling uncomfortable at home? Mother, Little Yellow said with some embarrassment. Home is very good, there is nothing uncomfortable, but because it is too comfortable, it is not as exciting as outside. Moreover, Mother is so awe-inspiring outside, able to kill so many bad people, upholding justice, seeing injustice on the road, pulling out a sword to help. Boy can't be like Mother. Ah. Jade Archive Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He looked at Little Yellow in disbelief and asked curiously, where did you know about Mother? Do you know what upholding justice is? Pulling out a sword to help when seeing injustice on the road? Mother. Little Yellow swayed its tail and seemed to be smiling. This is all from Wang Bianfei. What? Wang Bianfei? Jade Archive Xiaohua was even more dumbfounded. When did you see him? Oh, not good. Chapter 3550. Suddenly Jade Archive Xiaohua seemed to understand something. He sent Wang Bianfei into the space and sealed the space around Wang Bianfei, but he didn't forget what kind of person Wang Bianfei was. He was the most dreamer in the world. In this guy's dream, he seemed to be able to see Little Yellow, and Little Yellow's dream? Thinking for a moment, Jade Archive Xiaohua lovingly asked, What do you think? Boy wants to leave home and go out to sea. Little Yellow said without hesitation, as if he had been thinking about it for a long time, and now he finally had a chance to say it. However, looking at Little Yellow's pitiful appearance, his little claws slightly clasped together, as if he was afraid of angering Jade Archive Xiaohua. Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't get angry, he just remained silent for a long time. He didn't regret sending Wang Bianfei to the space, he just felt a bit of pain in his heart. He was reluctant to part with Wang Bianfei. Jade Archive Xiaohua had always treated Wang Bianfei as his own child, a child that would never grow up. Naturally, Wang Bianfei hadn't changed much after so many years. However, he didn't expect that this child would finally grow up, spread his wings and fly high and create his own world. The reluctance in Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart was the kind of joy and reluctance of a parent. Mother, don't be angry. Little Yellow whispered, Boy knows that if Boy isn't here, Mother will definitely miss him. Boy guarantees that Boy is just going out to sea and will be back soon. AI. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed and asked, What about Little Black? What does he think? Little Black, he also wants to go out, but he said he will listen to Mother. Mother doesn't want him to go, so he won't go. Little Yellow honestly replied. He also said that to Boy. Haha. Jade Archive Xiaohua laughed. If Little Yellow was a rebellious child, then Little Black was a good boy, so Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand, and Little Black appeared in the air. Father, you came. Little Black was obviously more lively than Little Yellow, circling around Jade Archive Xiaohua. I heard that you also want to leave home and go out to take a look? Xiaohua extended his hand, and Little Yellow and Little Black both landed in his hand as he lovingly asked. Yes, Goldie said that the outside world is very interesting. The boy really wants to see it. But Boy should listen to Mother. In fact, it's also very good to stay at home. Little Black was rather straightforward and spoke very quickly. The Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, In the past, it was all Father's fault. Because I loved all of you, I didn't want all of you to come out. Even when Father was in danger, I didn't want all of you to take risks. But you're going to grow up eventually, so it's normal for you to go out and take a look. Alright, I'll listen to Daddy. Little Black seemed to be heartless. Goldie was overjoyed and hurriedly cried out, Thank you, Mother, thank you, Mother. Where's Little Silver? Jade Archive Xiaohua seemed to think of something and asked. Little Silver is still young, why would it leave home? Little Yellow immediately acted like an elder as he replied. His tone was similar to what Xiaohua had said to him. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled slightly and waved his hand, and Little Silver also appeared in the air. When Little Silver saw Jade Archive Xiaohua, it immediately stood up in the air and cupped its hands in greeting. It then flew to Little Yellow's side and snuggled up to it. Little Silver. Jade Archive Xiaohua asked, Your mother is going to leave home. Are you going with her? Of course. Little Silver's voice was a little low. What are you going to do? Little Yellow scolded. You stay at home obediently. It won't be too late to go out when you grow up. Boy should listen to Mother. Little Silver was very afraid of Little Yellow. Hee hee. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. 3 rejuvenation pills appeared out of thin air and he said, "The 3 of you take these." "Yes, mother." "Yes, father." The 3 little things opened their mouths and the 3 rejuvenation pills immediately fell into their mouths. Watching the 3 little ones take the rejuvenation pills, Jade Archive Xiaohua pondered for a moment. He indeed had a lot of treasures, but the 3 little ones couldn't use many of them. Or rather, it could be said that he didn't know what to give them. "Take a rest after taking the pills," Jade Archive Xiaohua said. Xiaohua of the Jade Archive said, "After a few days, father will send you out and let you see what's going on outside." "Yes, father." Little Black agreed very obediently, but there was already some reluctance in his voice. Hearing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help feeling a little sad. He looked at Little Yellow again and saw only excitement. It was likely that its heart had already been set on its way. AI. Xiaohua's heart had never ached as much as this time when he came out of the space. Sighing, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and berated, "Wang Bianfei, come here." "Master." Wang Bianfei seemed to have never seen Xiaohua so angry before. His body trembled and he anxiously said, "What's the matter, disciple?" "Disciple is right beside you." "On the way back from home, what kind of dream did you have?" Xiaohua asked somewhat angrily. Wang Bianfei was surprised. He really admired Xiaohua to the point of prostrating himself before him. He actually knew that he had a lot of dreams. "Master." Wang Bianfei didn't dare to hide anything and honestly replied, "Disciple dreamed of a little yellow sable. This little sable could speak human language." He bragged to Disciple, saying that his mother was incomparably powerful and could split heaven and earth. "Master, if this isn't bragging, then what is? Isn't this little sable's mother the old sable?" "How is that possible?" Thus, Disciple told him about Master, saying that Master could kill a demonic dragon and could kill people from 1,000 miles away. Disciple also said many stories that Disciple heard from Mother. That little sable was a trash that hadn't seen the world, so Disciple said that he had nothing to say. He also said that his mother was very strict with him and wouldn't let him leave home. Disciple said that you wouldn't sneak away. "It's really boring at home, outside is more fun." "Shut up." Xiaohua said angrily, "This old man is the mother that little sable spoke of." "How is that possible?" Wang Bianfei was dumbfounded. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, "Master, please forgive me, Master." Disciple didn't know, Disciple didn't know. Humph. Xiaohua was both angry and amused. He didn't know how to reprimand Wang Bianfei. Presumably, Wang Bianfei had put all those stories that his mother told him on his head. Little Huang was originally the trash that Wang Bianfei said had never seen the world. Now that he was here, he even called Xiaohua mother. How could little Huang win against him? However, looking at Wang Bianfei, Xiaohua thought about Little Yellow. He said that Wang Bianfei's mother spoiled Wang Bianfei too much, but didn't he also spoil Little Yellow and Little Black? The two were obviously extremely powerful demonic beasts, yet he was never willing to let them out. It was also his spoiling that caused the two to have shallow knowledge. Thinking about it this way, Wang Bianfei didn't do anything wrong. If it wasn't for Wang Bianfei's dream, if it wasn't for him drawing a gorgeous world for Little Yellow, how could Little Yellow have the heart to run away from home? Wouldn't he be delaying the two little things? "Get up." Xiaohua waved his hand. "This can't be blamed on you. This old man put you into the Qingquan bag. This old man still has two little things inside. It's fine if you don't know. But in the future, don't say too many impetuous and unrealistic words." "Yes, Disciple understands." Wang Bianfei lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. "Alas, I'm afraid these exaggerated words were taught by that little monk Gunyan." Xiaohua sighed. After a long while, seeing that Xiaohua's face had calmed down, Wang Bianfei whispered, "Master, Disciple also saw a little monk in his dream." "Which little monk? Gunyan?" Xiaohua didn't care and just answered casually. But just as he said that, his face was startled and he hurriedly said, You're not talking about Gunyan? Is it really a little monk?" Of course, there was a little monk in the space and that was Jianghu. However, what puzzled Xiaohua was that Jianghu didn't look like a monk. How come he became a little monk in Wang Bianfei's dream? At this point, Wang Bianfei's face also showed a puzzled expression and he replied, "Master, that little monk was said to be a little monk, but there was a very big virtual image. I'm afraid it was more than 100 feet in size. Moreover, the little monk was trekking with difficulty and didn't pay attention to Disciple. No matter what Disciple said to him, he would only recite Buddhist scriptures. Once the Buddhist scriptures were recited, the Buddha's virtual image would shine with Buddhist light. Countless dragons and women, as well as extremely beautiful words, looked very arrogant. Disciples simply couldn't get close. Oh right, there were many Buddha statues and people in that Buddhist light. What was this monk reciting? Hearing the golden body that was more than 100 feet in size, Xiaohua's face lit up with joy and he asked again. This, how would disciple remember? Wang Bianfei smiled bitterly. Is it? Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when walking the deep Prajna Paramitha, saw that the 5 skandhas were all emptiness, passing through all suffering? Sarira, form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Xiaohua almost couldn't wait and in one breath, he recited the Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra. Wang Bianfei was dumbfounded. How could he understand Buddhist scriptures? At first he was simply confused, but when he heard, form is emptiness, emptiness is form, his face lit up with joy. However, he didn't dare to say anything, fearing that Xiaohua would be angry. He only waited for Xiaohua to finish speaking, then he opened his mouth and said, Master, it is precisely this. And? Xiaohua let out a long sigh, the anger in his heart seemed to lessen. After a while, Xiaohua somewhat strangely asked, This monk has been walking all this time? Yes, master, he has been walking all this time without stopping. Wang Bianfei said with a smile. Disciple asked him how long he had been walking and where he wanted to go, but he didn't answer at all, his eyes were looking straight ahead. Ai, this child, Xiaohua sighed. Yes, as Wang Bianfei said, Jianghu has already been dead for more than 100 years, and he has been walking all this time, but he has been walking for more than 100 years. His heart is very tired. Master. Wang Bianfei seemed to want to ask something, but he didn't dare to, looking somewhat pitiful. Chapter 35-51. However, at this time Lu Yi at the side opened his mouth. Master, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, when walking the deep Prajna Paramitha, saw that the 5 skandhas were all emptiness, passing through all suffering. Sarira, form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form is emptiness, emptiness is form, the same goes for feelings, thoughts, actions and consciousness. Sarira is the emptiness of all dharmas, neither created nor destroyed, neither impure nor clean, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore there is no form in the air, no feelings, thoughts, actions and consciousness, no eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no body, no color, no sound, no smell, no touch, no vision, no realm of consciousness, no ignorance, no end of ignorance, no age, no death. No suffering, no path, no wisdom, no attainment. Because there is no attainment. Bodhisattva, according to Prajna Paramitha, there is no worry in the heart. Am I right? Yes, not bad. Xiaohua was somewhat absent-minded and answered casually, but when he finished he was dumbfounded again and hurriedly said, Lu, you remember it clearly? Yes, master, I remember it clearly. Lu Yi answered in a low voice, very carefully, as if he was afraid of Xiaohua's anger. Wang Bianfei, what about you? Xiaohua turned his head and asked. Wang Bianfei shook his little head like a rattle drum. My head hurts when I hear this, I can't remember it at all. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed, looking at Lu Yi's careful fear, he waved his hand and said, Lu Yi, no need to be afraid, in my eyes there is no distinction between Taoism and Buddhism. This Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra has already been cultivated by others. You don't have to follow in their footsteps. This old man has some heart sutras left behind by Buddhism. Take a look and see which one suits you. This old man will guide your Buddhism cultivation. Thank you, master. The fear on Lu Yi's face disappeared, and confidence appeared in his eyes again. Master. Wang Bianfei at the side said in surprise, you also know how to chant sutras? Disciple really admires you. I want to uphold justice, I want to help when I see injustice on the road, I want to kill people from 1,000 miles away, how can I not know some Buddhism? Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Wang Bianfei and said in a bad mood. Wang Bianfei stuck out his tongue and hurriedly said with a smile, yes, master is right. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua took out a booklet and handed it to Lu Yi. This is the text used to record the Buddhist scriptures. Take a look. Although there are some Buddhist scriptures written in the language you understand in the hidden immortal continent, they have lost their original meaning. When you understand these words, this old man will show you the Buddhist scriptures. Yes, master. Lu Yi took it carefully. Xiaohua looked at Wang Bianfei and said, if your senior martial brother doesn't understand, you can give him pointers with all your heart, just like what he taught you that day. Me. Wang Bianfei was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. However, when he received the scroll, he immediately smiled and said, "Senior brother, don't worry. I understand all of this. I can teach it to you right now." "Thank you, junior martial brother." Lu Yi was overjoyed. Looking at Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei supporting each other, Xiaohua smiled. In fact, the Buddhist sect's sutras emphasized nothing. What they pursued was to smile while picking up flowers. Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira could also do this. However, Xiaohua felt that letting Lu Yi slowly comprehend the sutras by himself and let the two brothers deepen their relationship would be better than just using his finger. As the saying goes, teaching is easy but cultivating is difficult. Isn't it exactly like this? Although Qianyu Mountain's name has the word, yu, in fact it has nothing to do with jade. Even the pitch-black stone wall flickering with a faint phosphorescent light and black gas, even in the daytime, it gave birth to a kind of cold and eerie feeling. Not to mention that it was already night. Although there was a crescent moon in the sky, the moonlight couldn't make Qianyu Mountain give birth to the color of jade no matter what. Qianyu Mountain was also not an ordinary mountain peak, it was only a special place in a mountain range. This mountain range was normal, there were trees and water. However, at Qianyu Mountain, pitch-black poisonous water seeped out from the mountain rocks. This black water was incomparably stinky and corrosive. Not to mention bones, even ordinary stones would be turned into nothingness if thrown in. This black water that seeped out condensed into a pool at the bottom of the mountain. It was about several mu in size. Qianyu Mountain soared into the sky from this pool, separated from the mountain range by this indescribable black water. Qianyu Mountain was not only pitch black on the surface, but the mountain was even more precipitous. From the bottom of the mountain to the top, there was no mountain path at all, it was like the whole mountain was made of iron and stone. In the entire mountain, there was only a cave at the waist of the mountain that led to the outside. In front of that cave there was a long chain bridge. Only when this several zhang long chain bridge stretched out, could one walk from the chain bridge to the stone cliff opposite Qianyu Mountain. Below the chain bridge was naturally the indescribable black water. In fact, not to mention the fact that Qianyu Mountain had no mountain path, even if there was one, no one would be able to walk from the bottom of the mountain to the top through the stinky black water. This dangerous Qianyu Mountain was the best place to imprison criminals. All of the heinous criminals in Copper Pillar Country were imprisoned in Qianyu Mountain. Because of this, Qianyu Mountain's reputation spread far and wide. Outsiders only remembered Qianyu Mountain and ignored the name of the entire mountain range. At this moment, the night was quiet. This was the case in Copper Pillar Country and even more so in the surrounding mountains. The infamous Front Jade Mountain also became more and more desolate. From time to time, the howls of evil beasts could be heard. Occasionally, there would be screams coming from within the Front Jade Mountain. Other than these sounds, there were also some strange noises. People couldn't help but think of the souls of the dead who died here. They couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Who would come here at night? However, just a few li away from Qianyu Mountain was a mountain forest that wasn't very tall. At this moment, the forest was very quiet. When the mountain wind blew, there were actually many black shadows crawling between the rocks. These black shadows couldn't be seen from a distance and could only be faintly seen when the faint starlight fell from the sky. Roughly counting these black shadows, there were at least a few hundred people. At the edge of the mountain forest, there was a protruding mountain rock. Behind the mountain rock there were several people. These people's eyes were bright as they looked in this direction. Although no one said anything, the slight uneasiness in their eyes revealed the anxiety in their hearts. The wind blew gently, lifting everyone's clothes. A slightly old voice sounded, "Young Master Zhu today is a little strange. It seems a little different from what young master said." The voice came from a white-haired old man at the front. "Ah, Senior Dao Hong, is there something different here?" A voice sounded. This voice came from a young master beside the old man. Although it was night time, he was still wearing a brocade robe. He was the undecided scholar that Xiaohua met at the city gate of the Bronze Pillar Country. This young Master Zhu paused for a moment and explained as if he was reading a book. Qianyu Mountain is guarded by General Mo of the Bronze Pillar Country. General Mo's strength is at the 3rd grade of elemental energy. Among the generals of the Bronze Pillar Country, he is considered to be above average. Accompanying General Mo to guard Qianyu Mountain is the Mo army under his command. There are about 6,000 people and they are all outstanding soldiers of the Bronze Pillar Country. General Mo has 6 deputy generals. Of these 6 deputy generals, 4 of them are guarding the surroundings of Qianyu Mountain. The other 2 are leading 2,000 soldiers to guard the mountain range in front of Jianghu Mountain. This is the army camp that we saw in front of us. According to the information I received, there are 4,000 soldiers guarding Jianghu Mountain. They are divided into 3 groups. Young Master Zhu still wanted to say more. The old man waved his hand and said, "Young Master Zhu, there is no need to say more. This old man already knows all of this. The information that you said is the usual arrangement. Didn't you see it? Right now there are so many tents in the army camp. How is it the scale of 2,000 people? If it is 4,000 people, it would be more than that." Young Master Zhu was a little hesitant. He looked into the distance and said honestly, "Senior, this junior can't see it. And it's fine if you can't see it." The old man named Dao Hong nodded. "Tonight is a little inappropriate. In this old man's opinion, why don't we turn back tonight? We can talk about it when we have the chance in the future." And Senior is right. The Bronze Pillar country's capital has suddenly increased its security. This really caught this junior off guard and I almost couldn't enter the city to pay my respects to Senior. Young Master Zhu was always someone who didn't have his own opinions. Once he heard the old man's words, he immediately agreed. But before young Master Zhu's words landed, an old man beside him said unhappily, "Young Master, old Master has been captured by the King of Bronze Pillar country for more than a year. Right now we don't know if he is alive or dead. Our spies in Jianghu Mountain can't even see old Master. If we wait any longer, I fear, it will be disadvantageous to old Master." Ouch. Right at this moment, a faint scream came from several kilometers away. Young Master Zhu's body trembled and he echoed, "That's right, Senior Dao Hong. We don't have many chances. The longer we delay, the more difficult it is to guarantee my father's safety. Why don't we barge in tonight? That Minimo General is only at the first tier of the 3rd grade of elemental energy, 1 grade lower than you." Dao Hong sighed and said with a grimace, "This old man only coveted young Master's golden core method. Today I fear that I will really lose my life here. Didn't young Master say earlier? News of Bronze Pillar country has spread like wildfire recently. Imperial Preceptor Lung Chinga died in Black Cloud Ridge. Jiang country's Chongling princess raised her flag next to Bronze Pillar country. How can Bronze Pillar country not increase their security at Jianghu Mountain? It does not matter if this old man dies here, but young Master Zhu does not value your own life?" This senior's words are reasonable. Young Master Zhu was out of ideas again. He said with a frown, "This is the most sensitive time for Bronze Pillar country. If we rashly, young Master, you are so smart all your life but stupid this time." The old man beside him almost jumped up. He looked like he expected better from young Master Zhu. He suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "It is because Bronze Pillar country is at its most critical time that their attention will be on Black Cloud Ridge, the capital, and Jiang country. They will not pay attention to Jianghu Mountain. Only now is the best time for us to enter Jianghu Mountain and rescue old Master." Chapter 3552. That's right, Senior Xian is right. Young Master Zhu immediately changed his mind. Now that the Bronze Pillar Nation isn't paying attention to the Jianghu Mountain, it's the most advantageous place for us. Senior Dao Hong, I felt that the increase in soldiers you mentioned was a bit strange, but now that I think about it, I'm afraid they sent more soldiers to guard the mountain because General Mo returned to the Bronze Pillar Nation, right? It should be a trick to deceive everyone. Moreover, these soldiers are no more than ants in your eyes, why do you care? Fellow immortal Dao Hong. That Senior Xian couldn't help but say, "We'll attract the attention of the Bronze Pillar Nation's soldiers." Fellow immortal, you can use your divine ability to enter the Jianghu Mountain. Fellow immortal, don't worry, the map drawn by the soldiers we bribed at the Jianghu Mountain is definitely correct. As long as you save my master, not only will we immediately give you the primeval stones you promised, we'll also give you the half of the golden core cultivation method. All right. Dao Hong thought for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, "I'll do it now." However, what we discussed before was the arrangement of General Mo at the Jianghu Mountain. I'm afraid he's not here now. There's no need for you to attract the attention of the soldiers around the Jianghu Mountain, because this will only make them more vigilant. Why don't you all follow me into the Jianghu Mountain and see who can find Master Zhu first? Although your Zhu clan has declined, you still have the foundation of an aristocratic family. I don't think you'll care about these soldiers, right? This. Young Master Zhu bit his lip, not knowing how to answer. He looked at Senior Xian for help. Senior Xian glanced at Dao Hong, then at the dozens of men surrounding him, and even the hundreds of people in the distance who couldn't be seen clearly. He nodded and said, "All right, in fact, if it wasn't for the fact that General Mo might discover our whereabouts before we enter the Qinyu Mountain, we would have attacked long ago. Now that General Mo might not be at the Qinyu Mountain, we naturally have nothing to fear. All right, we'll do as fellow immortal says. We'll do it now," Dao Hong said as he took out a yellow talisman from his small Chenkuan pouch. Young Master Zhu nodded and said, "Yes, Senior, please use your divine ability. We'll be there soon." Young Master Zhu said. Dao Hong channeled his mana and a faint light flashed. Dao Hong placed the yellow talisman on his body. As the light flashed, Dao Hong's figure gradually disappeared. After a moment, Dao Hong's voice came from a few feet away, "I'll be leaving first. You can come over as well." Elder Xian. Young Master Zhu bit his lip. The paleness of his face could be seen clearly in the night. He looked at the elder and said, "Since we have already made an agreement with Senior Dao Hong, then we must keep our promise. Elder, please arrange for people to follow the third method we discussed earlier." Young Master. Elder Xian revealed a benevolent smile and patted Young Master Zhu's shoulder. He said meaningfully, "Young Master took the risk to go to Bronze Pillar Country and met with fellow immortal Dao Hong at Star Picking Tower's auction. After that, Young Master took the risk to enter the capital of Bronze Pillar Country and asked fellow immortal Dao Hong to come out and help. These two great achievements were not something that could be accomplished by others. Now that we have to go deep into the Qinyu Mountain to rescue Old Master, as the one who planned this, there's no need for Young Master to personally attend to everything. You can stay here to support us and at the same time provide support. If there are any abnormalities, Young Master can inform us in time." Elder Xian. Young Master Zhu frowned. "Our agreement with Senior Dao Hong was..." Young Master, we do have an agreement with fellow Daoist Hong, but who do you think you are? Our Zhu clan's bloodline is thin to begin with. Young Master is the direct descendant of the Old Master. How can he take risks so easily? In particular, this formation requires a person with keen vision. Even though my Zhu clan has over 600 elites, how could they compare to Young Master's vision?" Old Xian continued to smile and calmly said, "If Young Master wasn't here, let alone this old servant, even fellow Dao Hong wouldn't feel at ease, right?" This. Young Master Zhu felt that Old Master Xian's words made sense and fell silent. In addition, didn't Young Master promise to grant fellow Daoist Hong the Golden Core cultivation method? If Young Master also went to the Jade Mountain and fellow Daoist Hong rescued the Old Master, who would he ask for the cultivation method? Old Xian struck while the iron was hot and advised, "Therefore for Young Master's promise, Young Master can't go personally." "Oh, Elder Xian is right." Young Master Zhu nodded. "Then I'll stay here and watch over Elder Xian. If I discover anything unusual, I'll immediately inform Elder Xian." "Good. The safety of this old servant and the others will all depend on Young Master." How could Elder Xian not know that this departure could very well mean that they would be separated by life and death? He looked deeply at Young Master Zhu, then turned his head and said, "Zhu Jiyun, take 2 family guards and help Young Master guard the rear." Elder Xian. The family guard called Zhu Jiyun said anxiously, "I want. What you want is not important. Our rear is the most important. You must help Young Master and let this old man have no worries." Elder Xian shouted angrily. Zhu Jiyun clenched his teeth and nodded. "Yes, I understand. Let's go." Elder Xian growled and activated his true qi. Faint clouds appeared beneath his feet and carried Elder Xian's somewhat stooped figure as he slowly flew into the distant night. When Elder Xian moved, the family guards around him moved as well. The guards waved their hands and passed down the order. In a short while, hundreds of people flew into the air. Some of them even used lightness techniques and pounced toward the black monster-like Qinyu Mountain in the distance. "Jian, do you think Elder Xian and the others will be fine?" Young Master Zhu was clearly worried. Seeing that the distance had already returned to peace, with only the night, the wind, and the occasional beast roar, he was truly absent-minded as he asked in a low voice, "Don't worry, Young Master." Zhu Jiyun was indeed somewhat unwilling, but he suppressed the hot blood in his heart and said in a low voice, "Elder Xian and Young Master have thoroughly studied Qinyu Mountain. Everyone has also discussed this large-scale invasion many times. There definitely won't be any mistakes. Moreover, Young Master has even invited a Daoist expert. Old Master will definitely be rescued. But I still feel uneasy." Young Master Zhu was on the verge of tears. There are suddenly so many tents in Qinyu Mountain. Why did they strengthen the defense? Then, that damn Taoist cultivator from Black Cloud Ridge, why didn't they wait a few more days to kill the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar State? When Elder Xian rescues father, he can do whatever he wants. He won't block our way like this. What could Zhu Jian say? He smiled apologetically. I heard from Qingyu that young master met a Taoist expert outside the Bronze Pillar State. It would be great if young master could chat with him more. Sigh. Young Master Zhu sighed. His eyes were somewhat lost. That person is like a dragon or phoenix among men. When he looks around, it seems like the entire world is in his control. How could I possibly be acquainted with him? Now that I think about it. Just as young Master Zhu was reminiscing, a blood-curdling scream suddenly sounded from afar. Although it was several miles away, it traveled extremely far in this cold and silent night. Young Master Zhu didn't care at first. After all, Qinyu Mountain wouldn't be called Qinyu Mountain if it didn't hear screams. However, when he saw thousands of torches light up within several miles, and hundreds of flickering lanterns floating in the air, how could he not know that something had gone wrong? His body couldn't help but tremble. Unfortunately, before he could use the eye-clearing technique to look into the distance, the sound of immortals slaying crossbows and god-slaying bows piercing through the air could be heard. One after another, blood-curdling screams could be heard as the torches flashed. Oh no! Young Master Zhu turned pale with fright. A faint light flashed in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Senior Xian's shock was even greater than young Master Zhu's. He floated in front of the crowd and saw that there were twice as many tents as he had imagined. One after another, they blocked the path to the front of the Jade Mountain. However, at this point, where was there any way out? He could only hold his breath and concentrate on minimizing the commotion. He also believed that the Zhu family elites he brought with him were definitely stronger than the ordinary soldiers of the Copper Pillar State. They would definitely be able to reach the front of Qianyushan without making a sound. Of course, he didn't have much confidence in dealing with the Nightmare Mo army that was defending Qinyu Mountain. Moreover, he didn't plan to have much confidence. His people were originally Dao Hong's cover. As long as they could attract the attention of the Nightmare Mo army and allow Dao Hong to rescue his master, the death of several hundred people was nothing. Unfortunately, Elder Xian was still too optimistic. He had just carefully passed through a few alliances when there was a commotion behind him. Enemy attack, enemy attack. A loud bugle horn sounded from the left. Then, the lit bonfires appeared one after another. From the tents, groups of soldiers wearing black armor rushed out with weapons in their hands. In just a moment, the entire camp was filled with soldiers in formation. Elder Xian almost rubbed his eyes. These soldiers seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, these soldiers' armor was pitch black and carried a thick blood shadow. An indescribable murderous aura was emitted from the formation. Heavens! Elder Xian almost groaned. Isn't this the black armored army? How did they move from the front lines to Qinyu Mountain? Could it be Qinyu Mountain? Suddenly, Elder Xian had an ominous feeling. It was as if today was definitely not the best day to rescue his master. Elder Xian's ominous feeling was still too optimistic. After the Black Armor army formed a formation, they didn't wave their weapons to block their path and fight with them as old Xian had expected. Instead, they threw the spears in their hands and formed groups of several people. The person in the middle raised his hand and flashed with a faint clear light. Similarly, an immortal extermination crossbow appeared above their heads. Without waiting for old Xian and the others to react, arrows carrying a dense immortal extermination aura whistled through the air and flew toward them. Chapter 3553. The immortal slaying crossbow used by the soldiers of the Bronze Pillar State was a sharp weapon used by Confucian cultivators against the Taoist sect. Even the well-trained Taoist soldiers of the Taoist sect would not be able to withstand it, let alone the family generals of the Confucian aristocratic families. Once they came into contact with the crossbow, from the initial scream, the heart-wrenching howls could be heard incessantly. The family generals of the Zhu family really did not want to scream, but the immortal slaying crossbow was too overbearing. When the arrow flew past, it definitely pierced through their bodies and came out of their backs with flesh and blood. The absolute pain was truly heart-wrenching. They had no choice but to open their mouths. Boom! Elder Xian was stunned, but he felt a gust of wind roaring in front of him. He hurriedly looked up and saw a black shadow with hundreds of inscriptions in it. They seemed to be chasing after his life. As it roared, it had already rushed in front of his face. Elder Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of genuine qi. Several streams of noble qi blasted down at the same time. It was like a giant hand blocking in front of him, barely pulling the arrow away. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the immortal slaying crossbow flew past Elder Xian's ear, and a few strands of his white hair fell to the ground. How can they rush into the Jade Mountain? Elder Xian had already weighed the pros and cons in a moment. He knew that it was impossible to rush through the alliance in this situation, so he hurriedly ordered a retreat. However, the urgency of the situation was far beyond his imagination. Clang! A golden sound came from about 100 feet below him. The sound was so resounding and so frightening. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. Elder Xian's noble qi was instantly sucked out of his body. A kind of coldness and an ice demon pounced from under his feet like a ferocious beast. God-slaying bow. Elder Xian's heart immediately turned cold. He had long heard of the weapon used by the Bronze Pillar State to deal with the Taoist generals of the Taoist sect, but he had never thought that one day he would face it alone. Elder Xian's genuine qi was forced to solidify by the God-slaying bow's ferociousness. He felt his bones and tendons go numb, and an irresistible fear rose in his heart. Before he could wave his weapon or take out his scroll and other things, a cold light flashed in the night sky. A 3-meter-long arrow pierced Elder Xian's heart with lightning speed. Elder Xian's body was like a doll. He was sent flying dozens of feet before he landed in an arc in the distance. Boom! The sound came from being nailed to an ancient tree. The ancient tree trembled and many leaves fell. The old and hunched figure curled up into a ball, and blood flowed out of his mouth like a fountain. He lifted his grayish-white eyes with great difficulty to look in young Master Zhu's direction. Then he immediately closed his eyes, and his entire body was nailed to the ancient tree. Roar! Roar! In the distance, Elder Xian faced dozens of black armor soldiers who were shouting slogans. Their genuine qi was activated as they worked together to control a crossbow that was dozens of feet long. The crossbow was pitch black, and the thousands of inscriptions on it flashed blood red. It flowed even more violently than the blood on Elder Xian's chest. Boom! Oh, boom! A total of 3 similar god-slaying bows roared from the rocks near Jianghu Mountain. 3 arrows as thick as a child's arm shot into the air. A faint light flashed and strings of blood splattered. Dao Hong covered his left shoulder and revealed himself in the air. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. He could not believe that his invisibility talisman had been seen through by the Confucian cultivator. Taoist remnant. Behind him, at the edge of the camp, a burly general dressed in battle armor and riding a pitch-black steed appeared. The general roared, "I've been waiting for you here for a long time. My sons." Go. General? General Hao Hu? How is this possible? Dao Hong seemed to be very familiar with the generals of the Bronze Pillar country. He almost blurted it out. He really did not expect that General Hao Hu, one of the 3 great generals of the Bronze Pillar country, would personally come to Jianghu Mountain to guard it. A sense of dizziness, as if he had fallen into an abyss, instantly arose from the bottom of Dao Hong's heart. However, the difficulty of the situation was beyond Dao Hong's expectations. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, the sound of the god-slaying bows rang out behind him, where Jianghu Mountain was surrounded by black water. In an instant, goosebumps appeared all over Dao Hong's body. Almost without hesitation, he slapped his hand on the top of his head and a bronze ring flew out. The ring buzzed as it flew out. Rays of bronze luster appeared from the ring and covered Dao Hong's body in the air. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the luster fell, 3 arrows rushed to Dao Hong's side. In the loud roar, thousands of inscriptions appeared between the arrows and the ring. The bronze luster turned into fist-sized bubbles, which then burst like ants. Wisps of noble spirit, sharper than knives, pierced into the luster and tore it into pieces. Then the 3 flying arrows rushed into the ring. Fortunately, after being blocked by Dao Hong's magical weapon, the 3 flying arrows had lost a lot of their strength. Dao Hong was still agile and managed to dodge the god-slaying bows in a flash. Having narrowly escaped death, Dao Hong no longer dared to fly in the air. His body descended rapidly like a falling meteor. Before his body could land on the ground, boom, boom. Several beams of light shot out from the halo and struck 4 to 5 soldiers who were activating the immortal extermination crossbows. How could these soldiers be a match for Dao Hong? In an instant, they were turned into minced meat and scattered all over the ground. Damn it. Seeing that Dao Hong had killed several black-armored soldiers and was about to enter the camp, General Hao Hu was enraged. With a furious roar, he leapt up from his black horse. Stepping on a cloud, he charged towards Dao Hong like a ferocious tiger. While General Hao Hu was still in the air, his fists and legs were already dancing. Wisps of noble spirit fell and the wind from his fists whistled. The soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were blown into the air. The tents beside the soldiers were instantly torn into pieces. Before Dao Hong could hide into the crowd, he hastily formed an incantation gesture. Amidst the vibrating sound of the bronze brilliance, a huge shadow flew out and charged towards General Hao Hu. It collided with the wind generated by General Hao Hu's fist. Boom! A powerful force spread in all directions. The soldiers several dozen feet to the left were sent flying. The immortal execution crossbows that had just been set up were also scattered by the impact. Woo woo! While Dao Hong was still rolling in the air, 2 more god-slaying bows came at him. Dao Hong knew that his protective golden light couldn't block the god-slaying bows. As he lost his balance, he immediately broke the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the bronze bracelet. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The bronze bracelet's luster soared into the sky like a waterfall. While protecting Dao Hong, it blocked the 2 flying arrows. General Hao Hu, who was in the air, let out a cold snort. His feet swept across the air. His palms shook slightly as though he was drawing an inscription in front of his chest. A gust of noble spirit wind rose again. A tiger-shaped shadow actually rushed out from the gust of wind and rushed toward Dao Hong with a roar. Condensed chi into form? Looking at this tiger-shaped shadow, Dao Hong's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that General Hao Hu had probably reached the pinnacle of the 3rd grade of Essence Force or even the 4th grade. He wasn't someone that he could withstand. Woo 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 woo. Just as Dao Hong's heart was trembling, 8 god-slaying bows sounded at the same time. The black-armored army had unknowingly formed a formation around Dao Hong. The murderous flying arrows flickered with a chilling light that was darker than the dark night. They flew toward Dao Hong from all directions. Seeing this, Dao Hong's expression changed greatly. He suddenly soared into the sky. However, the god-slaying bows were too fast. He had only moved a few feet when the flying arrows had already reached him. Explode! Dao Hong clenched his teeth and suddenly formed a seal. The bronze bracelet's luster was abnormally bright. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Air currents gushed out like a fountain in all directions. The 8 god-slaying bows were actually blocked by Dao Hong. Unfortunately, just as Dao Hong was about to explode his treasures, General Hao Hu's tiger-shaped flying shadow had already arrived above his head. Although there was no stench coming from the mouth of the tiger, there was an aura of extermination. Dao Hong could no longer dodge. Puff! Dao Hong's face turned ferocious. He opened his mouth and a golden core that was smaller than a thumb rushed out. Whoa! A violent wind blew and the golden core suddenly expanded. Dao Hong actually wanted to explode his golden core and perish together with General Hao Hu. Boring. General Hao Hu sneered. The tiger-shaped flying shadow opened its mouth and swallowed the golden core. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The golden core exploded and the tiger-shaped flying shadow exploded into pieces. Even General Hao Hu's body was thrown back half a foot, not to mention the deep pit that was several feet in size on the ground below him. Ah! After the rumbling, a blood-curdling scream was heard. 2 god-slaying bows shot out from the darkness like sickles. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but one of the bows pierced into Dao Hong's left cheek and the other into his heart. Dao Hong, who had already used up all of his tricks, was killed by the black-armored army before he could put up any resistance. Dao Hong was already a cultivator in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. He could be considered a Taoist expert. If he were to fight General Hao Hu alone, he would have no chance of winning. However, it was not impossible for him to escape. However, after he was injured by the god-slaying bows, he lost all his courage. He did not dare to challenge General Hao Hu and could only escape. Unfortunately, the god-slaying bows and the immortal-slaying crossbows were targeted at Taoist disciples. Regardless of speed or force, they could break through Taoist spells. Under such circumstances, how could Dao Hong possibly escape? Senior Xian. In the distant night, young Master Zhu heard the continuous screams. Although he could not see much with the art of clear eyes, how could he not know the miserable situation of the others when he heard the sounds of the immortal-slaying crossbows and the god-slaying bows? He groaned and tears fell from his eyes. He knew more clearly than ever that Senior Xian's painstaking efforts were as heavy as a mountain. If it was not for Senior Xian's obstruction, he would have been killed by the bows and arrows. Chapter 3554. Nianyun, quick, issue the order to retreat. Young Master Zhu cried out without hesitation as tears rolled down his cheeks. Young Master, leave quickly. Zhu Nianyun was even more decisive. She pulled young Master Zhu's arm and lifted him up, preparing to escape. No. Young Master Zhu roared and struggled. Issue the order quickly. They are the last elites of my Zhu clan. Where's the order to retreat? Zhu Nianyun roared even louder and told the truth. Young Master, we can only advance tonight. There is no retreat. This. Young Master Zhu was in a daze. After a moment, realization dawned in his eyes. What Senior Xian told him was something that was covered up. At this moment, a wave of spiritual force swept over. Then a faint voice rang in the ears of Zhu Nianyun and the others. Oh? I was wondering who it was. So it's young Master Zhu Xiang from the Zhu clan. You guys really don't give up. Since you're here, you've saved me the trouble of... Unfortunately, before General Hao Hu could finish his words, an even more powerful spiritual force rushed over, shattering the wave of spiritual force into pieces. An ethereal voice rang throughout the mountain range. Why is the Jade Mountain so lively? Is it welcoming me? In the distant horizon, a ball of light that was brighter than the crescent moon flew over like a meteor. A Pegasus that looked incomparably holy flashed its wings of light and pulled a flying chariot into everyone's field of vision. In the light, a tall and thin cultivator in a Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. His hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a flying immortal. Generals, listen up. General Hao Hu saw this and knew that Xiaohua had come. He didn't care about the Zhu clan's generals who had been killed by the Black Armor army. He waved his hand and activated his true energy. His voice shook the surroundings. Yes. Thousands of Black Armor soldiers responded in unison. They abandoned the Zhu family's generals, reorganized their formation, and activated their genuine qi. Regardless of whether it was the immortal slaying crossbows or the god-slaying bows, all of them flashed with clear light. Countless noble qi fell with a loud bang, and billions of inscriptions flowed in the noble qi. Senior, leave quickly. Zhu Xiang shouted without hesitation. This is the God-Slayer bow specially made by the militarists of the Bronze Pillar Nation to counter Taoist spells. As far as Zhu Xiang could remember, there was no Taoist cultivator who could escape from the God-slaying bow. It's just a small trick. Xiaohua raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter caused the broken leaves in the forest to fly up. Amidst his laughter, Xiaohua landed on the flying car. Then he heard the rumbling sound of rolling thunder. Under Zhu Xiang's dumbstruck gaze, this otherworldly flying immortal stepped on heavenly thunder and arrived. Fire. As expected, General Hao Hu was a veteran of the battlefield. His face was as calm as a mountain rock. Seeing Xiaohua land in midair, he waved his hand and gave the order. Whoosh whoosh, clang clang, woo woo, the sounds of bows and arrows rang out incessantly. Not a single murderous movement resounded in the pitch-black night. Rumble. The lone Taoist Xiao waved his hand. Thousands of heavenly thunders were born from the void. Each of them was more violent than a horned dragon as they charged towards the god-slaying bow and immortal-slaying crossbow. Bang bang bang. Even more intense explosions soared into the sky from the heavenly thunders. Even if it was the immortal-slaying crossbow, the god-slaying bow, and the thousands of black-armored army, in front of Xiaohua, who was at the 5th stage of origin energy, it was truly child's play. Killing people was even more so in the blink of an eye. Not a single arrow could break through the net of thunder. Not a single trace of killing intent could escape from the lightning. All of you moved to the side. Xiaohua smiled coldly. He slapped his hand on the top of his head. Boom. Under the moonlight, golden light flashed. A nascent soul hand of several acres in size appeared out of thin air, grabbing towards the army camp below. General Hao Hu's face was ashen. He had already heard Northern Gua Institute chief's description. He had already thought that Xiaohua's strength was extraordinary. However, he still didn't truly estimate Xiaohua's strength. He still threw Northern Gua Institute chief's warning aside. He really didn't have the strength to stop Xiaohua. However, since it had already come to this, there was no reason to retreat. General Hao Hu roared, "Kill!" The wind from the fist moved again. A tiger-shaped pillar of vast chi once again charged towards the gigantic palm that was descending from the sky. Boom! The pillar of vast chi rumbled and blasted a hole in the giant palm. The tiger-shaped flying shadow also disappeared, but the hand of the nascent soul was not stopped. In the barracks where thousands of black-armored soldiers were resting, hundreds of immortal execution crossbows and god-slaying bows were destroyed by Xiaohua as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. When the giant hand grabbed the entire barracks disappeared, as if the black-armored soldiers were stripped naked of their armor. Seeing the gigantic golden hand turn in midair, the golden light disappeared. The entire army camp's military supplies also disappeared. General Haohu roared loudly. His body expanded by 2 zhang. The long spear in his hand whistled as it pounced towards Xiaohua, who was standing in midair with a smile, even more ferocious than the huge python. "You little brat. Why are you arguing with this old man?" Xiaohua began to show off. Even Leng Qingge wasn't this old man's opponent. "Who do you think you are? If I took your life, it would make this old man seem ungentlemanly. If I don't take your life, why are you so noisy? Fine, let's see if you can take this old man's staff." As he spoke, Xiaohua grabbed in midair and the wishful steel staff appeared. "Grow, grow, grow." Xiaohua shouted a few times. The wishful steel staff grew to 2 zhang. Xiaohua only needed to slightly wave it, and the wishful steel staff smashed down like a mountain. Whoa! Just the deafening whistling sound made General Haohu's body stagnate. Pa! The wishful steel staff accurately hit the python's head. With a loud bang, the long spear fell from General Haohu's hand as if it was struck by lightning. The entire long spear was smashed into 2 pieces. Kill? General Haohu's arms were numb, but his fighting spirit didn't decrease. With a roar, the tiger-shaped shadow appeared in his fists again. The vast chi rushed out again. Who knew that Xiaohua didn't dodge at all, nor did he use any magic power to cast any Dao arts. Xiaohua's figure suddenly turned illusory. Like a gust of wind, he floated in front of General Haohu in the blink of an eye. With a wave of his right arm, he clenched his right fist and smashed it into the mouth of the tiger-shaped shadow. Boom! With a clear sound, the tiger-shaped shadow shattered. The vast chi also scattered in all directions. Xiaohua's fist impressively appeared in front of General Haohu's chest. General Haohu looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He absolutely didn't dare to believe that a Dao sect cultivator's punches and kicks were more powerful than him, a martial grand master from the school of the military. Looking at the black armor in front of his chest that had been tempered thousands of times by Xiaohua's fist, General Haohu spat out a mouthful of black blood and his entire body fell from midair. Plop! Smoke and dust flew in all directions as General Haohu fell to the ground. He struggled a few times but couldn't get up. However, under the shattered black armor, his violently heaving chest showed that Xiaohua didn't have any intention of taking his life. "All of you step down." Xiaohua waved his hand, looked around and said indifferently, "You all are not my match. I know that you all have military orders, so I won't take your lives. Your opponents are my Jiang country's Dao soldiers. If anyone dares to take half a step forward, I will definitely kill them." The thousands of black-armored armies killing intent disappeared. They looked at Xiaohua blankly and didn't know what to do. The 100 or so people closest to General Haohu unconsciously looked at him. "All of you listen to my orders." General Haohu stood up from the ground with difficulty. His face was pale as he looked at Xiaohua, who was standing in midair with a golden light flashing around his body. He knew that this was Xiaohua's benevolence, and if he gave the order, it would only increase the casualties. Thus, he raised his hand and said, "Discard your weapons and sit on the ground." Yes. The soldiers felt relieved as they placed their weapons on the ground and sat down obediently. Xiaohua nodded slightly, no longer paying attention to General Haohu. Auspicious clouds appeared beneath his feet, carrying Xiaohua towards the Jade Mountain. Creak creak. Xiaohua had only flown a few meters when he heard a rough sound coming from the Jade Mountain in front of him. Then the entire top of the Jade Mountain, as well as the entrance of the Jade Mountain, suddenly shone brightly. On the stone wall, an unknown stone gave off a brilliance that seemed to be made of Minghua stone, illuminating everything in front of Xiaohua. Following the creaking sound, a chain bridge slowly extended out from the cave. On top of the chain bridge, there were 2 old men who were over 70 years old. The 2 of them were dressed in simple clothes, and their faces were clear and arrogant. Seeing that, Xiaohua did not fly forward. He simply descended from the sky and stood at the edge of the stone cliff, watching indifferently. I didn't expect Taoist Master Xiao to be so magnanimous. No wonder Bagua Jinming praised him so much. Without waiting for the chain bridge to reach into the cliff, the old man in front cupped his hands and bowed and said, "Since that's the case, this old man can't hide behind the chain bridge and do any dirty tricks. This old man is the Prime Minister of the Copper Pillar country, Yan Jin." Prime Minister? Xiao Hua frowned, raised his hand to return the greeting and said indifferently, "This old man heard that as long as the state teacher is killed, all grudges will be decided on the battlefield. What's the matter with your Copper Pillar country? This old man killed a state teacher. Why did a general and a prime minister come out? Could it be that you want to force this old man to make a move against your Copper Pillar country?" Bastard. Yan Jin did not speak, but the old man behind him scolded, "Easily exterminating a country, quietly killing people. The entire hidden immortal continent is in a mess because of your Taoist sects. Since you want to establish a country, then establish a country. Why do you need to take the Imperial Jade Seal of our Confucian cultivators? Quickly hand over the Imperial Jade Seal, seeing that you still have mercy in your heart, this old man can spare your life." You really scared this old man to death. Xiao Hua laughed, "Who are you, old man?" "This old man is Jean Rushui," the old man said word by word, his face full of arrogance. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He did not know who this old man was, but in the distance, young Master Zhu, who wanted to leave but did not dare to, had already used the clear eyes technique to see clearly. He said in a low voice, "Copper Pillar country. Why did you invite this old man here?" "Taoist Xiao. I'm afraid you're in trouble." Chapter 3555. Yan Jijin opened his mouth again. "Taoist Xiao, if you had only killed Leng Qingge, I would not have caused you any more trouble. Everything could have been settled on the battlefield. However, not only did you barge into my territory, you also took the 5-Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. Naturally, we cannot just settle this with you on the battlefield. Jean Rushui, Old Master Jean Rushui, is a renowned great grandmaster among us Confucian cultivators. His simple and honest reputation is revered by all. He has heard of your atrocities and has specially come to Jianghu Mountain to help this old man retrieve the Imperial Jade Seal. If you take out the Imperial Jade Seal, Jianghu Mountain will retreat and everything will be fine. We will decide who is superior and inferior on the battlefield." Imperial Jade Seal? Xiao Hua was stunned and looked at Yan Jijin in confusion. He had already given the 5-Dragon Imperial Jade Seal to Do Shanjun. However, who was Do Shanjun? Although he hid his Taoist identity in the Copper Pillar Academy, how would Xiao Hua know who he was going to give the Imperial Jade Seal to? From Yan Jijin's words, even if Do Shanjun gave the Imperial Jade Seal to the Copper Pillar Academy, the Copper Pillar Academy might not announce it. With the 5-Dragon Imperial Jade Seal as bait, many Confucian cultivators would come to help the Copper Pillar Academy. How could the Copper Pillar Academy reject such a good deal? Haha, as the saying goes, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiao Hua laughed. "I have already given the Imperial Jade Seal to the governor of the Imperial Academy to bring back to the Copper Pillar Academy. If you want it, you can go find him." Of course, I can imagine, even if the governor gave the Imperial Jade Seal to the Copper Pillar Academy, Prime Minister Yan might not admit it. The governor of the Copper Pillar Academy, Do Shanjun? Yan Jijin frowned slightly and glanced at Jean Rushui beside him. He shook his head and said, "I only know of this person and am not familiar with him. Furthermore, I have never heard of the Imperial Academy returning the Imperial Jade Seal to the palace." "Ah, rascal, what's the point of saying such baseless things now?" Jean Rushui laughed and pointed at Xiao Hua. "Even if you really return the Imperial Jade Seal, what are you doing now? This is the prison of the Bronze Pillar country. You keep saying that you want to use your Dao soldiers against the soldiers of the Bronze Pillar country. Why are you using your martial arts to break the law? My hidden immortal continent is governed by Confucian cultivators, unlike your Dao sect's lax rule. This old man is not talented, but I am willing to face the tyranny of your Dao sect as an ordinary Confucian cultivator, and return the public courtesy of our Confucian cultivators. Although chivalrous men use martial arts to violate the laws of Confucianism, aren't they also using literature to violate the laws?" Xiao Hua sneered. "You keep talking about laws and etiquette, yet you're only a tiny Confucian cultivator. What qualifications do you have to represent the hidden immortal continent? You are only qualified to represent yourself. You're just trying to find a reason for your actions. Since that's the case, let's fight. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua's body flashed with golden light. There was some anger in his eyes. He swept his gaze over Yan Zhijin and Zhan Rushui and said, facing the 5 brocade cloud paintings, "This old man is not afraid, let alone you 2 old men. You really think too highly of yourself. How can we join hands to fight against the enemy?" Yan Zhijin snorted coldly and took a few steps back. He raised his voice and said, "We'll be relying on old Master Zhan for this battle. Teaching the younger generation a lesson, this old man won't fall behind." Zhan Rushui laughed loudly and also took a few steps forward. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at Xiaohua. His previous old appearance was swept away. "Old master." Xiaohua looked at Zhan Rushui's somewhat trembling appearance and sneered. "If we're talking, this Xiao may not be your opponent. But if we fight, this Xiao advises you to retreat. You haven't even cultivated true qi, how can you be this Xiao's opponent?" Who would have thought that Zhan Rushui's eyes slanted at Xiaohua and said indifferently, "Who said that one must cultivate true qi to kill the enemy? Have you never heard that if one has talent, a poem can kill the enemy, a painting can also kill the monarch? A scholar can pacify the world with an essay?" "Never heard of it." Xiaohua smiled faintly. But suddenly Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly remembered what Fujiwen said at the auction at Jianghu. He couldn't help but size up the seemingly arrogant Zhan Rushui. "Good, today this old man will let you see what it means to be a great scholar, to criticize in speech and in writing, to set the world in writing, to be a scholar in his 70s, to have a sharp tongue and to correct the laws of the court." Zhan Rushui roared and opened his mouth. He shouted, "The awe-inspiring qi, the spirit of man, the style of writing for 10,000 years, listen to my command, fight. Fight. Fight." Following Zhan Rushui's 3 roars, the entire Jade Mountain immediately surged with wind and clouds. Not only did the awe-inspiring qi within several miles surge over like a tidal wave, even the silent awe-inspiring qi in the void seemed to listen to Zhan Rushui's command, tearing through the void and rushing in. It was to the extent that when the righteous qi was mobilized, a chilling intent was born from the heavens and the earth. Sounds like war drums and bugles were heard from the left and right. In an instant, Xiaohua had the illusion that he was being attacked by an army of thousands of men and horses. This. Xiaohua was a little startled. He had fought against more than 1 or 2 Confucian cultivators, but he had never encountered such a strange phenomenon. However, the development of the situation was beyond Xiaohua's expectations. The awe-inspiring qi was far from simple. Following the sound of the bugles, there was the sound of the drums. On the entire Jade Mountain, countless awe-inspiring qi seemed to have a spirit and rushed toward Xiaohua like thousands of soldiers and horses. The awe-inspiring qi's sharpness actually cut through the void, producing a shrill sound. This was different from Lung Chinga's golden spear. There was no specific image, only an ancient killing intent. This killing intent was so bleak that not to mention the falling leaves within several miles, even Xiaohua felt a burst of coldness. Boom boom boom. Not only that, but above Xiaohua's head, there were hundreds of awe-inspiring qi pillars that pierced through the sky and directly fell toward Xiaohua. The solemn killing intent enveloped Xiaohua within 100 feet. "It's hard to imagine." Xiaohua sighed. "This world is really too mysterious. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how could I have imagined that the seemingly defenseless old Confucian cultivator would actually have the power to command thousands of soldiers and horses?" "Kill." Xiaohua slapped the top of his head with the back of his hand. The Yuanying's hand was displayed, and it turned into a palm the size of an acre and grabbed toward the sky. Boom boom boom. With a series of explosions, the huge palm grabbed the awe-inspiring qi pillars and shattered them. However, the huge palm was also defeated. The entire Jade Mountain was set off by a hurricane. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Not only were the huge trees uprooted, even the black armored army who were sitting quietly were unable to maintain their sitting posture. One by one they were blown into the air. Some crashed into trees, some crashed into rocks, and many more died. "Retreat, retreat." General Hao Hu struggled to stabilize his body. Seeing the loss of his soldiers, he felt heartache. He shouted loudly and commanded the soldiers to retreat. After breaking the awe-inspiring qi pillars, Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. After all, the awe-inspiring qi that surged towards him seemed to be able to suffocate people. He hurriedly slapped his hand again, and the seal of overturning the sea roared and flew out of the space. Under the urging of his magic power, it directly charged into the thousands of soldiers and horses. Whoa! At the beginning, the seal of overturning the sea was still like a whirlwind, rushing through a huge gap. However, after only advancing a few zhang, it seemed to have encountered a huge obstacle. Even though the seal of overturning the sea flashed with intense brilliance, it still couldn't advance even half a foot. This is somewhat interesting. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He looked at the arrogant-looking old master Zhan Rushui in the distance. Both of his hands moved, and rays of brilliance entered the void. However, in a moment, thousands of golden rays of light appeared near Zhan Rushui. These rays of light flashed around Zhan Rushui's body, like countless small snakes approaching Zhan Rushui. However, after a moment, those rays of light didn't fall even half an inch. It was as if Zhan Rushui's body was surrounded by the defense of the 5 elements, blocking Xiaohua's magic technique outside. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. His face revealed an inconceivable expression. Immediately after, he rubbed his hands again. Those thousands of golden rays of light flourished and advanced a few more inches. Unfortunately, these golden rays of light only surrounded Zhan Rushui and were unable to bind him. You want to go against the will of my hidden immortal continent's eternal scholar? Your cultivation is still a bit shallow. Zhan Rushui laughed loudly. Your Taoist technique is inferior to the silk thread in the hands of this old man's embroiderer. Break. However, after hearing Zhan Rushui's soft rebuke, another wave of dense killing intent burst out from his body. Xiaohua's fingers trembled from the shock. The thousands of golden rays of light turned into nothingness. That noble qi even condensed into a sword array and pierced towards Xiaohua. Old ignorant man. Xiaohua was slightly angry. However, in his heart he truly somewhat admired old Master Zhan's method. Previously, on the way to Jade Mountain, he had already talked with Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei about the effects of Confucian cultivation scrolls. He himself also read scrolls incessantly. After Xiaohua cursed, he waved his hand and the seal of turning the sea returned to his space. Soon after, he coldly glanced at the somewhat arrogant Zhan Rushui and waved his hand again. A golden ray of light soared into the sky. A pair of scissors like a flood dragon streaked across the sky. That dragon's tail swayed, and the noble qi that was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses was cut in half. The sword array was also disrupted. That golden ray of light didn't stop. Like a waterfall, it chopped towards Zhan Rushui's waist. Yan Jijin, who was watching from afar, was extremely shocked. He finally understood why Leng Qingge and the others were defeated by Xiaohua. Who was Zhan Rushui? He was a famous Confucian scholar in the hidden immortal continent. He was truly an expert with a sharp tongue. One word could kill 1,000 soldiers, one word could kill 10,000 horses. He was currently the strongest person Tong Zhuguo could ask for. Although this old master didn't practice Confucian cultivation techniques, this old master was brimming with talent. His strength was comparable to the top of the 5th level. In front of this kind of expert, Xiaohua actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. After several fights, he still had a backup plan. How could Tong Zhuguo be his opponent? Seeing that the golden ray of light was like a waterfall, cutting off the noble qi and rushing towards Zhan Rushui's waist, Yan Jijin was greatly shocked. He couldn't help but shout, "Old master, be careful." At the same time, auspicious clouds also appeared under Yan Jijin's feet. His eyes flashed with absolute determination. Chapter 3556. Humph, Child's Play. Zhan Rushui snorted coldly, but the awe-inspiring aura several feet around him immediately turned into a whirlwind, carrying Zhan Rushui's body skyward. He really had the power to soar 90,000 miles. The soaring dragon scissors instantly cut through the air, and at the same time the whirlwind whistled. Unexpectedly, like Xiaohua's nascent soul hand, it turned into a huge fist and smashed towards Xiaohua. The space several dozen feet around Xiaohua froze, as if thousands of years of students were waving their fists together to attack Xiaohua. Xiaohua furrowed his brows. The soaring dragon scissors, which were originally taking advantage of the situation, drew a few feet of golden light before stopping. Facing the 70-year-old Zhan Rushui, a weapon like the soaring dragon scissors was really too savage. Xiaohua really couldn't bear it. Just now, he had only used 60% of his magic power and didn't dare to use the full power of the soaring dragon scissors. Xiaohua raised his head to look at the fist in the sky and the awe-inspiring aura all around him. He patted his chest, and the 5 silk handkerchiefs of the 5 Qi righteous thunder rushed into the air. Once the silk handkerchiefs appeared, 5 colored clouds rose. Xiaohua opened his mouth and 5 rays of sword energy fell on it. An immortal slaying platform slowly emerged from the clouds. Thunder is the command of the heavens. Once my thunder comes out, all will obey. Xiaohua's voice was like spring thunder. He waved his hand, and the 5 Qi righteous thunder roared like 5 huge dragons winding down. Regardless of whether you're an ancient student or an ancient killing intent, under my sound of thunder, all will enter the cycle of reincarnation. Rumble? Under the 5 Qi righteous thunder, the awe-inspiring aura and ferocious killing intent were actually faster than boiling water falling on snow. They instantly turned into nothingness, or merged into the heavenly thunder, or hid in the void and disappeared without a trace. Swish. The soaring dragon scissors from before flashed in the air and swept past Jianghu Rushui. The belt around Jianghu Rushui's waist immediately broke. Brat. Jianghu Rushui turned pale with fright. How is this Taoist thunder-controlling technique possible? Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Xiaohua's nascent soul hand once again covered him. Pooh. The big hand had already grabbed Jianghu Rushui. Put me down. Yan Zhijin, who was already flying, had just seen Jianghu Rushui's escape. His heart relaxed. His figure originally stopped in the air, but when he saw Xiaohua's attack, he was shocked and angry. He shouted, also wanted to use of the awe-inspiring aura. But the surrounding awe-inspiring aura's 5 Qi, how could it still listen to his command S's? S's as dragon, as Qi, as Qis, as soul hand. This blue water was very fierce, and the sound of water splashing could be heard. The remaining stone walls were instantly corroded by the blue water. However, the nascent soul's hand was still shining brightly and wasn't corroded at all. Forget it. Yan Zhijin sighed and waved her hand. She took out an inch-long white bone. This white bone was like a dagger and there was a thumb-sized blood-red rune on it. This rune was very small and strange, so others couldn't see it clearly. Yan Zhijin stabbed the white bone into her heart. Wong. There was a faint buzzing sound. The blood seeped into the white bone and the entire white bone gave off a blood-red glow. The rune that went deep into the blood trembled. In the blink of an eye, the rune absorbed all the blood and the entire white bone entered Yan Zhijin's body. Yan Zhijin's face was bright red. He looked at Xiaohua's big hand and urged the clouds under his feet. His eyes were like blood as he cried, "Xiaohua, quickly let go of old Master Zhan. Otherwise, this old man will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Umph. Xiaohua sneered and waved his big hand in the air. If you want to be a ghost, then don't be a ghost. This old man also never wanted to take the life of a great scholar like old Master Zhan. He was only bewitched by you. Whoa. Yan Zhijin's body suddenly expanded. She rushed towards the nascent soul's hand and let out a mournful cry. Peng. With a loud sound, Yan Zhijin's body exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere and a lot of blood fell on the nascent soul's hand. Bit boring. Xiaohua frowned. He waved his hand and blocked the blood and flesh. He flew into the air and coldly said, "This old man said I won't take old Master Zhan's life. Why are you in such a hurry?" Before he finished speaking, the nascent soul's hand turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Only when he was dozens of kilometers away did he release his hand. Jianghu Rushui was thrown to the ground in a sorry state by the nascent soul. Seeing the golden big hand suddenly withdraw like a god, Jianghu Rushui's face was disappointed and frustrated. He really didn't understand how Xiaohua's Dao Sex Thunder technique could defeat his noble spirit. However, he didn't have time to think about this. He stretched out his hand and tightened the belt around his waist to see if he could reattach the broken part. Xiaohua withdrew his nascent soul's hand, and the soaring dragon shears hovered in the air for a moment before falling into his hand. At this moment, the night was even darker, but the surroundings of Jianghu Mountain were even more chaotic. Mountain rocks were scattered, trees were toppled, and many black armor soldiers were smashed into the stone walls by the Aoran Qi pillar and turned into meat paste. After the Aoran Qi dissipated, an unconcealable smell of blood gradually diffused. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. He scooped up the 5 Qi Thunder silk handkerchief into his dantian. It was still set up by the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua into the immortal slaying stage. Then he looked at the silent Jianghu Mountain and said loudly, Generals of Qinyu Mountain, this old man is here to save Jiang Country's state teacher Li Xiang. You can send him, and the disciples out. This old man doesn't want to kill again. However, after half a cup of tea's time, the silence was still the silence. The night was still the night. There was no change. You really won't turn back until you hit the south wall. Xiaohua sneered. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and said indifferently, since that's the case, don't blame this old man for being unreasonable. As he spoke, Xiaohua's body turned into a rainbow. He didn't walk on the chain bridge and rushed towards the entrance of Qinyu Mountain. Buzz buzz. Just as Xiaohua's figure crossed the cliff and had yet to fly over the mountain stream, suddenly the bloody light around Xiaohua's body flourished, covering the golden light in an instant. The mana around Xiaohua's body stagnated, and his body fell into the black water of the mountain stream like a falling stone. Old man! Xiaohua was shocked. Looking at the bloody light floating around his body, he immediately understood the reason why Yan Zhijin self-destructed in front of him. This was something he had planned long ago. Just as Xiaohua hurriedly urged his nascent soul to transfer his true essence, he heard a strange sound in his ears. It was like a flood that overflowed the sky. At the same time, a burst of light and shadow appeared in front of his eyes. It was like the mountains were shaking. The scenery around Xiaohua had completely changed. Qinyu Mountain was gone, the cliff was gone, and only a black sky and black earth remained. There was no starlight in the darkness, no moonlight, only an unpleasant stench. An illusion array? A moment later, Xiaohua's mana returned to normal. He frowned and stopped. He was about to open his Dharma eye to take a look. Chirp. A bird-like sound entered Xiaohua's ears. A strange rune flashed in the darkness in front of Xiaohua. This rune was somewhat similar to the runes of the Dao sect that Xiaohua cultivated, but it was completely different. As soon as this rune appeared, a kind of blazing heat was born from the rune. Even the rune itself appeared a kind of crimson color. Roar. Just as the bird-like rune appeared, another angry roar came from behind Xiaohua. This time the rune was different from before. It actually emitted a light green color, and this color carried a kind of desolate coldness. What is this? Xiaohua's curiosity was greatly aroused. He simply withdrew his Dharma eye and golden light flashed around his body. He was more curious. At this time, what kind of defensive array could the copper pillar state have that was more powerful than the 5 brocade cloud painting? Chirp. The crimson rune chirped again and suddenly expanded. A ball of flame spurted out from the rune, and a savage bird that looked similar to the vermilion bird rushed out. As soon as this savage bird appeared, its crimson eyes turned and immediately saw the faint bloody light around Xiaohua's body. It raised its head, and an indescribable ferocious aura mixed with an aura of desolation rushed towards Xiaohua. Yao? Yao? Xiaohua was shocked. Knowing that he had fallen into Yan Zhijin's trap, he didn't dare to be negligent. His hands formed seals, and thousands of golden threads suddenly appeared and danced around the barbaric bird. Who? The barbaric bird opened its mouth and spat out a scarlet flame. Its body was several zhang in color and quickly burned. Xiaohua's binding technique was actually unable to land. Roar. The rune in front moved, and the rune in the back naturally didn't want to fall behind. A cyan light appeared, and the shadow of a savage beast that looked like an anteater appeared. It was also ferocious, and it was also difficult to conceal its desolate aura. Yao Formation. This is the Thousand Yao Sacred Realms Yao Formation. Damn it, why would the Copper Pillar State's prison have a Yao Formation? Suddenly, Xiaohua realized that this Yao Formation was probably what Chen Yushan was relying on. Sure enough, when the two kinds of auras clashed together, an unexpected change occurred. The entire pitch-black space instantly exploded, and the void split apart bit by bit. The pitch-black light scattered throughout the entire space. What was special was that the two strange runes circled around, and the two images of barbaric beasts carried an ancient aura as they charged towards Xiaohua. This aura seemed to be real, and one could believe that if it was on a real cliff, it would be a scene of mountain rocks bursting and trees splashing. The aura that could crush everything in the entire space attacked everything. Xiaohua's protective golden light flickered extremely under this aura, as if it could be broken at any time. Oh! Xiaohua was shocked, and then he activated the Heavenly Law Embodiment technique. Woo-woo. The wind howled, and in the midst of the ferocious aura, a Tenjiang golden body suddenly appeared. What made Xiaohua puzzled was that this Yao formation actually didn't block the heaven and earth yuan qi. He activated the Heavenly Law Embodiment technique, and a huge amount of heaven and earth yuan qi swarmed in. Whoa! Xiaohua's two big hands separately waved, one from the front and one from the back, grabbing the two vicious beasts. Xiaohua's big hands carried the heaven and earth sleeve, and the two vicious beasts' phantoms were immediately covered. Chapter 3557. Roar. Between the roars of the two vicious beasts, flames and water splashed everywhere, as if they could not escape from Xiaohua's control. Looking again, the torn void streaked across Xiaohua's golden body, and a wound like a baby's mouth flashed and disappeared, unable to cause real damage. Even when the stinky water fell, the golden light only flashed slightly, and in a moment, it was bounced away. This demon array is only SOSO. Xiaohua sneered. But at this moment, roar. GG. The two vicious beast phantoms roared again. Wave after wave of ferocious aura surged out from the phantoms like a rising tide, endlessly pouncing towards Xiaohua. What's going on? Xiaohua was suspicious and opened his eyes, only to see two runes in front of him. One was like a thread of fire, the other was like a gurgling stream. Above the two runes, the power of starlight fell from the sky and fell on them. The runes were using the power of starlight to produce an attack. The power of the moon and stars? Xiaohua's heart moved and he waved his hand, wanting to use the wishful staff, but his mind changed and little yellow and little black flew out of the space. The two little ones looked around curiously, and when they saw the two vicious beast phantoms formed by the runes, woof woof. GG. The two simultaneously roared excitedly and rushed towards the two phantoms. Alas, the Xiao was wrong. Looking at the two little ones and the vicious beast phantoms, Xiaohua sighed, little yellow and little black are monsters and this battle is their nature. This Xiao only put them into the space and although it is comfortable even with the wonderful fate of yin and yang, it can't make them happy. Rather than this, it's better to let them go. Thinking of this, the knot in Xiaohua's heart was untied. Qian Yushan's demon array was really powerful. Although the two little ones had some means in the face of the two vicious beast phantoms, they were still not a match. Several times they were beaten into the air, and blood gradually appeared on their bodies. Xiaohua looked and couldn't help but feel distressed. Several times he wanted to help but several times he held back. After a meal's time, although the two little ones fought more and more bravely, the phantoms did not know fatigue under the power of the stars, and soon the two little ones were at a disadvantage. This is a little unfair. Xiaohua looked at the pillar of stellar force and thought to himself. Last time, when he had awakened Wang Baifei's spirit, he had used the devil blade to cut off the pillar of stellar force. Here he didn't want to reveal the devil blade. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua clapped his hand and the ice mirror fell into the air. Following the activation of Xiaohua's transcendence energy, the ice mirror expanded to several dozen feet in size and flew above his head. Buzz. An extremely heavy force landed on the ice mirror, causing it to emit a rumbling sound. Although the pillar of stellar force wasn't completely isolated, at least 70% of the pillar of stellar force was blocked by the ice mirror. Woof woof, GG. When they saw Xiaohua make a move, the two little ones were excited. They wagged their tails and pounced over once again. After all, they were just illusions and the runes of the demonic array. Without the support of the pillar of stellar force, in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the two little ones paused in midair at the same time. One let out a humph, and the other let out a ha. Silver light emitted from their mouths and noses, and they absorbed the soul essences of the two runes into their bodies. As the illusions of the two vicious beasts disappeared, the entire demonic array collapsed in an instant. Walala. The sound of water was incessant. It was the black water surrounding the jade mountain that fell from midair. The night sky was revealed, the light of the cliff also appeared. Right at the entrance of the cave in front of the jade mountain, a group of people wearing black armor, under the lead of a general who looked as if he had just lost his parents, stood there stupidly, looking at Xiaohua in disbelief. Xiaohua's cold eyes swept over them and he simply ignored them. His gaze fell on the two bones floating in midair beside him. One of the bones was scarlet red, and the other was green. It was similar to the color of the two vicious beasts from before. However, these bones were rather large. One was as thick as Xiaohua's leg, and the other was as big as a person. Moreover, the runes on these two bones were so dim that they were almost indiscernible. They were exactly the same as the runes that Xiaohua had seen before. These are strange bones? Could it be that the demonic array was made from these bones? Xiaohua knew that this was not the time to think too much. He waved his hand and collected the 2 bones. Then, he looked at the exhausted Goldie and Blackie flying beside him. "How is it?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. "It's nothing, father." Blackie replied, "The boy feels quite full. It's just that the taste is a bit bitter. That little bird is a bit too weak." Goldie's reply was different from Blackie's. If it wasn't for the pillar giving it strength, the boy would have already defeated it. And this is just the beginning. If you too. Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but be ecstatic. This was because Goldie and Blackie were not talking to him through their minds like before. Instead, they were speaking from their beasts' mouths. Although it was their first time speaking, it was actually very smooth. Presumably, the 2 little things had practiced a lot in the space. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed. Without saying anything, he waved his big sleeve and collected the 2 little things into the space. He looked at the group of people at the entrance of the cave and shouted, "This old man is in a good mood today. I originally wanted to overturn this jade mountain of yours, but I'll forget about it now. Quickly release Li Xiang and the others." So, Daoist Xiao. The general at the front had just woken up. He hurriedly jumped down from his horse and bowed. This one is on horseback. Please invite Daoist Li and the others to come up." At least you know how to behave." Xiaohua coldly snorted. All kinds of intimidating actions in his mind were thrown to the side. Sure enough, not long after, a young man covered in blood appeared in front of Xiaohua. His hands and feet were shackled and there were thick chains on his shoulders. The young man's hair was stuck on his face. There were many bloodstains on his face and there were also some bloodstains on his face. However, these could not stop the young man's arrogance. Following the young man came out, there were dozens of people. Among them, 9 of them were strung on the same chain as the young man. The others were divided into 3 groups and strung on other chains. After the young man came out, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua, who was standing in the air. He stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. He did not open his mouth to speak. Damn it. Xiaohua saw this group of people in such a miserable state. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He knew that Li Xiang and the others must have suffered a lot in the Jade Mountains National Prison. Even their cultivation would be crippled. After all, who would understand the principle of eliminating evil? Why don't you hurry up and remove their torture devices? Xiaohua roared. Who knew that the general trembled and knelt down on one knee. He cried out, "Let Daoist know that Daoist Li and the others were already wearing torture devices when they were escorted here. The items used to remove the torture devices are not in the Jade Mountain." When Yan Jijin came over, he did not say anything. Xiaohua frowned and asked. Lord Prime Minister did not give this general anything. The general lowered his head and said, "He only said, if Daoist Li killed his way to the Jade Mountains cave, we did not need to do anything. Everything will be done according to Daoist Li's request. As long as Daoist Li and the others see them, he will definitely spare our lives." "Oh, why would this old man spare your lives?" Xiaohua was very surprised. "Fellow Daoist." At this time, Li Xiang opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Because this Li's cultivation was not crippled by the copper pillar state. This Li's disciple should be the same. Therefore." Yan Jijin felt that fellow Daoist Li would let this Li spare their lives on this account. "So that's how it is." Xiaohua was overjoyed and nodded. "Fellow Daoist Li's cultivation is still there, congratulations. If these soldiers' lives are spared, then so be it. I will listen to fellow Daoist's orders," Li Xiang said coolly. Xiaohua opened his mouth and a sword light flew out. Clang clang clang. Dozens of crisp sounds rang out. The chains on Li Xiang and the other shoulders, as well as the torture tools on their hands and feet, were all shattered. Moreover, the sword light was extremely sharp. When the chains and torture tools broke, it did not affect their injuries at all. "Fellow Daoist Li, this one is Xiaohua of the Dao sect. Right now, I can be considered the state teacher of Jianghu country. The princess of Chongling and Qin Xiaoyao asked this Xiao to come to the Jade Mountain to rescue fellow Daoist. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Fellow Daoist and the others' injuries can be dealt with after leaving this place," Xiaohua said as he put away his flying sword. Hearing Xiaohua call himself the state teacher of Jianghu country, Li Xiang was clearly stunned. However, he raised his hand with some difficulty and said, "I thank the state teacher for saving us. I will listen to the state teacher's arrangements." "All right. Xiaohua nodded and shouted to the general of the Jade Mountain, "Why aren't you preparing the horses?" "Yes, yes." The general hurriedly waved his hand. The soldiers behind him hurriedly jumped down from their horses and led the horses in front of Li Xiang and the others. "Let's go." Xiaohua looked at the flat cable bridge again. It was rather narrow and could only allow one person to pass through. He waved his hand and said, "All right." Li Xiang stepped on the stirrups and responded. He wanted to get on the horse, but he was too weak and could not get on. The black armored army of the Copper Pillar country did not dare to be negligent and quickly helped him up the horse. "Thank you." Li Xiang glanced at the black armored army and said indifferently. The black armored army shrunk their necks and replied in a low voice, "I don't dare." Li Xiang's words of thanks made Xiaohua's lips curl up slightly. Facing an enemy soldier who had tortured him to such a state, Li Xiang was still able to say these two words. One could imagine Li Xiang's magnanimity. Xiaohua did not save him in vain. The other dozens of people were even weaker than Li Xiang and were unable to get on their own horses. They were all sent onto their horses by the black armored army. Li Xiang shook the reins and was about to move out when an anxious voice shouted from the other side of the cliff. "Taoist Master Xiao, Taoist Master Xiao, I have eyes but fail to see. I do not know Taoist Master Xiao's true appearance." Xiaohua frowned and raised his head to look. He saw that young Master Zhu from before was rolling and crawling. It was unknown if he was flying or running, but in short, he appeared on the cliff in an extremely sorry state. There were a few bloodstains on his forehead, the scholar's scarf on his head had long disappeared, and the brocade robe on his body had several holes in it. Chapter 3558. Who are you? Which fellow Taoist disciple are you? Why should this old man help you? Xiaohua asked indifferently. This young man is not a Taoist disciple. Young Master Zhu took a deep breath and said, "This young man is a disciple of the Zhu clan in Shuzhou's Wuyuan County. My name is Zhu Xiang. My father's name is a secret. My Zhu clan is the descendant of the great scholar Zhu Shi. Due to a rumor in the outside world that my ancestor Zhu Shi accidentally obtained the heavenly book's true enlightenment, we were forced by a scholarly family. Now that my Zhu clan has declined, it can no longer be considered an aristocratic family. However, the king of the Copper Pillar state is still obsessed with the heavenly book's true enlightenment. My father and my Zhu clan's disciples were captured by them and brought to Qinyu Mountain. Now their fate is unknown." Heavenly book's true enlightenment? Xiaohua's face showed a thoughtful expression. He asked, "What's that?" "This young man doesn't know." Zhu Xiang replied without hesitation. "This young man has never heard my father mention this. I reckon that my Zhu clan has never obtained the heavenly book's true enlightenment. This should have been made up by my ancestors' enemies." "So it's like this." Xiaohua nodded slightly. He understood that this so-called heavenly book's true enlightenment was probably a rumor. If the true enlightenment existed in this world, how could Xinxin, who came from a scholarly family, not know? How could the true enlightenment of the five Qis unifications be lost? However, to Xiaohua, it didn't matter whether there was the heavenly book's true enlightenment or not. Since Zhu Xiang was a descendant of Zhu Shi and a member of the Zhu clan, how could Xiaohua not help him? Thinking of the Zhu clan's family of 4 in Jianghu City, the talismans on their bodies, and the scroll that old lady Zhu gave to Xiaohua in his own space, Xiaohua couldn't just stand by and watch. "Quickly go and invite old Master Zhu Qing out," Xiaohua ordered indifferently. "This." The black-armored general slightly hesitated. However, he immediately came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly, quickly bring old Master Zhu and his family out." Not long after, a Confucian scholar of around 50 years of age and a dozen slightly younger scholars were supported out. These Confucians were even more miserable than Li Xiang. Some had lost arms, some had lost legs, and even more of them did not have a single piece of good flesh on their bodies, their flesh badly mangled. The Confucian scholar in his 50s had his eyes half open, and his face was swollen to a size larger than an ordinary person's. He couldn't even walk. "Father." Zhu Xiang couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly ran over from the chain bridge. At this time, a few family guards had already arrived behind him. They hurriedly pulled him back and said anxiously, "Young master, don't be anxious. You can't cross this chain bridge. Let me invite old master out first." "All right." Zhu Xiang was very obedient. He stopped and called out to Zhu Qing, "Father, the person in the air is Jianghu's national advisor, Taoist Master Xiao. He was the one who saved you." Zhu Cheng reluctantly raised his head and looked at Xiaohua in the air. He cupped his hands with difficulty and said, "This old man, thanks Taoist Xiao." "You're welcome." Xiaohua nodded. "This old man has some connections with the Zhu family, so saving you is something I should do." Zhu Cheng stared blankly for a moment. His eyes turned slightly and he opened his mouth again. "Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation. Is it at the 5th level of origin energy?" Xiaohua frowned. He didn't understand why Zhu Cheng asked such a question. After thinking for a while he nodded and said, "And probably. Why are you asking this?" Zhu Cheng clenched his teeth. He extended his hand and pulled out his waist blade from the black armored army beside him. The black armored army was shocked. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but when the black armored army dodged, Zhu Cheng lost his balance and was about to fall. Xiaohua waved his hand and supported Zhu Cheng. He smiled and said, "Old Master Zhu, why lower yourself to the same level as a soldier?" Zhu Cheng didn't answer. He flipped his hand and the tip of his waist blade pierced into his calf. Shwa! With another push, his calf was cut open and blood flowed out. "What are you doing?" Xiaohua was shocked and the others were also puzzled. "Father?" Zhu Xiang shouted even louder. He wanted to pounce over. Zhu Cheng took a deep breath and threw his waist blade away. He extended 2 fingers and groped around in the flesh of his calf. He took out something smaller than the size of his finger. He extended his trembling arm and weakly said, "Taoist Master Xiao saved my life. I have nothing to repay you with. This is something passed down from my ancestors. As for what it is exactly, I don't know. Today I will offer this to Taoist Master." Without waiting for Zhu Cheng to finish speaking, Zhu Cheng's head tilted and he fainted. That little thing stained with blood was still tightly held in his hand, and he raised it in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua instantly understood Zhu Cheng's intention. He slightly shook his head. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. If Zhu Cheng was trying to divert the disaster, Zhu Cheng had also asked his own cultivation. His strength had reached the 5th level of origin energy. In the Taoist sect, he was a spirit-severing stage cultivator. He definitely had the strength to hold the Zhu clan's inheritance. If Zhu Cheng was only trying to repay a favor, Zhu Cheng had no reason to offer this item in front of so many people. It was obvious that he wanted to throw away the inheritance that had implicated the Zhu clan. Moreover, Xiaohua was a Taoist sect cultivator. Zhu Cheng's Zhu clan's inheritance was used by Confucian cultivators. Zhu Cheng also didn't see Xiaohua's flying sword. Naturally, he didn't know that Xiaohua was a Confucian cultivator. What use did Xiaohua have for it? Forget it? Xiaohua pondered for a moment but didn't refuse. He simply went with the flow and waved his hand. The blood-stained item fell into his hand. After carefully examining it, he stored it in his space. Then he coldly said to the people in front of the Jade Mountain, "You all saw that this old man took this item. If anyone dares to leak the news, they will die. If anyone dares to leak it, I will definitely return to the Jade Mountain. I will kill everyone I see." Taoist Master. The general in front of the Jade Mountain smiled bitterly and said, "If the monarch asks, this general doesn't know how to report it." Moreover, Zhu Cheng gave it to Taoist Master. Although the general didn't finish his sentence, Xiaohua understood. After thinking a little, he felt that it was true. If these people didn't dare to leak it, who would know that it was in his hands? If they wanted to find it, wouldn't they have to look for the Zhu clan? Wouldn't he have taken advantage of them and still acted innocent? His previous warning was like taking off his pants to fart. It was completely unnecessary. You just have to report it as it is." Xiaohua coldly said, "However, you still have to pass a message to your monarch. Don't think too much. Although I don't like to kill people, if there is any entanglement, I will definitely not be merciful. There won't be any benefits like Jean Rushui today." Yes, this general understands. This general has already reported it to my monarch." The general hurriedly replied. Li Xiang, who hadn't left before, raised his eyebrows when he heard Jean Rushui's order. His eyes were secretly filled with astonishment. Then he looked at the black armored army in front of the Jade Mountain, who were more well-behaved than rabbits. He understood a lot in his heart. At this moment, the dozen or so guards of the Zhu clan also leaped over the cable bridge. When they arrived near, they all bowed to Xiaohua and hurriedly left with the unconscious Zhu Cheng and the others. Zhu Xiang, who was at the edge of the cliff, knelt down towards Xiaohua and kowtowed a few times before following the crowd. Previously, when Zhu Xiang asked Xiao Hua to save Zhu Cheng, he didn't kneel down. However, when he saw Xiao Hua accept Zhu Cheng's item, he knew that Xiao Hua was righteous and had sincerely blocked the disaster for the Zhu clan. The gratitude in his heart was incomparable. Finally, he pushed the golden mountain down the jade pillar and threw away the gold under a man's knee. Looking at Zhu Xiang's back, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Jingwa City's Zhu Feng'er and hurriedly transmitted a few words. Zhu Xiang stared blankly, his entire body trembling. He hurriedly turned his head. Although he didn't say anything, anyone could clearly see the wild joy on his face. Without waiting for Zhu Xiang to say anything, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a few jade bottles. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottles flew across the mountain stream and landed in front of Zhu Xiang. Xiao Hua then said in a clear voice, "Young Master Zhu, please tell your father on behalf of this old man that if this old man has the time, I will definitely pay a visit to the Zhu clan." Zhu Xiang received the jade bottle and carefully put it away. He said respectfully, "My Zhu clan will never forget Taoist Master Zhao's great kindness. Taoist Master Zhao's life will be passed down in my Zhu clan for generations." Go. Xiao Hua waved his hand, lowered his head to look at Li Xiang and the others and laughed, "Fellow Li, let's go as well." "All right." Li Xiang patted his mount, and the black horse let out a long neigh, its four hooves flipped as it rushed towards the direction of the chain bridge. However, after a while, dozens of people had crossed the chain bridge, and Li Xiang's cultivation had yet to recover, so his consciousness could not be used. However, seeing the destruction caused by Xiao Hua and the others, Li Xiang was even more surprised in his heart, and when he saw the black armored army that covered the entire mountain range, his surprise had already reached its peak. He was the second imperial advisor of the Jianghu country, and had fought with the Copper Pillar State for many years. How could he not know the power of the Copper Pillar State? Since the Copper Pillar State had placed such an elite here, and even had the great scholar Zhan Rushui, then what about the Copper Pillar State's imperial advisor Lung Qinga? General Hao Hu? All of a sudden, a general in bright armor appeared at the foot of a mountain not far away. His rock-like face had an indescribable expression as he looked at the top of Li Xiang and the others. Li Xiang was shocked when he saw this person. Immediately, Li Xiang followed General Hao Hu's gaze and saw Xiao Hua's figure slowly rising up in the sky. In front of him was a heavenly horse that was flashing with a holy light, dragging a carriage and flying out. It was precisely descending from the sky to welcome Xiao Hua. Taoist Master Xiao. Taoist Master Xiao. Li Xiang's heart was filled with complex emotions. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure land on the flying carriage, he muttered to himself. When Xiao Hua landed on the flying carriage, Lu Yi and Wang Yi flew up, saying that they were welcoming their master. The two of them had limited cultivation, and Xiao Hua was afraid that the battle would affect the two of them, so he made the heavenly horse and flying carriage stop at an extremely high altitude. The two of them could not see the specific situation, and could only hear the extremely loud rumbling sounds as well as various colored lights. At the same time, they could feel the intense changes in the heaven and earth origin energy, causing their hearts to clench together. Later on, the entire mountain range fell silent, and the heavenly horse did not fly down, causing them to be even more afraid. Only when the heavenly horse was urged to fly slowly did the two of them finally relax. "You can wait here." Xiao Hua waved his hand and sat down cross-legged. With another wave of his hand, little yellow, little black and little silver appeared in the air. When Wang Yifei saw little yellow, his eyes widened. He instantly thought of what Xiao Hua had said earlier, and his expression changed greatly. Chapter 35-59. Father, Mother, two little mouthfuls of human language jumping happily in front of Xiao Hua. Knowing that he can leave home, Xiao Huang also regains his previous happiness. When Xiao Huang sees Wang Bianfei, he wags his big tail and complains to Xiao Hua. Mother, this boy said his master is more powerful than Mother. You go and find his master. Boy doesn't believe that there is someone more powerful than Mother in this world. Master. Wang Bianfei miserably stands there looking pitiful. He secretly glances at Xiao Huang, not knowing what to say. Xiao Huang, this is Mother's disciple Wang Bianfei. Xiao Hua says with a smile, the master he is talking about is Mother. Is that so? Xiao Huang is stunned, then wags his tail and flies around Wang Bianfei a few times. his dark eyes stare at Wang Bianfei a few times and cries, "Boy, since you are mother's disciple, why didn't you say so earlier?" "That, young master," Wang Bianfei says with a smile, "didn't this little one just know? Master has already scolded this little one before. Today this little one apologizes to young master." Saying that, Wang Bianfei bows. Forget it. I won't lower myself to your level." Xiao Huang's tone is very similar to Xiao Hua's, his tail wagging is as clean and nimble as Xiao Hua's hands. "Bianfei, no need to call him young master." Xiao Hua snappily says, "Just call him Xiao Huang. You are this old man's disciple who is not included in the wall, so you are of the same generation as him." "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei smiles, knowing that Xiao Hua is no longer angry with him. "Mother, what is the same generation?" Xiao Huang is very curious. Xiao Hua doesn't answer. He turns to Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei and says, "You wait in the car first, this old man will talk to them for a while." After Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei enter the flying car, Xiao Hua says with a smile, "Xiao Huang, this world is incomparably huge, it is not something our family can compare to. Moreover, there are a lot of people and a lot of things in this world that you can't know by staying by mother's side. Previously, mother was reluctant to let you go out because she was afraid that you would encounter some danger. Just now you also saw those two. Savage beast soul, although they are very powerful, there are many things in this world that are more powerful than them. Mother, this boy is not afraid." This was Goldie's answer. "Daddy, how powerful is he?" This was Little Black's question. Hee, you can only know how powerful he is when you see it with your own eyes. As for whether I'm afraid or not, that's secondary. The most important thing is to stay alive." Xiao Hua lovingly looked at the two little things. He knew that today was the day of separation, and these two demonic beasts couldn't even differentiate between mother and father. How could they become real demonic beasts? A demonic beast that couldn't even distinguish between peers was definitely not a qualified demonic beast. Xiao Hua's exhortation lasted for several hours. Seeing the scorching sun overhead under the flying car, Li Xiang and the others were a little tired from riding. Only then did Xiao Hua reluctantly listen. It seemed that he still had a lot to say, as if he always wanted to keep the two little things by his side for a while longer. However, the two little things' wings had to grow and they could only leave his side. He had done everything so the two little things could only remain ignorant forever. Seeing that Goldie was a little impatient and Little Black was listening with great interest, Xiao Hua couldn't hide a kind of feeling in his heart. It was as if the two's departure emptied his heart. Suddenly, a kind of distant memory appeared in his mind. That memory was some white hair, some tears and some faint fragrance of milk. "Mother?" Xiao Hua's eyes were moist. "Where are you, mother?" At this time, an even weaker voice sounded, "This boy also wants to go out with you. What are you going to do? You're so young, didn't you hear what mother said? It's very dangerous outside, wait until you're a little older before you tell mother." Goldie's voice was very impatient. Xiao Hua was helpless as he looked at Little Silver and said, "Little Silver, just call this old man master." "Yes, master." Little Silver felt very wronged. It looked like he also wanted to be rebellious like Goldie. "It's not that I don't want you to go." Xiao Hua suddenly had the awareness of being a mother, and almost self-taught, he coaxed Little Silver. "Look, your mother and Little Black are both gone, so doesn't this mean that there's no one by this old man's side? Do you want this old man to be alone at home?" "That's true." Little Silver mumbled a little. Xiao Hua struck while the iron was hot. "Also, Little Silver is very capable, and can help this old man by staying with him. Wasn't it Little Silver who discovered the primordial stone mine in Black Cloud Ridge? You've really done this old man a big favor." The boy knows." Little Silver was a little proud as he nodded his little head repeatedly. "Mother, when is the boy leaving?" Goldie urged. Xiao Hua looked at the scorching sun and said, "Go now, but you have to remember, don't have the heart to harm others and be on guard against them. You two have to discuss everything. Mother, you've already said this 4 times. Xiao Huang interrupted Xiao Hua's words. Little Black said, "Yes, father. The boy understands, he definitely won't let father worry. The boy will take a look outside, he'll be right back." "May I go?" Xiao Hua waved his hand. No matter how much they talked, they had to part in the end. Even if he didn't let Goldie go today, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? All right. Goldie wagged his tail and soared into the sky. He casually put down something and flew away. Little Black didn't hesitate and hurriedly chased after him. Seeing the two leave, Xiaohua's heart softened and his eyes became slightly warm. Fortunately, before Xiaohua could release his divine senses to catch up with the two little ones, one black and one yellow light flashed, and the two little ones flew onto Xiaohua's shoulders. They hugged Xiaohua's head on each side and called out, "Mother, father, the boy really is going out to take a look, he'll be right back, don't be sad." Xiaohua quietly rubbed his eyes and smiled. "The wind is a little strong, mother got sand with her own eyes. Don't worry, you two go. Be careful, take a look and learn more. Mother will be waiting for you two at home." Although Goldie wanted to go out, he was also reluctant to part with Xiaohua. Xiaohua's sadness just now made his heart clench. Hearing Xiaohua's comforting words, he seemed to have grown up a little. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "Mother, don't worry. The boy will definitely become the most awesome in the world and then come back to help Mother. Mother doesn't want you to become the most awesome, and I don't want you to become the most outstanding." Xiaohua smiled and stroked Goldie's and Little Black's heads. "You two have a good experience. Coming back safely is Mother's greatest wish." "I know, Mother." Goldie jumped up again. "The boy is going out to take a look, maybe he'll come back tomorrow." "And it's all right." Xiaohua concealed the parting in his heart and nodded slightly. "It's already late, go quickly." "Yes, Daddy." Little Black obediently flew away from Xiaohua's shoulder. Goldie acted coquettishly for a moment before flying away. However, after flying away, Goldie flew back to Little Black's head. The two little ones could be considered to have turned their heads while flying. Xiaohua felt very upset. His divine senses followed them for more than 10 li, and then looked into the distance for nearly 1,000 li before he retracted it. "AI, shouldn't I give them more things? Teach them more ways to protect themselves?" Xiaohua sighed and touched Little Silver, who had also taken the opportunity to jump onto his shoulder, a little regretful in his heart. Unlike Yuan Tongtian, Xiaohua had only given the two little ones the rejuvenation pill. He hadn't even given them the mother-child spirit fruit, let alone any cultivation methods. Xiaohua's intuition told him that what he had might not be the best. Moreover, Goldie and Little Black had already said earlier that some things had gradually emerged in their minds, which were their respective inheritances and cultivation paths suitable for them. If he stretched his hand out for no reason, it would only delay their growth, just like keeping them by his side in the past. Maybe tomorrow? Maybe the day after tomorrow? Xiaohua looked into the distance and thought, they'll come back after suffering a little, right? Xiaohua was now the father and mother of his children on a long journey. He was afraid that his children would suffer a lot, but he also wanted them to come back sooner, and even more so, he wanted them to have some success. But how could Xiaohua control the affairs of this world? The waves that Goldie and Little Black had stirred up were beyond Xiaohua's expectations. "Little Silver, hurry up and cultivate when you get home." Xiaohua was like a nagging old man as he exhorted Little Silver. "Help this old man after you've succeeded in your cultivation. Otherwise your mother will blame you when she comes back." "Yes, master." Little Silver nodded obediently like a little person. "Come out later," Xiaohua said. "Yes, master." Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stayed in the flying car. Listening to Xiaohua talk so much to the two little ones, they each had something on their minds and their eyes were red. Hearing Xiaohua call them, they hurriedly came out to answer. "Master, you're really too good to them." Lu Yi, who hadn't spoken rashly all this time, looked at Little Silver on Xiaohua's shoulder and said enviously, "It's not like you're a demon pet at all. This is this old man's boy." Xiaohua sighed and stroked Little Silver. Little Silver also obediently licked Xiaohua's finger with his little tongue. "This old man has never treated them as demon pets. By the way, master, I heard Taoist Xiao say that demon pets need to be bound with some kind of restriction, otherwise, they might betray their master or be captured by other cultivators." Louis was still a little worried as he asked, "Master, you definitely don't have any restrictions on them, right? If you let them go just like that? What kind of restriction would my children need?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "They're all intelligent and can understand human speech. This old man has never thought of it that way. However, if anyone dares to bully them, this old man absolutely won't let them off even if I go to the 9th heaven or the 9th hell." Thinking of how protective Xiaohua had been in the Black Cloud Ridge primordial stone mine, even when the Black Bear spirit had been bullied, Xiaohua had still wanted the other party's arm. Louis stuck out his tongue and laughed. "I hope no one is blind. Otherwise they'll be in deep trouble." Chapter 3560. Master, is this little guy called Little Silver? Can he play with us? Wang Bianfei asked with shining eyes. If you let him stay in the small Chengquan bag all the time, of course he'll get sick of it. This little one thinks it's great to be by your side. Why do they want to leave? I think it's because Master doesn't want them to come out. You're right. Xiaohua nodded and patted Little Silver. Go play with them. If you want to cultivate, come back to me. Yes, Master. Little Silver was more obedient than Little Yellow. He flew up from Xiaohua's shoulder and landed on Wang Bianfei's head, making Wang Bianfei laugh. Seeing the envy in Lu Yi's eyes, Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. The divine power centipede came out of the space. Xiaohua pointed at Lu Yi and said, "You go too. Accompany Lu Yi and I'll give you benefits in the future." Chirp chirp. The divine power centipede was very happy. Although its expression couldn't be seen, its twisted waist revealed its intentions. It drew a black line in the air and landed on Lu Yi's shoulder. The divine power centipede naturally wasn't as fun as Wang Bianfei, it was even a little scary. However, Lu Yi had seen how powerful it was before, so he naturally knew more than Wang Bianfei. When he plucked up his courage to touch the divine power centipede's cold carapace, the divine power centipede waved its antennae in response. Lu Yi's mood improved greatly. That's right. Although this Zhao space is good and full of spirit qi, it doesn't have human energy. Who can resist loneliness? Even Lu of Nirvana strives to move forward in the midst of Nirvana. Xiaohua looked at the four little things' happy and harmonious appearances and secretly made a plan in his heart. Whether it was the yang side of the space or the yin side of the space, they both needed energy. It looked like he would have to spend more effort in the future. I wonder how Little Yellow and Little Black are doing? As Xiaohua pondered, he suddenly thought of the two little ones. In the end, Xiaohua dismissed the idea of releasing his divine will or Buddhist awareness to check on the two little ones. Since he was going to let go, he might as well leave them behind. There were many things in the world that were difficult to reconcile, and he didn't lack parting with them. Below Xiaohua, Li Xiang and the others were still riding on their horses. They did not dare to stop and rest. Although these people were cultivators, the torture they suffered in the Jade Mountain prison was several times more than ordinary people. Now they could not hold on any longer. Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the flying carriage and ordered them to rest. Then he walked towards Li Xiang and cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist Li, this Xiao has some matters to attend to, so this Xiao was unable to invite fellow Taoist to ride on the flying carriage. I hope you can understand. Li Xiang was stunned. He did not expect that Xiaohua's first words would be an apology. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "The flying carriage is Taoist Zhao's own property. I have already received Taoist Zhao's grace. How can I care about such a small matter?" It's good that fellow Taoist doesn't mind. Xiaohua said with a smile. Fellow Taoist, please rest for a moment and check out the situation of the disciples first. All right, Li Xiang nodded and said, Spiritual Master, please return to the flying carriage first. I will report to you later. No need. Xiaohua reached out his hand and took out some prepared clothes and some pills from his small universe bag. He handed them to Li Xiang and said, "This Xiao can just wait here. Thank you for your trouble, Taoist Xiao." Seeing that Xiaohua had prepared so thoroughly, Li Xiang was very happy. He cupped his fists and received them. At this time, several disciples came over from behind him. After greeting Xiaohua, they helped Li Xiang take the clothes and pills back. There was not much to say in the wilderness. Dozens of people helped each other remove the remaining iron chains and torture tools from their bodies. They simply tidied up and changed their clothes. After taking some pills refined by Xiaohua and resting for a while, they gathered in front of Xiaohua and bowed again to thank him. Seeing that everyone was still somewhat tired, Xiaohua smiled and took out some spirit fruits and handed them to Li Xiang, saying, "Fellow Taoist Li, please distribute these to the disciples. After eating we will rest for a while. It won't be too late to continue our journey when we are full of energy." Li Xiang saw that Xiaohua respected him very much and did not directly overstep his boundaries. He was even happier in his heart. After receiving the spirit fruit, he first took one for himself, then had someone distribute it to the other disciples. He smiled and said, "Jinren Xiao is really considerate. It has been a long time since I Li ate such a good spirit fruit." "It's nothing. Fellow Taoist Li suffered a lot in prison. These are all compensation." Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at the people sitting on the ground. He asked, "How are the disciples?" When his disciples were mentioned, Li Xiang's face became bitter. He shook his head slightly and said, "The situation isn't too good." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Can you tell me the details?" "Actually," Li Xiang smiled bitterly and explained, "the Copper Pillar State is far from as benevolent as Taoist Xiao thinks. That day they didn't think about destroying this Li Xiang's nascent soul. It's just that before they used the Confucian secret technique they suddenly stopped. At that time the jailer didn't plan to hide this Li Xiang's plan. He directly passed down the order of the Copper Pillar State's king, saying that he wanted to keep this Li Xiang's nascent soul for great use. That's why this Li Xiang's nascent soul was imprisoned. It's not like what the former Jade Mountain Guard general said. Keeping fellow Taoist's nascent soul for great use. Xiaohua was somewhat confused. However, he also knew that Li Xiang couldn't possibly know the details. Asking would be pointless. Thus he said, "No matter what, fellow Taoist was able to keep his nascent soul. His 1,000 years of cultivation didn't turn into water. This is already very fortunate. What about your disciples?" "The disciples under this Li Xiang's tutelage aren't so lucky." Li Xiang said, "There are 40 of them. Among them there are 5 golden core cultivators. The rest are in the heartbeat and spirit silence realms. The 5 disciples' golden cores were completely destroyed. As for the other 40 disciples, more than half of their cultivations were destroyed. Now they are all mortals." "Is that serious?" Although Xiaohua said it was serious, his expression didn't change. After all, as Li Xiang said, they were both enemies. He was able to kill Lung Qingge and force Yan Zhijin to self-detonate. Naturally, the king wouldn't be merciful to Li Xiang and the others. Needless to say, the remaining half of the disciples were naturally all low-level disciples in the heartbeat realm. It was the same logic as how he couldn't completely kill all the ordinary black armored army in front of the Jade Mountain. Li Xiang sighed, "I am not talented. Although I have already cultivated to the nascent soul stage, I can be considered a Tao sect grandmaster of the hidden immortal continent. However, I do not have any attainments in the Tao of alchemy. Furthermore, the Tao sect of the hidden immortal continent is declining, and the spirit grass and pill formulas are all controlled by the Confucian cultivators. I'm afraid it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Xiaohua looked at Li Xiang, who was not in a good mood, and laughed, "Let those disciples whose cultivations have been destroyed come over. I will help them take a look and maybe I can help you think of a way." "Taoist Master Xiao?" Li Xiang was startled, then immediately became wild with joy. He could not believe his own ears. After all, there was no special connection between strength and alchemy. He used to be the imperial advisor of a country, but he did not have such a method. Xiaohua this. Although he was the imperial advisor, he was actually the imperial advisor in name. What kind of spirit grass could the Jianghu country, which no longer existed, provide him with? Xiaohua actually proposed to take a look and even said that he would think of a way. He must have some confidence. "Taoist Master. Please wait a moment." Li Xiang anxiously turned his head and ordered his disciples to hurry over. Xiaohua had some experience in recovering his cultivation. Nearly 30 cultivators checked one by one and even asked in detail. Everyone could not suppress their joy as they stared at Xiaohua's face. Unfortunately, other than a faint smile on Xiaohua's face, there was still a faint smile. They could not see anything else, but it was this faint smile that gave them great confidence. Xiaohua was extremely patient, and he checked for an entire hour before raising his head and smiling at Li Xiang. "Fellow Taoist Li, there's no need to worry. After the shackles on your nascent soul are removed, I'll make a move with you, and the cultivations of these disciples will surely be able to recover completely." All right, everyone's hearts had been hanging there the entire time. When Xiaohua finally spat it out, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and their gazes became even more fervent. "Taoist Master." Li Xiang was also relieved. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. To be honest, in the previous Jade Mountain he had never thought that he would be able to come out alive, and he was really tired of the days of being the imperial advisor. He had been the imperial advisor twice. The first time was the imperial advisor of the Li Nation. He had racked his brains for the Li Nation, but in the end, the Li Nation was destroyed and he had no choice but to submit to the Jianghu country. Fortunately, the Jianghu country was also established by the Tao sect, and in order to survive, he had no choice but to become the second imperial advisor of the Jianghu country. This was his second time as the imperial advisor. But even so, how could his disciples not have any friction with Qin Haoyue's disciples? Although the hidden immortal continent did not allow Dao sect cultivators to recruit disciples and only allowed Dao sect disciples to serve the country, weren't these disciples their own disciples? How could Li Xiang and Qin Haoyue not know about the friction between their disciples? In addition, Qin Haoyue was not a magnanimous person, so Li Xiang was suspected and probed a lot. Even so, in the end, Li Xiang's cultivation did not increase by much, and instead, because of the destruction of the Jiang country, he was captured by the Copper Pillar State and brought to the Jade Mountain. Xiao Hua saved Li Xiang, and when Xiao Hua revealed his identity, Li Xiang already understood. He had already thought of an excuse, and even when Xiao Hua asked why his cultivation was not crippled, he spoke up for the Jade Mountain's guard general. It was obvious that he did not want to offend the Copper Pillar State, and he did not want to be the master of a country. That was really meaningless. However, Xiao Hua did not invite him to the flying carriage, nor did he mention anything about the Jiang country. Now, he even proposed to help his disciple recover his cultivation. Xiao Hua's words were good, he wanted to attack together with him, but he was very clear in his heart, how could he have such cultivation? This was Xiao Hua giving him face. Alright, fellow Taoist Li, please get on the carriage. I have some things to ask you. Xiao Hua did not look at Li Xiang's hesitation and invited with a smile. If there is nothing special about your disciple, we should hurry on our way as soon as possible and talk as we go. After all, if we can reach the Black Cloud Ridge earlier, we can help them recover their cultivation earlier. Chapter 3561. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, Li Xiang could only sigh and smile. I don't dare to ask for advice. Taoist Xiao, please. Then Li Xiang ordered the disciples to get on their horses and head towards Black Cloud Ridge. Although the disciples couldn't fully recover, when they heard that reaching Black Cloud Ridge a day earlier meant that they could recover their cultivation a day earlier, how could they not get on their horses? Even the disciples who still had their cultivation hurriedly activated their cultivation techniques, hoping to be able to fly as soon as possible. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the Pegasus flew down. Xiao Hua ordered Lu Yi and Wang Beifei to get off and ride the horse that Li Xiang was riding before, while he invited Li Xiang to get on the flying carriage. When the Pegasus rose into the sky again, Li Xiang and the other disciples also started to hurry on. Ai Taoist Xiao. Li Xiang sat on the flying carriage and looked at the shining Pegasus in front of him and sighed, using this Pegasus, isn't it too ostentatious? Aren't you afraid that Confucian cultivators will be jealous? This Xiao has done many things that would make Confucian cultivators jealous, this one won't make a difference. Xiao Hua laughed and didn't mind. This one won't make a difference? Li Xiang said with a smile. Taoist Xiao took the Zhu clan's ancestral item right in front of me. Although this Li doesn't know what it is, since even the king of Bronze Pillar country was moved, it must be something that Confucian cultivators would be jealous of. This Xiao also doesn't know what it is. Xiao Hua clapped his hand and a fingernail-sized bone appeared in his hand. At that time, this Xiao only thought that this item would be of some use to this Xiao, and could also help the pitiful Zhu family resist the disaster, so I accepted it. That Zhu clan's head is too calculative. Li Xiang was naturally more calculative than Xiao Hua and sighed slightly. This item is hidden in the flesh. If this Li guessed correctly, it should be condensed together with the bone. Even if you used the clear eyes technique, you wouldn't be able to find it. The previous general of Jade Mountain used who knows how many methods to interrogate the whereabouts of this item, but he never thought that it would be in someone's calf. Moreover, the moment the Zhu clan's head escaped danger, he immediately took out this item without hesitation. He kept saying that he was grateful to Taoist Xiao, but he really had evil intentions. If this Li was this Li would definitely turn around and leave at that time and ignore him. Taoist Xiao is too kind. Taoist Li's hand? Xiao Hua asked with interest. Li Xiang replied without hesitation. Even if I take this item, I will definitely make the generals of the Jade Mountain swear a blood oath. I will even force the king of the Bronze Pillar country to swear that no one will speak of this matter. That Zhu family head will go for wool and come home shorn. It's not that bad. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Sometimes suffering losses is a blessing. If not for the fact that Zhu Qing was forced into a dead end, he might not have handed over the inheritance of his family to this Xiao. The reason why he did this was because he was thinking about the future of the Zhu clan, right? Xiao, T is het, his have, S is Zhao Xiang's. As Xiao Hua laughed. Haha, fellow Taoist Li is really good at joking. as Xiao's head. Xiao's? Don't even mention how much trouble this Xiao will have to bear for this item. Li Xiang laughed. Even the Buddha Kingdom's old Baldi wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Xiaohua put away the bone. Li Xiang didn't ask any more questions. Xiaohua's. Xiaohua's. Xiaohua waited for Li Xiang to sit down before saying, "If Taoist Xiao is at ease, then let me take a look at your nascent soul and see if I can help you break the seal." "Of course I'm at ease." Li Xiang shook his head. "But the seal on my nascent soul was made by a Confucian cultivator. I can't sense my nascent soul at all. Even if I use a technique, my nascent soul won't move. I'm afraid I'll have to find a Confucian cultivator's friend and ask them to help." But then he smiled bitterly. "Moreover, this seal was made by the Copper Pillar State's Lung Chinga. If I want to break it, I'll have to find someone with a higher cultivation than him. I'm afraid they'll have to be at the 5th level of the Origin Energy Great Grandmaster. Secondly, the Great Grandmaster has to be afraid of the Copper Pillar States. Difficult." But then Li Xiang suddenly froze. In his mind, the scene of Xiaohua spitting out a flying sword and chopping off the chains on his body appeared. Then he thought about how Xiaohua took the Zhu clan's ancestral treasure without hesitation. He almost blurted out, "Taoist master? Could it be, you also know Confucian cultivation techniques?" "Just so. Xiaohua smiled. "My cultivation isn't good enough. I can barely kill Lung Chinga." "Ah? Lung Chinga was killed by Taoist Xiao?" Li Xiang was even more shocked. "Yes, Yin Jijin is also dead," Xiaohua said indifferently. "Just in front of the Jade Mountain." Li Xiang was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. He nodded and said, "I finally understand why the Jade Mountain's Guardian General was so respectful to Taoist Xiao. Even General Hao, who stood at the top of the mountain and didn't dare to say a word. Oh, looks like Zhu Qing really went for wool and came home shorn. This is called suffering a loss is a blessing," Xiaohua corrected. "Now Taoist Xiao can rest assured and let me take a look." Of course. At this point, how could Li Xiang not be at ease with Xiaohua? How could he not let Xiaohua take a look? After obtaining Li Xiang's permission, Xiaohua extended his hand and pointed his index finger at Li Xiang's lower dantian. A thin, almost inaudible crystal thread came out from his index finger. After watching the crystal thread enter Li Xiang's body, Xiaohua closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking. Li Xiang looked at Xiaohua's expression. It was actually the same as the previous disciples, with a smile on his face. Li Xiang's heart also rose to his throat. Fortunately, after half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Taoist Li, this restriction was set up by the Bronze Pillar State using the 5 brocade cloud diagram. If you don't know the 5 brocade cloud diagram, I'm afraid it won't be easy to break it." Li Xiang clearly hadn't heard of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. His face revealed disappointment. He forced a smile and said, "Many thanks, Taoist Xiao. Since you know the origin of the restriction, I'll find someone to break it later." "Ah, Taoist Li, why didn't you let me finish?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "This 5 brocade cloud diagram was also the killing array that Lung Chinga had set up in the Black Cloud Ridge that day. This Xiao killed Lung Chinga and just happened to destroy this array. That array diagram is now in this Xiao's hands." Phew. Li Xiang let out a breath of relief. He wasn't surprised anymore. After all, Xiaohua gave him too many surprises. Xiaohua saw that Li Xiang's face didn't show any joy. He felt strange and asked, "What? Could it be that Taoist Li doesn't believe me?" Li Xiang helplessly shook his head. "Taoist Xiao, I feel that there isn't any difficulty for you at all. I'm too lazy to be happy." "Ah, Taoist Li's words are good. I like it very much." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "If Taoist Li is anxious, I can break the restriction in your body right now." "Many thanks, Taoist Xiao." It would be a lie to say that he wasn't anxious. A nascent soul cultivator suddenly turned into a mortal. The sense of insecurity in his heart was far greater than others. Li Xiang hurriedly cupped his hands and said. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "However, I'm afraid that I can't let Taoist Li see the method to break the restriction." "No worries." Li Xiang hurriedly said with a smile. "Right now, I'm the fish and Taoist Xiao is the knife. As long as Taoist Xiao doesn't chop me into fish paste, it's fine." Haha. Xiaohua laughed and patted the heavenly horse. The heavenly horse neighed and rushed into the sky with the flying carriage. In a moment, it disappeared from everyone's eyes. The restriction on Li Xiang's nascent soul came from the 5 brocade cloud diagram. Not only could the 5 brocade cloud diagram be broken, even the 5 chi thunder could also break it. Xiaohua even thought about whether or not he should use the heaven cleansing earth technique to try it. However, seeing that the nascent soul in Li Xiang's lower dantian was already extremely weak, Xiaohua was afraid that he might injure this nascent soul and damage Li Xiang's Dao foundation. As the saying goes, those who don't know how to do it are not difficult for those who know how to do it. In Li Xiang's eyes, the seemingly extremely difficult restriction was broken by Xiaohua in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Li Xiang opened his eyes and sensed his body. His nascent soul had already returned to normal and there was nothing abnormal about his body. Although he didn't know if Xiaohua did anything to him, looking at Xiaohua's very calm expression, he didn't think too much. After all, Xiaohua didn't need to go through so much trouble. Daoist Xiao, do you have a jade phosphorus pill? After checking his nascent soul, Li Xiang didn't hold back and simply asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua shook his head. I don't have a jade phosphorus pill. Li Xiang was slightly disappointed and said with a smile, my nascent soul was injured. If I cultivate in peace, I'm afraid it will take several years to recover. When I was captured, all my medicinal pills, magic weapons and other things fell into the bronze pillar state. When Daoist Xiao rescued me, the guarding general didn't return my Qingkuan bag. Presumably those things aren't in the Jade Mountain, and my jade phosphorus pill is in my Qingkuan bag. I don't have a jade phosphorus pill, but I have a nourishing spirit pill and a clear li pill. Xiaohua said with a smile and took out 2 jade bottles. Nourishing spirit pill? Clear li pill? Li Xiang frowned. He had never heard of the names of these 2 medicinal pills. Oh, nourishing spirit pill is used to repair divine sense, and clear li pill is used by golden core cultivators. Xiaohua explained. I don't have medicinal pills for nascent soul cultivators like me, so I ask for fellow Daoist Li's forgiveness. Li Xiang smiled bitterly. How could the medicinal pills used by golden core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators be the same? However, when he thought about it, Xiaohua wasn't a real state preceptor, so how could he have real medicinal pills? Fellow Daoist Li, take it first. It's better than nothing. Xiaohua handed over the jade bottles and said, if fellow Daoist Li has the pill recipe, I can actually refine a jade phosphorus pill for fellow Daoist Li. The jade phosphorus pill's pill recipe is in the hands of state preceptor Qin Haoyue. I don't have it. Li Xiang's words were not without resentment. When I was the state preceptor in Li country, I also entrusted others to refine medicinal pills. The pill recipe I obtained later is also in my Qingkuan bag. Chapter 3562. After Li Xiang finished speaking, he looked at the jade bottle that Xiaohua handed to him. After pondering for a bit, he reached out and took it. After all, Xiaohua was right. Something is better than nothing. His nascent soul is weak, any kind of medicinal pill is fine. Looking at the ugly medicinal pill in his hand, Li Xiang's face revealed a strange expression as expected. However, after he took the soul-nourishing pill, his face became brilliant. At first he was stunned, then he became ecstatic. Immediately after, he sat down cross-legged and didn't speak anymore. This cultivation lasted for 2 hours. Xiaohua also didn't disturb Li Xiang. He drove the flying carriage down from the sky and flew above the heads of the disciples who were galloping on their horses. Woo-woo. Above Li Xiang's head, a faint buzzing sound could be heard. Then a whirlwind appeared in mid-air. The whirlwind grew bigger and bigger, from a few feet wide to several feet wide. Then the pressure of a yuanying stage cultivator appeared and spread out in all directions. Xiaohua didn't care, but Li Xiang's disciples below him were overjoyed. One by one they pulled their horses and waited on the ground. Under Li Xiang's pressure, the horses' hooves trembled as if they couldn't stand steadily. Hee. Xiaohua slightly smiled and patted the back of the Pegasus. The Pegasus once again soared into the sky and flew for several hundred feet before stopping. Li Xiang's pressure continued to increase. In the end, even the Pegasus was somewhat uneasy, snorting from its mouth and nose. Xiaohua slightly frowned, pondering whether he should wake Li Xiang or not. Fortunately, after another moment, Li Xiang slowly opened his eyes. That pressure was immediately absorbed into Li Xiang's Naiwan palace like a falling tide. Congratulations fellow Daoist Li, Xiaohua said with a smile. Alas, I still have to thank Daoist Master Xiao. Li Xiang couldn't help but sigh again. I underestimated Taoist Master's so-called gold core medicinal pill. It actually has such a strong healing effect on my divine sense. I feel that my divine sense is going to have a breakthrough again. Then I have to congratulate fellow Taoist even more, Xiaohua said. There are still many in the jade bottle, enough for fellow Taoists to use. And I'm now even more curious about fellow Taoist's clearly pill. Li Xiang couldn't help but open the other jade bottle and poured out an equally ugly clearly pill. Xiaohua smiled and said, fellow Taoist, you should stay here first. Fellow Taoist disciple is very concerned about you. Hehe, these children have really suffered under this Li. Li Xiang's face revealed a smile when he mentioned his disciples. As the heavenly horse landed, Li Xiang and the rest of his disciples were all laughing and congratulating their imperial advisor. In reality, their master's cultivation had recovered. Li Xiang said a few words of encouragement, and everyone continued to move forward. In anticipation, Li Xiang took the clear Li Dan, but this time the clear Li Dan did not give Li Xiang a special surprise. Although the medicinal power of the clear Li Dan was very good, it was just a drop in the bucket for a Yuaning stage cultivator. Seeing that Li Xiang had only opened his eyes for a moment, Xiaohua naturally knew that Li Xiang was disappointed. However, he just smiled and didn't say anything. How could he not take a good pill himself? Although he had the metal essence thriving marrow now, he did not dare to give it to Li Xiang. Spiritual items of heaven and earth were not something that ordinary cultivators could use at will. Although Li Xiang's meridians were tough, they were still far from Xiaohua's. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in the metal essence thriving marrow would definitely cause Li Xiang's meridians to collapse like a mountain flood. As for the 5 Qi righteous thunder, not to mention Li Xiang's Yuaning, even if Li Xiang used his own life magic treasure, he would not be able to resist it. Wanting to use the 5 Qi righteous thunder to refine his Yuaning was simply dreaming. Li Xiang was helpless and could only continue to take the clear Li Dan. After a few days, the Black Cloud Ridge was already in sight. Along the way, there were no pursuers from the Copper Pillar State. Instead, they met a few groups of Confucian cultivators. Confucian cultivators were indeed somewhat different from Taoist disciples. Most of the Confucian cultivators only revealed admiration in their eyes. They took a few more glances at Xiaohua's heavenly horse and flying chariot, but did not look for trouble. Only 2 or 3 people who were obviously reindeer followed for a while. When Xiaohua sighed with emotion, they were frightened by Li Xiang's spiritual sense and fled. This is the Black Cloud Ridge? Although he had yet to reach the Black Cloud Ridge, Li Xiang could not help but release his spiritual sense. After all, Li Xiang naturally knew the original appearance of the Black Cloud Ridge, and even knew about the Black Cloud Ridge's origin stone mines. Furthermore, when he was at the previous Jade Mountain, Xiaohua had already mentioned the Black Cloud Ridge, so how could Li Xiang not be curious? Seeing the current appearance of the Black Cloud Ridge, Li Xiang did not want to be surprised, but he was still surprised. How could this be the Black Cloud Ridge in his impression? Xiaohua laughed and said, this is naturally not the real Black Cloud Ridge. Fellow Taoist Li, take a closer look. Li Xiang was slightly startled. He released his spiritual sense again and carefully probed, but after a full meal, Li Xiang suddenly raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. He looked again and in the end he sighed deeply and said, the Taoist master actually set up a great formation in the entire Black Cloud Ridge. This is truly something that I would never have dreamed of. Even the entire Jianghu country would not be able to complete it. Haha. Xiaohua laughed and urged the heaven horse to descend. Li Xiang suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, oh right, this Black Cloud Ridge is underground? There seems to be an origin stone mine. Jianghu country, Copper Pillar country, and Jiasa country are mining it separately. Let's not talk about the Copper Pillar country, what about the Jiasa country? Naturally they were chased away by this Xiao. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, previously the soldiers of the Jianghu country had all submitted to the Jiasa country after the destruction of the Jianghu country. Why would I keep them? Oh. Li Xiang nodded absent-mindedly. He finally understood what Xiaohua meant when he said, I've done a lot of things that make Confucian cultivators jealous. This origin stone mine was probably even more eye-catching than the Zhu family's inheritance, right? Furthermore, Xiaohua had even openly offended the Jiasa country, which was the closest to the Black Cloud Ridge and was established by the Buddhist sect. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the Black Cloud Ridge and did not see any spirit demon patrolling, Xiaohua was a little displeased. He raised his hand and was about to cast a spell when he heard a sharp eagle cry from high up in the sky. Two shadows that were about 3 meters in size descended from the clouds, and the wings of the two birds of prey blocked the sunlight above Xiaohua and the others. Oh, that's right, there are still 3 demon kings in the Black Cloud Ridge. Li Xiang suddenly realized, could it be that Taoist Master Xiao killed them all? Is this Xiao that cruel? Xiaohua pinched his chin, looking very innocent. The two birds of prey circled a few times above Xiaohua's head, and with 2 cries, they descended towards the Black Cloud Ridge. A moment later, the 2 birds of prey charged into the sky again, still hidden behind the clouds. On the Black Cloud Ridge, light suddenly flashed, and the scene in front of everyone's eyes twisted strangely a few times. From midair to the ground, a crack dozens of meters in size appeared out of nowhere. This crack was like a large door flowing with light and splendor. The 3 demon kings brought a dozen little demons, and behind them Qin Xiaoyao, Xiao Jian, Changling, and the others flew out, respectfully standing on both sides of the door. When Xiaohua's horse landed, they all bowed and said, "Welcome back, master. Get up, see who's here." Xiaohua smiled and stood up, helping everyone up, and flew down from the flying carriage with Li Xiang. Junior greets Taoist Master Li. We greet State Preceptor Li, the Black Bear Spirit, and the others ignored Li Xiang. Qin Xiaoyao, the Changling Princess, and the other people of Jiang country were very happy to see Li Xiang, and hurriedly bowed. "Aha, all of you, get up." Li Xiang waved his hand, looking much more practiced than Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "Seeing you all safe and sound, this old man is reassured." Then Li Xiang bowed to the Changling Princess alone and said, "This Li greets the princess." The Changling Princess's eyes were slightly red, and she hurriedly returned the greeting. "State Preceptor, no need to be so courteous. Changling is no longer a princess. In the future I will have to rely on State Preceptor and Master." Haha. The Changling Princess's words naturally had a double meaning, but Li Xiang did not respond. As they spoke, Li Xiang's disciples arrived on their horses. Qin Xiaoyao and the others were very happy, and hurried forward to greet them, helping them down from their horses. "Xiaoyao, help arrange for Taoist Master Li's disciples." "We will talk in the cave." Xiaohua looked at the joyful crowd and ordered. "Yes, this disciple knows." Qin Xiaoyao immediately answered. "Also, Black Bear, prepare a banquet to welcome Taoist Master Li and the others." "Yes, this lowly one knows." "Old Master, do not worry." The Black Bear Spirit patted his chest, and left with the Golden Eagle and White Lion. Li Xiang looked at the orderly Black Cloud Ridge, and the appearance of the 3 Yao kings. He was filled with curiosity. These Yao could be called kings. Their strength spoke for themselves and their personalities were unruly. It was easy to kill them but difficult to make them lower themselves. He did not understand how Xiaohua had done it. After entering the cave, the people of Black Cloud Ridge took their seats. Lu Yi and Wang Yifei stood on either side of Xiaohua. Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede did not go back into the space, and stayed on their shoulders. Li Xiang's seat was not far from Xiaohua's. It was a guest seat. Li Xiang was very satisfied and sat down as well. Looking at the magnificent cave, he sighed, "Spiritual Master Xiao, I've been to this Black Cloud Ridge before. It was not like this at all. I didn't expect that in Spiritual Master Xiao's hands, it would turn something rotten into something magical. Ah, this is not my doing." Xiaohua laughed and said, "This is a big gift from Leng Qinga." Saying this, Xiaohua told him about the situation of Leng Qinga setting up the array in Black Cloud Ridge, and then briefly described what had happened. Finally, he glanced at the cave and said, "Taoist Master Li, now everything is ready in Black Cloud Ridge. We only need one thing to help Princess Ling establish her country. Can you give me a hand?" This. Li Xiang smiled bitterly, knowing that what was to come would come in the end. Although his cultivation had been restored, many of his disciples had not. Xiaohua had used this weakness to make him submit, so he really couldn't refuse. However, he didn't want to repeat the same mistakes as before, so he tried to shirk the responsibility. "This matter is of great importance, so let this Li carefully consider it." Chapter 3563. And that's true. Xiaohua did not care and said with a smile, "When this old man goes to the Jade Pavilion conference, the matter of guarding Black Cloud Ridge is of great importance. Xiao Yao's cultivation is not enough and this old man is worried. So this old man wants to ask fellow Taoist to help this old man. Since fellow Taoist wants to consider, then wait until this old man recovers fellow Taoist disciples' cultivation, and tell this old man when we depart." "Huh?" Li Xiang gaped and said curiously, "Taoist? Taoist wants I to help you guard for a few days?" "Yes." "What does fellow Taoist think this old man means by asking fellow Taoist to help this old man?" Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. "Oh." Li Xiang was slightly confused. He had not expected Xiaohua's request to be so low that he could not respond. The Changling princess did not lose the chance to say in a low voice, "Old master imperial tutor means, oh, this old man understands." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Li, do not think too much. This old man is not good at state affairs, and has no experience as an imperial tutor. Changling once said that they would ask fellow Taoist Li to come out again to be the second imperial tutor of Jianghu country. So this old man had Xiao Yao investigate fellow Taoist's whereabouts, and this old man came to Jade Mountain. However, this old man saw that fellow Taoist was not interested in being an imperial tutor, so this old man did not mention it. Whether fellow Taoist Li becomes an imperial tutor has nothing to do with this old man. This will depend on Changling's charm. This old man will not interfere. Even if fellow Taoist is not willing to stay in Black Cloud Ridge, after the banquet, this old man will immediately help fellow Taoist recover his disciple's cultivation, and fellow Taoist can take his disciple and leave Black Cloud Ridge. Haha, with the power of Black Cloud Ridge's formation, this old man believes that Xiao Yao and the others can last until this old man returns from the Jade Pavilion conference. Old master, do not worry. This disciple is indebted to old master for saving my life, and will not hesitate to die for old master." Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly got up and answered with one knee on the ground. Li Xiang's face burned. He naturally knew that Qin Xiaoyao's words were meant for him to hear, but he couldn't refute it. What Qin Xiaoyao said was the truth. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyao was his junior disciple. If Qin Xiaoyao could say such words, then what should he do with the help of Xiaohua? Fortunately, without waiting for Li Xiang to think more, Xiaohua smiled and said, "I understand your thoughts. Everyone has the right to choose. I will never force people. Let's go. I think the banquet at Black Bear's side has already been set up. Today we will only welcome Jinrenli with a feast. Nothing else." With that, Xiaohua pulled Li Xiang's hand and walked out of the cave. Since ancient times, there had never been a banquet that was not perfect, and there were naturally no guests who did not enjoy themselves. Even the legendary Hongmen banquet was the same, and the Black Cloud Ridge's banquet was no exception. After a night of drinking, the spirit demons were lying all over the mountains and plains, and it was truly unsightly. The soldiers of Jianghu country were still considered reserved. In the morning they faced the morning sun and spat out the old and accepted the new. Taoist Master Xiao. Standing in front of the cave, Li Xiang smiled and said to Xiaohua, "Qin Xiaoyao and the others submitting to Taoist Master is not out of my expectations, but the 3 demon kings of the Black Cloud Ridge and their demon soldiers submitting to Taoist Master is out of my expectations. These demons, to be honest, if Taoist Master Xiao does not restrain them enough, it will cause a lot of trouble for Taoist Master." Yes, this Xiao knows. Xiaohua nodded and pointed at the demons, saying, "These demons have submitted to this Xiao the most, and have always been in fear. Previously, there was Lung Chinga forcing them from behind, and then there was the Confucian cultivators formation killing them. Recently, I heard from the Black Bear spirit that many Confucian cultivators have begun to have designs on the Black Cloud Ridge. This old man is unwilling to let Qin Xiaoyao and the others go out to face the enemy, so these demons have to take the lead. Although the casualties are not great, these demons need to vent their emotions. A banquet should be useful. Of course, Taoist Master Li's reminder is in my heart. Since these demons have submitted to my fortune gate, this Xiao will definitely restrain them and not harm the hidden immortal continent." Hearing Xiaohua mention the fortune gate, Li Xiang was not surprised. After all, the current fortune gate's outer disciples were all Dao cultivators from Jianghu country. He had only been in the Black Cloud Ridge for half a day and he already knew a lot of things. Li Xiang thought for a moment and said, "Taoist Master Xiao, this Li has an idea but I don't know if I should say it." Please speak." Xiaohua laughed. He was eager for Li Xiang to say more. The hidden immortal continent forbids Tao sect disciples from establishing sects. This is public opinion. Although Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation is profound, compared to the accumulation of Confucian cultivators who have been passed down for who knows how many years, there is still a big gap. Li Xiang did not hide anything and said, Taoist Master Zhao certainly wants to establish a Tao sect, but in a situation where we cannot fight against the entire hidden immortal continent, it is very inappropriate to rashly bring up the fortune gate. Oh? Then what does Taoist Master think? Xiaohua frowned, his face full of worry. Li Xiang laughed and said, since it is not allowed to establish a sect, then take charge of a country. Now that Jiang country has been destroyed, if Taoist Master Zhao establishes Jiang country again, naturally you can name it Fortune country. You can even call it Xiao country. Taoist Master Zhao is building this country into an empire with vast territory. Taoist Master Li? Xiaohua interrupted Li Xiang's words, shaking his head and saying, this Xiao has already promised the Chongling princess to help her restore her country. Wouldn't doing this chill her heart? Does Xiao also become a person who goes back on his words? That's even simpler. Li Xiang laughed and said, Taoist Master Xiao can just support another country. Yes, that's true. Xiaohua woke from a dream, slapped his forehead, but then he grimaced. The problem isn't controlling a country different from a sect? There has to be a country ruler. If there is a country ruler, wouldn't there be a rift between us? Li Xiang laughed and said, use Taoist Master Zhao's own bloodline to be the country ruler. This Xiao country is justified. Forget it, let's talk about it later. As Xiaohua spoke, he actually walked into the trap. He simply waved his hand and said, this Xiao made a sect to simplify things, to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Now that I heard Taoist Master Li say that he also wants to marry and have children, wouldn't that be troublesome? Ha ha ha. Li Xiang also laughed. The two spoke a few more words. Seeing the sun rise from the mountain peak, Xiaohua smiled and said, Taoist Master Li, send a disciple up. You and I will see how to help them recover their cultivation. Alright. Li Xiang saw that Xiaohua was so straightforward and was happy in his heart. He transmitted his voice, and not long after, a Jindan disciple came up. Xiaohua took Li Xiang and the disciple into the quiet room. Xiaohua only slightly checked the injury and already understood that this disciple's Jindan was broken. His lower dantian was pierced by the sword qi of the Confucian cultivator, and some of the meridians in his body were also cut off by the sword qi. As long as the meridians and dantian were repaired, Jindan would not be difficult. So Xiaohua pretended to discuss with Li Xiang for a moment, took out the heaven-mending pill, explained to Li Xiang how to use it, and let Li Xiang help his disciple. Li Xiang looked at the pill in his hand, his mouth bitter. How could he not understand that as long as he had this heaven-mending pill, why would he need to do it himself? Why would Xiaohua need to discuss with him? He really couldn't understand. How many elixirs could Xiaohua have in this small Qingkuan bag? After the disciple took the heaven-mending pill, Li Xiang used his divine sense to explore for a moment. He knew that the heaven-mending pill's effect was godly, and it was repairing the meridians and dantian at a speed visible to the naked eye. But then Li Xiang worriedly asked, Taoist Master Xiao, this pill is really miraculous, but do you know how many? Enough. Seeing this, Xiaohua simply clapped his hand, and a sufficient number of jade bottles were sent in front of Li Xiang. Li Xiang was so shocked that a walnut could be stuffed in his mouth. A single heaven-mending pill was already incomparably precious, but Xiaohua actually gave him dozens of pills the moment he opened his mouth. Too much. Li Xiang muttered. His raised hand was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. The jade bottles were easy to put away, but his heart was too heavy. No matter. Xiaohua said with a smile, everyone in Black Cloud Ridge is more precious than this pill. Hearing Xiaohua's words that did not treat him as an outsider, and thinking back to Qin Haoyue's guarded appearance, Li Xiang's heart was somewhat shaken. Taoist Master Li, you help the disciples recover their cultivation here. I will go take a look at the Source Stone mine. Xiaohua stood up and said with a smile, that is the vital point of Black Cloud Ridge, we cannot lose it. After saying this, without waiting for Li Xiang to speak, Xiaohua stood up and walked out of the quiet room. Outside the quiet room, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stood below the high platform, both sitting cross-legged with their eyes slightly closed. Wang Bianfei was somewhat lively as he scurried around, but the God Power Centipede was quite well behaved as it lay on the ground, the black qi around its body expanding and contracting as if it was breathing, as if it was cultivating. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled mightily. With a wave of his hand, Little Silver and the God Power Centipede both flew onto his shoulder. Then Xiaohua rode a magic cloud and flew towards the Source Stone Mine. Fortunately, although many of the demons in the front mountain had not yet sobered up, the entrance to the Source Stone Mine was guarded by a white lion. From time to time, demons would enter and exit the mine, and it looked like they were mining source stones. Seeing Xiaohua fly over, the white lion immediately came over and respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, master." "Rise, white lion," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Why are you up so early? Didn't you drink last night?" Hearing Xiaohua mention wine, the white lion unconsciously stuck out its scarlet tongue and licked its lips. Smiling, it said, "Master, of course this little one drank. However, this little one felt that the spirit wine that Master bestowed upon this little one was rather rare, so I left some for my subordinates who profited from it. I didn't enjoy much of it myself. Moreover, it's this little one's turn to be on duty today. This little one didn't dare to delay Master's matters, so I came early." "Good." Xiaohua was very happy to hear this. Although the black bear spirit was loyal, it was really lazy and especially timid. This white lion, on the other hand, seemed to be a cautious and attentive one. Saying this, Xiaohua flipped his hand and took out a jade pot, handing it to the white lion. "This is a reward from this old man." The spirit wine in Xiaohua's space was now brewed by Xiaogui out of boredom. The wine's fragrance assailed the nostrils, and the color was sparkling and translucent. It was who knew how many times better than the wine brewed by ordinary cultivators. No wonder a demon like the white lion was greedy. Chapter 3564. Thank you for your reward, Master. White Lion was overjoyed and received the wine with both hands. His Adam's apple unconsciously gulped a few times. "How's the situation at the elemental stone mine?" Xiaohua asked after White Lion kept the wine. White Lion explained the situation of the elemental stone mine in detail. Xiaohua actually didn't know how the real elemental stone mine was mined, but hearing White Lion's orderly explanation, he nodded repeatedly. White Lion was even more delighted to see Xiaohua's approval. After White Lion finished speaking, he saw a few more demons coming out of the cave with cloth bags and other items in their hands. When they reached a place not far from the cave, they shook their hands and opened the cloth bags. A large pile of bones tumbled out. Xiaohua frowned and scanned with his divine sense. His expression changed unconsciously and he said in a cold voice, "White Lion, what's with this pit full of bones?" "Oh, reporting to Master." White Lion wasn't afraid and smiled. "These were all cleared out from the elemental stone mine. I'm afraid that the mine soldiers of the three kingdoms died in the mine and were casually thrown in here. When we saw these bones while mining, we told Big Brother. Big Brother knows that Master is kind and likes cleanliness, so he asked us to clear these bones out and place them in this pit. When the time comes, we'll bury them all." "Good, you've worked hard." Xiaohua patted White Lion's shoulder and encouraged, "I'll go find some cultivation methods that demons can cultivate and teach you in the future." Thank you, Master." White Lion was excited and immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Although they were demon kings, in reality they were just small leaders of the demons. They relied on their talent and didn't have any particularly complete cultivation methods. Wanting to improve their strength was simply a dream. White Lion had a deep understanding of Xiaohua's cultivation. Moreover, in Xiaohua's eyes, there was no difference between demons and humans. Since he said that he would guide them in their cultivation, he would naturally guide them. This was much more practical than some kind of spiritual wine or any so-called bestowment. "Get up," Xiaohua says with a smile. "This old man is just talking about it now. This old man doesn't even know where to find the cultivation technique that the evil spirit cultivates." Speaking up to this point, Xiaohua's mind flashed as he came to a realization. That's right, the Copper Pillar Nation's star-plucking tower. Other nations must also have their own auctions. My Black Cloud Ridge has an elemental or mine. Why would I be afraid of not being able to find cultivation techniques? Baisher, tell He Xiong about this and then discuss it with Qin Xiaoyao or Xiao Jian. Let them send some disciples out to bid. Yes, I understand. Baisher replied respectfully. Soon after, Xiaohua entered the Essence Stone Mine and went to the deepest part. He collected more essence stones before coming up. In just a dozen days, Xiaohua's mind and primordial spirit had improved greatly. The amount of essence stones he collected was more than 10% more than the previous time. While Xiaohua was overjoyed, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The effect of this secret technique far surpassed any secret technique he had ever seen. He really didn't know where Do Shanjun had obtained this mysterious secret technique. Could it be that my appearance can't compare to that guy's and my character can't compare to his? After Xiaohua cursed in his heart, he flew to the front of Dao Shan's tomb. Dao Shan's tomb already had weeds, but fortunately when the 5-brocade cloud diagram array bombarded the black cloud ridge, this place was not affected too much and the tomb was still there. Xiaohua squatted down, extended his hand and pulled out the weeds near the tomb one by one. He stared at the small tomb for a long time, as if he was thinking about something, but also as if he was comprehending something. After half a day he finally stood up and flew towards the cave. However, before he could reach the cave, Xiaohua stopped again. He saw that not far from the cave was a military camp, and on the east side of the military camp was a hill that wasn't too steep. Right now there was a person holding an axe and dancing on the side of the hill. Who else could this person be other than Yuanya? Xiaohua watched for a moment, and saw that Yuanya's axe technique was extremely methodical. It was obvious that someone had taught him. He couldn't help but smile and descended from the sky. Yuanya was the first person he saw in the hidden immortal continent. Now that there were many people in the Black Cloud Ridge, Xiaohua didn't have time to care about Yuanya. Previously he had asked Lu Yi once but there was no news. Dao, Master. Hearing the commotion, Yuanya put away the demon axe, hurriedly bowed and called out. It seemed that he was going to call him Taoist Master, but when he was about to say it, he changed his words. Looking at Yuanya, Xiaohua was quite emotional. People would always change. It had only been a little more than a year. A young man who was lying on a tree in the Jianghu temple and peeking at him practicing his fist techniques, now knew how to deal with people and adapt to changes. Yeah, how are you now? Xiaohua said with a smile. Master, this one is very well. Yuanya did not speak much and his answers were very proper. Xiaohua knew Yuanya's personality and asked, what about Changling? How is her and your master's plan to revive the country? Why are you not with her? Master, Changling and Master are working day and night, and have sent out many soldiers and also issued many orders. Looking at Changling, it seems to be going smoothly. The smile on her face is increasing. As to the exact extent, this one does not know. This one can only cultivate as much as possible so that I can protect her on the battlefield in the future. Who taught you this axe technique? It looks very good. Xiaohua asked with interest. General Kongli taught me. Xiaohua chatted with Yuanya for a while and then asked probingly, that? Changling still does not admit that she is Diawu? You did not think that you were mistaken? At the mention of Diawu, Yuanya was slightly bashful. He said with a smile, Master, this one will not be mistaken. However, right now Changling is focused on reviving the country. This one cannot distract her. After Jiang country revives, let's talk about it? And you are very right. Xiaohua nodded and then said, however, you also need to focus on cultivating and protecting Changling for Elder Mo. If there is nothing, you need to be by her side. You may not be able to ask about her well-being, but if you see her unhappy, you can think of ways to make her happy. Master, this one does not understand. Yuanya's face was slightly red as he answered honestly. Xiaohua was speechless and said helplessly, all right, you should cultivate. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask Qin Xiaoyao or Lu Yi. If that does not work, come find this old man. All right, Master, Yuanya answered. This one has nothing to ask for now. All right then. Xiaohua knew that it was boring to talk to Yuanya, but he had not expected it to be even more boring now. He could only wave his hand and fly into the air. Yuanya did not respectfully send Master off, like the black bear spirit. He looked at Xiaohua's back and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a smile from the bottom of his heart. When he returned to the residence, only Li Xiang was sitting cross-legged in the seclusion room. His disciples were gone. They must have taken the sky-mending pill and been chased out by Li Xiang. Seeing Xiaohua return, Li Xiang hurriedly stood and took out several jade bottles. He said with a smile, this one's disciples have taken Taoist Zhao's spirit pills. These are the remaining ones. Taoist, please accept them. Haha, Taoist Li, There is no need to be so courteous with this one. Xiaohua waved his hand, resolutely refusing to accept. Our friendship is still shallow. You don't know this, but this Xiao will never let go of anything that falls into this Xiao's hands, and this Xiao will never accept anything that this Xiao gives away. Alright, since Daoist Xiao is so straightforward, then this one will accept. Li Xiang did not say much. He put away the jade bottles and said, Daoist Xiao, this one and my disciples are indebted to you for saving our lives. Moreover, this one and my disciples have not fully recovered, so it is not safe for us to go elsewhere. Therefore, this one has decided to accept Daoist Zhao's invitation and stay in the Black Cloud Ridge for a while until Daoist Xiao returns from the Jade Pavilion gathering. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, Thank you, Daoist Li. However, I still have a condition. Li Xiang said with a straight face. Xiaohua was stunned and said curiously, Daoist Li, please speak. If this one can satisfy you, this one will definitely agree. The spirit wine that Daoist Xiao took out yesterday tasted very good. This one does not have many hobbies, but I like to taste wine. Li Xiang blinked and said, If Daoist Xiao asks this one to stay, then I will need a jar of spirit wine every day. Ah, no problem. Xiaohua did not expect Li Xiang to joke with him. He clapped his hands and took out a few jade bottles and said with a smile, Daoist Li, please taste these first. When this one goes to the Jade Pavilion gathering, I will leave behind enough spirit wine. Thank you. Li Xiang did like the spirit wine, but fundamentally speaking, it was just an excuse. Why would he care if Xiaohua took out more spirit wine? He reached out to take the spirit wine and agreed to the matter. Soon after, Xiaohua sat down again. He waved his hand and took out a row of magic tools. He said with a smile, Not only the spirit wine, this one also has some magic tools. Daoist Li, please take a look. Which ones are suitable for your disciples? Li Xiang was startled. Any cultivator's magic tool, if it wasn't bestowed by their masters, then it was obtained by their own luck. Gifts from others were extremely rare. For someone like Xiaohua who gave away a pile of magic tools in one go, other than those unrated magic tools used by Dao soldiers, which cultivator's magic tools could be given away like this? If Xiaohua regarded his disciples as Daoist soldiers, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? However, Li Xiang knew that Xiaohua was not such a mean person. Moreover, with a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew the rarity of these magic tools. Li Xiang hurriedly stood up and waved his hand, saying, Daoist Xiao, this one and this one's disciples have received too much help from Daoist Xiao. Why don't Daoist keep these magic tools in your hands and wait for a fated person in the future? Daoist Li, what is fated? What is not fated? Xiaohua said with a smile, Daoist Zhao's disciples meeting this one is fated. This one has these magic tools in his hands is fated. Why is Daoist Xiao so polite? Alas, okay. Li Xiang casually picked up a magic tool and looked at it carefully. He found that this magic tool was definitely refined by a great refiner. It was far better than what he had seen before. Of course, he was not willing to let his disciples lose this opportunity, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. Chapter 3565. Xiaohua smiled and said, It's a pity that I don't have the magic treasure you want, and I'm afraid that none of your Jindan disciples are suitable. My magic treasure was taken away by Lung Qingge. I'm afraid it's sealed somewhere in the Bronze Pillar State. Li Xiang smiled bitterly, After I recover my cultivation, I'll go to the Bronze Pillar State and maybe I can get it. As for my useless Jindan disciples, let them find a few magic treasures to use first. Xiaohua nodded, You can tell Xiao Yao about this and let him go to the auction to buy some suitable magic treasures. I know. Li Xiang nodded, and then Xiaohua asked Lu Yi to call in Li Xiang's many disciples. Each disciple chose a magic treasure. These disciples, including the Jindan disciples, all had joy in their eyes. They all bowed and thanked Xiaohua. After the disciples left, Li Xiang returned the rest of the magic treasures to Xiaohua and said, Jinren Xiao, I heard you say that you're going to the Yaotai gathering. How much do you know about it? Xiaohua slightly shakes his head. I know very little about the Yaotai gathering. Other than knowing that we Taoist cultivators must participate in the Yaotai gathering if we want to be teachers of a country, here is the approximate location of the Yaotai gathering. Li Xiang nodded, looked at Xiaohua and said word by word, If I hadn't been to the Black Cloud Ridge before, maybe I would have advised you to go to the Yaotai gathering. But look at the current situation of the Black Cloud Ridge, look at Jinren Zhao's spirit of killing the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar State, and I heard that Jinren Zhao also erected a Taoist stone tablet in the Bronze Pillar State. I advise you not to go to the Yaotai gathering and walk into a trap. Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that Li Xiang was the state preceptor of the Li Kingdom and must have participated in the Yaotai gathering. He wanted to ask for advice, but he didn't expect Li Xiang to advise him not to go. He also said that the Yaotai gathering was a trap, which really confused him. What does Jinren Li mean? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. To tell you the truth, Jinren Xiao, when I went to the Yaotai gathering to fight for the position of the state preceptor, I had the same idea as Jinren Xiao. I wanted to be an influential figure on the hidden immortal continent and make achievements that no one before me could achieve. Li Xiang's eyes flashed with a trace of fanaticism, as if he was recalling his glorious days. However, this fanaticism disappeared in a flash, followed by helplessness and bitterness. It's a pity that we took the wrong path from the beginning. How could we reach the peak if the direction was wrong? Xiaohua looked at Li Xiang with a smile and didn't interrupt him. Li Xiang looked like he was in his 20s. Presumably, he had altered his appearance after reaching the nascent soul stage. However, from his tone he seemed to have experienced a lot. Xiaohua also knew that Li Xiang was a person with a story and had more experience than him. Calmly listening to his thoughts would be of great benefit to him. Taoist Master Xiao isn't the first person to walk the path of Taoism on the continent of Confucian cultivators, and he definitely won't be the last. Li Xiang opened his mouth again. Once upon a time, this Li also had the same idea. I wanted to establish a Taoist sect, raise Taoist cultivators, become the master of a country and build a Taoist empire. Unfortunately, the Yaotai gathering pushed this Li to the bottom of the valley. Although this Li was lucky enough to obtain the lot to establish a country, the Li country's downfall made this Li completely lose the heart to contend for hegemony. What's going on with the Yaotai gathering? Xiaohua's brows furrowed even tighter. What Qin Xiaoyao said before was originally unclear. Xiaohua thought it would be enough for him to go take a look and register with his own cultivation. Who knew it would be so troublesome? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. What exactly is the Yaotai gathering like? It seems to be different every time. The Yaotai gathering that Qin Haoyue and this Li participated in was different. After all, 10 years of planning is enough for the Immortal Palace to come up with many sinister ideas to kill nascent Taoist cultivators. Even if this Li told you, it might not be useful. It might even be harmful to you. Li Xiang shook his head and said, with Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation, it's best not to participate in it. 10 years? The Immortal Palace? Xiaohua was shocked. He asked curiously, Qin Xiaoyao said it's once every 5 years. How did it become 10 years? Moreover, isn't this a matter of the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent? How is it related to the Immortal Palace? Besides, as far as this Xiao knows, the Immortal Palace doesn't intervene in the specific affairs of the hidden immortal continent. Li Xiang sneered, what Taoist Master Xiao knows is just the tip of the iceberg outside the glacier. Under the glacier, how can ordinary people know the full picture of the iceberg? The hidden immortal continent is the continent of Confucian cultivators and the Immortal Palace is the holy land of Confucian cultivators. If the Immortal Palace doesn't control the hidden immortal continent, could it be that the Lane Temple controls the hidden immortal continent? 5 years is a very long time for ordinary people, but for cultivators, it's just a blink of an eye. How can cultivators grow up? Only once every 10 years can the Immortal Palace harvest their energy. Xiaohua instantly understood a little. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, so this Xiao understands. The so-called Yaotai gathering is a grand event for the Immortal Palace to strangle the kindling of Taoism, and the position of the state preceptor is the bait. Since that's the case, why? Yes, since you know it's the bait, why hasn't Taoist Master Xiao dispelled the idea of participating at this time? Li Xiang said with a smile, it's because this bait is really tempting. Of course, we can't rule out that many Taoism disciples don't know the inside story. Even this Li doesn't have any real evidence. Everything is just this Li's own speculation. Lucky thoughts, considerable expectations, unbearable curiosity, all make people overlook the potential danger. Xiaohua nodded and sighed. Taoist Master Xiao, have you heard of the Yaoqi gathering? Li Xiang suddenly asked. Xiaohua shook his head. This Xiao is rather ignorant and inexperienced. Previously, I was concentrating on cultivation, so I really don't know about this. It's said that as long as a Confucian cultivator can cultivate to the sage realm, they can receive the invitation of Emperor Go-Qin and Empress Dongming to participate in the Heavenly Bestowal Banquet. Because this Heavenly Bestowal Banquet is held at Empress Dongming's Yaoqi Pool, it's also called the Yaoqi Gathering. Li Xiang explained, participating in the Yaoqi Gathering means that the Confucian cultivator has an extraordinary status and has obtained the recognition of the Heavenly Palace. And the Yaotai Gathering imitates the Yaoqi Gathering. As long as a Taoist cultivator participates in the Yaotai Gathering, they can be considered to have obtained the recognition of Confucian cultivators, which is to say, the Heavenly Palace. This kind of idea of learning both civil and martial arts and selling them to the imperial family is actually the idea of Confucian cultivators. When it's put on the heads of Taoism cultivators, it's already changing the concept of cultivators. Li Xiang said again, actually Taoist master, think about it again. As a country's teacher, participating in the affairs of the country, isn't it the Confucian cultivator's way of entering the world? It's completely different from the emergence of our Taoism. If Taoist master becomes the state teacher, isn't it because you've fallen into the scheme of Confucian cultivators? How can you still have time to cultivate? How can you still improve your cultivation? Of course, on the hidden immortal continent, it's forbidden to trade high-level Taoist cultivation techniques. However, in the Yaotai Gathering, there are high-level Taoist cultivation techniques as rewards. Taoist master can certainly obtain this high-level Taoist cultivation technique, but Taoist master will also become a delicious cake in the eyes of other Taoist cultivators. They'll constantly probe and harass you. How can Taoist master cultivate calmly? Li Xiang finally spoke his true thoughts. He was advising Xiao Hua to give up the idea of establishing a country. This. Xiao Hua inhaled sharply. He knew that this was what Li Xiang and the imperial preceptor had seen through. This was also the overt scheme of the Immortal Palace. The brilliance of the Immortal Palace was that 1. They used the competition of the Yaotai Gathering to cut off a portion of Taoist cultivators. 2. They used the name of the imperial preceptor to assimilate a portion of Taoist cultivators. 3. In the competition between countries, Taoist cultivators would fight with Taoist cultivators. 4. They used high-level Taoist cultivation techniques as bait to once again lure Taoist cultivators to kill each other. With such heavy killing, no wonder the hidden immortal continent did not have Taoist cultivators. Different from the Dawn Rain continent, the hidden immortal continent's Taoist sects were still not flourishing. Li Xiang really was sincerely trying to dissuade Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, when he saw Xiao Hua's expression change from astonishment to calmness, he smiled bitterly again. As long as it was a cultivator, which one of them wasn't a person with a firm will? How could they change their mind based on a few words from others? It seems that Taoist Master Xiao still plans to go to the Yaotai Gathering? Li Xiang asked softly. Xiao Hua nodded. Yes, I did not know that the Yaotai Gathering was so particular, and rashly agreed to Changling. Since I have spoken, I cannot go back on it. I must go. Also, I said that I want to establish a sect. If I do not have the mind to move forward, and have to avoid even a small Yaotai Gathering, how can I stand in the world? Li Xiang shook his head slightly. Hadn't he said such bold words decades ago? Humans, even if they were cultivators, would never give up unless they hit a wall and got a big bump on their head. The Yaotai Gathering is held at Yaotai Mountain. It is controlled by an organization called Star Sovereign Hall. The present master of Star Sovereign Hall should be called Kong Hongwu, and is a disciple of a first-class scholarly family. This Star Sovereign Hall is said to belong to the scholarly cultivators of the hidden immortal continent, but I do not know who controls it. At the Yaotai Gathering, other than the Imperial Tutor's lot, there are also some rare treasures of Yaotai Mountain. Anyone who attends the Yaotai Gathering can obtain them. Every few times, Star Sovereign Hall will take out some rare treasures of the hidden immortal continent, and put them on Yaotai Mountain for my sect disciples to fight over. On the surface, it looks generous, but in reality, it is to have my sect disciples kill each other. Back then, let's not talk about it. This is my impression of the Yaotai Gathering. Li Xiang sighed and took out the jade eye he had prepared long ago. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, I know that Taoist Master is far stronger than I was back then, but Taoist Master must remember, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You must be low-key. Back then at the Yaotai Gathering, none of the cultivators who were stronger than I could get the Imperial Tutor's lot. Haha, this is my specialty. Xiaohua took the jade eye and answered with a smile. He did not ask more about Star Sovereign Hall and the treasures. If Li Xiang knew, he would remember it in the jade eye. If Li Xiang did not know, it was useless to ask. Chapter 3566. In addition, Taoists shouldn't bring Lu Yi and the others. Li Xiang suggested again, their cultivation, not to mention me, even Xiao Yao can guide them. It's quite troublesome for Taoists to bring them along. Ah, good. Xiaohua clapped his hands, then I'll have to trouble Taoist Li. Taoist Xiao, I've learned a lot from you. It's only right for me to do something for you. Li Xiang was helpless towards Xiaohua's clapping. After all, he was also a nascent soul cultivator. How could he teach two disciples who had just started cultivating? But it seemed that Xiaohua seemed to enjoy it. Thus, Li Xiang had to hit the nail on the head. Taoist, remember, if something goes wrong, immediately run away. Well said. Xiaohua smiled. I don't dare to boast about other cultivation, but in terms of running away, if I say I'm second, no one dares to say they're first. Soon after, Xiaohua called everyone over and made some arrangements. He sat on a flying carriage pulled by a Pegasus and flew out of the Black Cloud Ridge. Everyone shouted and respectfully sent their master off. However, Li Xiang's face was very unhappy. He almost wanted to chase after Xiaohua and ask, where did the low-key go? The Pegasus shone brightly, wouldn't it be discovered from far away? At this time, how could Xiaohua still think about low-key? What he cared about was whether he could smoothly reach the Yaotai assembly. The reason why he brought Lu Yi and Wang Yifei along was not to guide them in their cultivation, but to identify the direction and help him find the so-called Jade Pavilion without taking any unnecessary detours. Li Xiang's jade eyes naturally had the location of the Yaotai assembly and the names of the countries around it. However, Li Xiang also made it clear in the jade eyes that he participated in the Yaotai assembly nearly 100 years ago. He didn't know whether these countries still existed or not. The jade eyes mentioned some taboos that Xiaohua wanted to pay attention to. It was nothing more than keeping a low profile and being on guard. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that Li Xiang told him to pay special attention to Taoist cultivators. On the contrary, he didn't say much about Confucian cultivators. This Li Xiang. Xiaohua withdrew his jade eyes and thought, I'm afraid that once bitten, twice shy. If it's Xiaoyu continent, everyone is Taoist cultivators, killing each other is not uncommon. But in the hidden immortal continent, Taoist cultivators, after all, are in the minority. If they can join hands, they'll be together. Otherwise, they'll be alone, wouldn't fall into the scheme of Taoist cultivators? However, just as he sat down cross-legged and was about to cultivate, a thought appeared in his mind. Oh, so that's how it is. I understand. What Li Xiang wanted to say was that the Tao sect cultivators on the hidden immortal continent had limited resources for cultivation, and these limited resources had to be obtained by the Tao sect cultivators themselves. Naturally, they had to guard against each other. Even though some Taoist cultivators practiced Taoist techniques, they were backed by Confucian cultivators, and even had the support of the Immortal Palace. They were people who sold dog meat under false pretenses. Naturally, they would be ruthless to the orthodox Taoist cultivators. Taoists say it, teet, it looks like, you still don't trust this Xiao. In fact, if Li Xiang was like this, it wasn't that he didn't trust Xiaohua. After all, Li Xiang didn't really understand Xiaohua. Speaking up to this point, it was already very clear. If he said it too bluntly, it might directly insinuate the relationship between Xiaohua and Li Xiang. If Xiaohua had a suspicious heart like Qin Haoyue, wouldn't Li Xiang have made an enemy? Xiaohua sat on the flying carriage, free and unfettered. Now he took out the small bone that Zhu Qing gave him. First, he looked at it carefully, then he released his soul consciousness. He took it for granted that since it was a bone, it must be a soul cultivator's bone. Xiaohua himself was also curious as to why the Zhu family was related to soul cultivators. In fact, this was the real reason why Xiaohua wanted to visit the Zhu family, not what Li Xiang said. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was wrong. The small bone didn't have any reaction in his soul consciousness. Xiaohua couldn't read anything from the bone. Oh, don't tell me, this thing isn't a bone. Xiaohua was astonished. He then used his soul consciousness and clear eyes technique to investigate, but to no avail. Helpless, Xiaohua opened his Dharma eye. Similarly, the bone in his Dharma eye was empty without any trace. That's strange. Xiaohua stroked his chin, puzzled. Don't tell me I was deceived by Zhu Qing? Was this a scheme to transplant flowers for a tree? No, the Zhu family is afraid of the copper pillar state, so how could they not be afraid of me? Xiaohua shook his head again. That's right, Buddhist sense. Suddenly Xiaohua had a kind of understanding in his heart. Zhu Xi was a great Confucian cultivator. If he wanted to leave behind the teachings of his ancestors, others would definitely think that Zhu Xi would use the methods of a Confucian cultivator. However, Zhu Xi did the opposite and used the secret technique of a Buddhist sect. This was definitely unexpected by others, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense. Sure enough, there were some faint spots on the bone. However, with Xiaohua's current Buddhist sense cultivation, he couldn't really see these spots. Finally, Xiaohua sent the bone into his Niwen palace. Under the Buddhist light of the Buddha Sarira, Xiaohua could see clearly that there were two prophecies on the bone. The ancestral tree is like the innate qi, the family tree is like the silk of the younger generation. Damn it, Zhu Xi is a saint. How could he leave behind something so unclear? It looks symmetrical but doesn't have any charm? Xiaohua looked at it again and again, puzzled. He couldn't help but curse. Even if that bastard Zhu Qing made this thing public, what could he do? He wanted to make it public, but Zhu Xi was too ruthless. Even his own descendants couldn't see what was left in the bone. What heavenly book truth? It's more like the heavenly book mystery. Xiaohua now knew how to read the heavenly book. Moreover, he had already cultivated the 5 qis unifications. He didn't care about this heavenly book truth. He casually put the bone into his space. With a wave of his hand, a scroll appeared in his hand. He was going to read it carefully. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang in his ears. Fellow Taoist, this humble Taoist greets you. Xiaohua shivered and hurriedly looked around. However, he saw that in the sky, there was nothing but astral wind. There wasn't any divine sense. Fellow Taoist, can you come in for a chat? Just as Xiaohua was puzzled, the voice impatiently sounded in Xiaohua's ear again. Oh, it's the bone-honing Xiaohua. Hearing this impatient voice, Xiaohua immediately understood and hurriedly sent his divine sense into his body. Sure enough, the bone-honing Xiaohua had already stopped practicing the Big Dipper divine fist. The golden light on his head was radiating in all directions. The yellow brilliance around his body was also glaring. In particular, the aura of desolation was even thicker. His figure was also much taller than before. Facing such a bone-honing Xiaohua, Jade Archive Xiaohua felt powerless. He helplessly cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist, why did you call I here? I just want to ask you, do you still want to cultivate the light escape? Only this bone-honing Xiaohua was so impolite to Jade Archive Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned. He scratched his head and asked curiously, What do you mean, fellow Taoist? The light escape is the goal that I pursue. How can I not cultivate it? What the hell are you cultivating for? Bone-honing Xiaohua's voice seemed to reverberate between heaven and earth. You found the exquisite pagoda for the Buddha Sarira, as well as the 10,000 Buddha diagram and the Mahavarokana Buddhist edict. You found the 5 Qi thunder and the heavenly book for the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. You found the 9 heaven spirit origin and the little white dragon for the soul cultivator Xiaohua. You found the dragon transformation art for the dragon vein Xiaohua. You even found the blood drop paradise and the devil qi for the devil spirit cultivator Xiaohua. What did you find for me? Is it this devil blade? While speaking, bone-honing Xiaohua waved his left hand. The devil blade that seemed to grow on his left arm flashed with a pitch-black brilliance. Doesn't fellow Taoist have the Big Dipper divine fist? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked curiously. I remember. There is also the bone-honing technique of the Sunset Island. Damn, when did the Big Dipper divine fist happen? Are you going to use it for the rest of your life? Bone-honing Xiaohua shouted angrily, I'm cultivating the Big Dipper divine fist because I'm too bored and playing around. The Big Dipper divine fist is no longer effective. Jade Archive Xiaohua was shocked, but he understood in a flash. He nodded and said, That's right, I overlooked this. Bone-honing Xiaohua again exclaimed in disappointment. Also, the bone-honing technique of the Sunset Island is somewhat effective now, but you should be cultivating it. Why are you holding that bullshit scroll and reading it every day for no reason? Can that thing let you cultivate the light escape technique? Actually, even the bone-honing technique of the Sunset Island has a time when it becomes ineffective. You should also look for a follow-up to that heavenly laws embodiment technique of yours. You can't let me be idle. Moreover, if you don't find a suitable technique, this devil blade of mine will never be removed, and you'll always have a devil hand. That? Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned and said, what if I use the 5 Qi Righteous Thunder to help fellow Taoists temper your bones? Is that possible? Of course it's possible to use the 5 Qi Righteous Thunder. If it's the thunder water in the space, that would be the best. Bone Honing Xiaohua saw that Jade Archive Xiaohua was very sensible, and his tone became somewhat gentle. I understand. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. This thunder water is beyond I's ability to use outside the body, but I can still do it inside the body. Moreover, fellow Taoist is one with the space, so you should be able to do it. However, this thunder water is too overbearing. Is fellow Taoist sure it's possible? Fellow Taoist is looking down on me too much. Bone Honing Xiaohua sneered proudly. The golden light around his body flourished, and the strange rune on his forehead made Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart tremble in shock. Perhaps fellow Taoist doesn't even know what the light escape technique is. Fellow Taoist knows, but I don't know? Could it be that fellow Taoist knows what I don't know? Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bone Honing Xiaohua really thought too highly of himself. Fellow Taoist knows, but fellow Taoist doesn't necessarily think too much. If I don't say it, you may not realize it. Bone Honing Xiaohua's bell-like laughter rang out. Chapter 3567. Bone Honing Xiaohua smiled and explained, fellow Taoist was able to freely use the Devil Realm's concealment technique because of fellow Taoist's Big Dipper God Fist. The Big Dipper God Fist should be the Devil Realm's bone tempering technique. The Sunset Island's bone tempering technique originated from the Desolate Era and should belong to the Giant Clan. The Heavenly Laws embodiment technique and the bone tempering technique you obtained from Yellow Flower Ridge should be related to the Monster Clan. However, I can't casually practice this bone tempering technique right now. I have to wait until the Sunset Island's bone tempering technique completely tempers me. I understand. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. One light into 7 colors hide all things. What we need to do now is to use the 7 colors to combine into one light. To be sheltered in the light, we have to go through the 7 bone tempering techniques and use the 5 elements to change the foundation of the bones. However, the 5 elements don't seem to be able to reach 7. I don't know about this. Bone Honing Xiaohua replied, I only know that only by tempering the 7 colors can I change my foundation and fellow Taoist can be sheltered in the light. As for what the last source is, it will depend on fellow Taoist's luck. And I understand. Jade Archive Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered. His figure instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of the damaged immortal beheading stage. Looking at the rumbling thunder water, Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand and a strand of thread-like thunder water fell from the gap of the immortal beheading stage. Then Jade Archive Xiaohua flicked his finger and one end of the thunder water disappeared in midair along with Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure. It was as if Jade Archive Xiaohua was holding the thunder water. Jade Archive Xiaohua appeared in front of Bone Honing Xiaohua and the thunder water also entered the strange rune on Bone Honing Xiaohua's forehead. Yes, it's this feeling. I like it. Bone Honing Xiaohua was overjoyed. He used the Big Dipper God Fist again and guided the thunder water around his body. Jade Archive Xiaohua was surprised. Fellow Taoist, didn't you say that the Big Dipper God Fist was already ineffective? Why are you still using it? I'm used to it. Bone Honing Xiaohua said faintly. When Xiaohua heard this, he was rather speechless. Most importantly, Bone Honing Xiaohua said with a smile, whether it is the bone honing technique of the Sunset Island or the bone honing technique of the Demon Clan of Yellow Flower Ridge, they are all boring. How can they be as impressive as the Big Dipper Magical Fist? Selling dog meat under false pretenses. Jade Archive Xiaohua secretly despised the arrogant and narcissistic Xiaohua's figure slowly disappeared. The Jade Pavilion was not a pavilion but a mountain. It was a high peak that was extremely far away from the Black Cloud Ridge. This Jade Pavilion did not belong to any country. Because of the Jade Pavilion gathering that was held once every 10 years, all the Tao disciples on the hidden immortal continent knew about this place. This year was another decade. Many ambitious Taoism cultivators were flying towards the Jade Pavilion with their ambitions and the expectations of the Taoism kingdom. There were also some cultivators who wanted to obtain rare treasures and flew to the Jade Pavilion. This Yaotai gathering was similar to a dragon gate. The fish leaped over the dragon gate and turned into a dragon. It was very appropriate. Xian Songzi was a Taoism cultivator who had just successfully conceived a nascent soul. Currently he was riding a snow eagle in midair with 2 boys. That snow eagle was extremely large. Its back was about 10 zhang in size. Xian Songzi's face carried an indescribable pride. He sat cross-legged behind a jade table. On the table there was a jade pot, a jade cup, and a sparkling and translucent chessboard. Xian Songzi's white and slender fingers held a pitch-black chess piece. His eyes, however, were looking at the chessboard. On the chessboard there were already black and white chess pieces mixed together. Xian Songzi raised his arm and that black chess piece landed. His other hand shook and a white chess piece appeared in his hand. Immediately after, Xian Songzi's hand that was holding the black chess piece just now reached out to the table. He picked up the jade cup and brought it to his mouth. The spiritual wine in the jade cup entered his mouth. Without waiting for Xian Songzi to put down the jade cup, a boy standing respectfully at the side of the table immediately raised the jade pot. After waiting for a moment, he saw that Xian Songzi didn't put down the jade cup. He hurriedly walked over and tilted the jade pot. The jade-green spiritual wine poured into the jade cup. After Xian Songzi drank 3 cups in a row, he placed the jade cup on the table. The boy tactfully filled the jade cup to the brim and placed the jade pot on the table. He returned to where he was standing earlier and stood there respectfully. The boy's eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Xian Songzi looked very satisfied. It was a feeling of being in high spirits. However, his heart was extremely bitter. If he had a choice, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to kneel before that Taoist cultivator who made him feel both gratitude and resentment 1,000 years ago. It was that sage-like Taoist cultivator who had performed a few spells in front of Xian Songzi's parents. He also gave Xian Songzi's parents some spiritual fruits and a considerable amount of gold and silver. Xian Songzi's parents immediately regarded him as a celestial being. They immediately allowed Xian Songzi to become a disciple of that cultivator. They also allowed that cultivator to bring Xian Songzi out of the remote and poor mountain village that Xian Songzi had long forgotten. Before that Taoist cultivator's lifespan was up, Xian Songzi had always felt that he was very fortunate to be able to walk on a path to heaven. He had a dozen so-called senior martial brothers beside him to take care of him. He also had ready-made cultivation methods and medicinal pills for his cultivation. In particular, Xian Songzi's aptitude was really excellent. He had only been a disciple of Taoism for 100 years, but his cultivation was already catching up to his senior martial brothers who had been cultivating for hundreds of years. At that time he was already a famous cultivator in a dozen countries. Unfortunately, those happy days were gone when that Taoist cultivator failed to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and reached the end of his lifespan. First, the spiritual herbs and other things provided by the country that Xian Songzi relied on began to decrease. Then, Xian Songzi's so-called senior martial brothers gradually fell in the battle with other Taoist cultivators and Confucian cultivators. Finally, the remaining 2 or 3 senior martial brothers also left that country and went to other places in the hidden immortal continent to look for opportunities for cultivation. Xian Songzi's so-called sect was thus disbanded. However, at this time Xian Songzi already understood that this was the fate of all Taoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. No one could escape. If he wanted to cultivate, then he had to find vitality stones, spiritual herbs, cultivation methods, and so on. Of course, he could also choose not to cultivate. However, as a Taoist cultivator without roots in the hidden immortal continent, he was very likely to die in the hands of Confucian cultivators one day. Perhaps his life would be worse than that of a secular person. The Taoist sect was a road of no return. Of course, it was impossible for Xian Songzi not to cultivate. His aptitude was very high. According to that Taoist cultivator, he was the only disciple who could cultivate to the nascent soul stage and become the master of a country. In the following hundreds of years, Xian Songzi suffered a lot. Not to mention the exclusion and inexplicable pursuit of the Confucian cultivators, the Taoist cultivators forced Xian Songzi to the edge of death several times in order to snatch spiritual herbs, magic weapons, and other things. Countless times, Xian Songzi regretted that he didn't enter a Confucian cultivator's sect. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. After regretting, Xian Songzi could only continue to cultivate. Fortunately, Xian Songzi, the leader of the hidden immortal continent's Taoist sects, finally became pregnant. However, after becoming pregnant, Xian Songzi immediately faced two choices. He could either become a rogue cultivator and cultivate with his own strength, or he could become the master of a country and use the power of the country to support his cultivation. Xian Songzi, who had suffered a lot, chose the latter almost without hesitation, just like most of the Taoist cultivators on the hidden immortal continent. Although the strength of a rogue cultivator's nascent soul stage was very strong, it was really dangerous in the hidden immortal continent, where there were many strong Confucian cultivators. Even if he took in a few more children, he might be hunted down and killed by the sanctimonious Confucian cultivators. Of course, this choice was not made by Xian Songzi on the spur of the moment. As early as when he cultivated to the late gold core stage, some monarchs who had no backing contacted him. Many monarchs also put forward excellent conditions. However, Xian Songzi was very ambitious. He knew that once he became the master of a country, his cultivation time would be reduced, and the possibility of him being able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage would be even smaller. Therefore, Xian Songzi declined all visits and concentrated on cultivation. With limited medicinal pills and other things, he finally stepped into the nascent soul stage. As soon as Xian Songzi became pregnant, he immediately attracted the attention of various countries. More than 10 monarchs came to visit him with generous gifts. Xian Songzi naturally welcomed them one by one. After discussing one by one, he chose a country with both potential and wise monarchs to be under his control in the future. Then he waited for several years and made some preparations to participate in the Yaotai conference. In addition to these unknown difficulties in Xian Songzi's heart, at this time, Xian Songzi was a high-spirited person. As a Taoist cultivator of the nascent soul stage, it was almost certain that he would get the lot of the master of a country in the Yaotai conference. As long as he passed this last stage, Xian Songzi could cultivate steadily and gradually develop his own power, preparing for the out-of-body realm in the future. Of course, Xian Songzi also wanted to achieve the out-of-body realm. Otherwise, he would not have painstakingly made so many arrangements. Kill? Xian Songzi's voice seemed to come from his throat, but it also seemed to come from his heart. He stretched out his hand and several rays of light appeared from his hand. Waves of impact surged in all directions like air waves. Immortal. The two boys were shocked. The impact instantly flipped them over and their bodies floated up like fallen leaves. When they looked at Xian Songzi's hand again, the pitch-black chess piece also turned into nothingness at the same time. On the contrary, the chessboard on the table was under Xian Songzi's finger. The air waves dispersed calmly, and the chess pieces on the chessboard were not affected at all. Alas! Xian Songzi raised his hand and slightly flicked his finger. The air waves for more than 100 feet to the left immediately stagnated, and the two boys also stopped there. When Xian Songzi pulled his hand again, the two boys fell from the air and stood steadily on both sides of the table. Phew! After half a cup of tea's time, Xian Songzi poured himself a few cups of wine. Then the two boys let out a long sigh and came to their senses with pale faces. They hurriedly knelt down and said, "Immortal, please forgive us. What have you done wrong?" Xian Songzi smiled and said, "It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with you. Get up." Chapter 3568. Yes, enlightened master. The boy on the left was more quick-witted. He hurriedly stood up and picked up the jade pot on the table. He obediently poured some spiritual wine and smiled. Our cultivation is still shallow, so we still need enlightened master to give us some pointers. If we can truly become your disciples, I'm sure we won't embarrass you in the future. Ah, don't worry. Xian Songzi smiled as he picked up the jade cup. Now that I've taken over the position of Grand Tutor, I can teach my disciples legitimately. Although you've only just entered the foundation establishment stage, it's not impossible for you to become a nascent soul cultivator like me. How would we dare to compare ourselves to enlightened master? The other boy hurriedly said. We can ask for some immortal spells and help enlightened master do some things. Haha, anything is fine. Xian Songzi nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly he frowned and raised his eyebrows. He looked in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a five-colored aura flashed across the horizon. At that moment, the sky had just begun to brighten. so this aura appeared a little abruptly. Xian Songzi's gaze swept around, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Even when he used his divine will, he didn't find anything strange. However, just as Xian Songzi retracted his divine will, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Before Xian Songzi could channel his powers, there was a loud bang. The snow eagle, which was flying forward with its wings spread, suddenly tumbled. It was as if there was an invisible rope blocking the snow eagle's body. The snow eagle couldn't maintain its balance and lost control of its huge body. Xian Songzi was clearly caught off guard, but his expression didn't change. The moment his body was sent flying, the nascent soul in his dantian opened its eyes. It rubbed its small hands together, and a majestic aura was released from Xian Songzi's body. At the same time, Xian Songzi waved his hand again, and the table, chessboard and other things fell into his hands. However, before Xian Songzi could put these items into his Chengkuan bag, and before he could reach out to grab the two boys who had fallen from the eagle's back, rumble! Several thunderous booms descended from the sky, and a destructive aura rushed toward Xian Songzi. Vast pillar of qi. Xian Songzi was shocked, but when he felt the aura he sneered. As a Taoist cultivator, he was more familiar with this murderous qi pillar than the Confucian cultivators. He relaxed and opened his mouth, and a small pagoda flew out. The small pagoda landed in the air, and thousands of jade talismans flashed. It let out a loud roar, and 1,000 feet of brilliance rushed out, sweeping away all the qi of heaven and earth nearby. It suddenly expanded to dozens of feet and rushed toward Xian Songzi's head. As for Xian Songzi, he kept the item in his hand into his universe bag. 2 beams of light from his other hand landed on the 2 boys. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen loud sounds were heard as the vast qi pillars that were comparable to thunderbolts struck the small pagoda. The small pagoda's brilliance flashed violently as it let out a mournful cry. The pagoda that had just expanded was immediately beaten back to its original size, tumbling in the air. Not good. Xian Songzi's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect the vast qi pillars to be so powerful. Moreover, the destructive aura only rushed out of the vast qi pillars at this moment, completely enveloping Xian Songzi. Xian Songzi knew that things weren't good. He didn't dare to care about the lives of the 2 boys. He hurriedly rubbed his hands together, and thousands of dark red threads of light rushed into the small pagoda along with the spell. The small pagoda trembled rapidly again, and circles of shadows rushed out. Every circle of shadows produced waves of qi that soared into the sky, trying to resist the destructive aura. Xian Songzi's dermic powers surged into the small pagoda at the right time. The second wave of the vast qi pillars rushed over like a tidal wave. Xian Songzi also shouted with great spirit, "Where did this shameless scoundrel come from? Kill, kill, kill." After he said the word kill 3 times, the small pagoda rose up in response. The jade talisman floated up, and the sky was filled with flying flowers. Boom! The rumbling sounds never stopped. Xian Songzi sneered. The vast qi pillar's aura was indeed very strong, so strong that it made his heart tremble. He couldn't help but want to release the pressure of a nascent soul to resist it. However, when he saw that his natal dermic treasure was able to resist the vast qi pillars, Xian Songzi began to look down on them. He was prepared to release a trace of his divine perception to check on the 2 boys. After all, the 2 boys might not have fallen too far in such a short time. Jia. However, just as Xian Songzi's divine perception was released, the snow eagle that was trying its best to stabilize itself in midair suddenly let out a wail. The wail was so ear-piercing that it split the sky. This. Xian Songzi was shocked again. He hurriedly looked over and saw several 5-colored rainbow bridges flying over from afar in front of the snow eagle. They arrived in front of him in a flash. Xian Songzi could already see clearly that the rainbow bridges weren't formed by a cultivator's escape technique. They were sword lights formed by the 5-colored qi pillars. Ambush. How could Xian Songzi not know that he was in big trouble? In his shock, he quickly retracted his divine perception and didn't dare to be distracted. He controlled his natal dermic treasure with one hand and slapped his forehead with the other. The hand of a nascent soul rushed out and grabbed at the rainbow bridges. Puff, puff, puff. Amidst the continuous rumbling sounds, Xian Songzi's nascent soul hand was shattered by the 5-colored sword pillars. The roaring waves of qi covered the sky and earth. Such a huge commotion also resounded through the nearby space. At the same time that Xian Songzi's body trembled, a bloody light instantly shot into the sky. The huge snow eagle struggled slightly in the 5-colored sword pillars, but it was immediately chopped into many pieces of meat. This is bad. Xian Songzi naturally knew how powerful the snow eagle was, and he also knew the power of his nascent soul hand. However, it wasn't a match for the 5-colored sword pillars at all. The incoming Confucian cultivator was at least at the mid-4th level of origin energy. Just as Xian Songzi's fear rose, the pillar of qi blocked by the small pagoda in the sky changed again. Boom boom. The pillar of qi roared and the pressure on the small pagoda suddenly increased by several times. The light on the small pagoda was instantly extinguished and it fell from the sky. The aura that Xian Songzi had just snorted at now revealed its hidden fangs. It broke through Xian Songzi's pressure and crashed down on Xian Songzi's body. Xian Songzi's face was ashen. Without any hesitation, a ray of light shot out from the top of his head and a nascent soul less than a foot long rushed out. It was the nascent soul that Xian Songzi had just nurtured and hadn't condensed yet. The moment the nascent soul appeared, it immediately waved its small hand and a ray of light flashed like a silk thread. The small pagoda once again shone brightly. Not only did it protect the nascent soul, but it also appeared from the void and covered Xian Songzi's body, whose eyes were already closed. Unfortunately, Xian Songzi had underestimated the strength of his attacker. Without waiting for Xian Songzi's nascent soul to activate the small pagoda, a 5-colored sword ray appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to directly cut through the heavy pagoda, but it also seemed to pierce through the void and land on Xian Songzi's body. There were only a few pu sounds and the light on Xian Songzi's body flashed a few times. The protective treasure armor was pierced through and Xian Songzi's body turned into minced meat in the blink of an eye. Ah! Xian Songzi's nascent soul let out a sharp cry. Its eyes were filled with anger. Even now, he still hadn't seen the attacker's true appearance, and his body had already been destroyed. Xian Songzi made a prompt decision. His nascent soul glowed with a faint divine light. He raised his hands and grabbed the small pagoda. His entire nascent soul immediately disappeared in midair. Xian Songzi wanted to use teleportation to escape this place and escape the clutches of the ambushers. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen pillars of boundless qi appeared around 1,000 feet away, completely sealing off the surrounding area. A cold voice resounded, "Suppress." Along with the voice, the pillars of righteous qi became solid and the righteous qi condensed into a ball. There was a flash of light somewhere and Xian Songzi's nascent soul appeared with a panicked expression. He quickly looked around and saw a scholarly general in golden battle armor appear. His face was filled with confusion because he didn't recognize this scholarly general at all. "Who are you?" Xian Songzi's voice was very sharp and filled with anger. The scholarly general didn't care at all. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of righteous qi flew into the air. A disc fell from the sky. The pillar of righteous qi and the terrifying aura that could destroy the world came from the disc. At this moment, the scholarly general was clearly going to kill Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Damn it! Xian Songzi knew that he had encountered a scholarly cultivator who had an inexplicable hatred for Dao cultivators. This scholarly cultivator never needed a reason to attack Dao cultivators. He cursed and formed a seal with his hands. Light flashed around his body. It was clear that he was going to explode his nascent soul to take this scholarly cultivator down with him. Just at this moment, another 5-colored sword energy flashed. This sword energy completely controlled the space around Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Before Xian Songzi could form a seal, all of the origin energy disappeared. Xian Songzi's nascent soul seemed to be suppressed and couldn't move at all. The eyes of Xian Songzi's nascent soul were about to drip blood. He had cultivated for 1,000 years and was about to show his talent on the hidden immortal continent, but he was actually ambushed here. The strength of this ambusher was too terrifying. It had only been the time to drink a cup of tea, but his body was destroyed and his nascent soul was about to die. All of his blood, sweat, and tears were about to turn into water. He was really unwilling to accept this. Just as the 5-colored sword energy was about to fall and Xian Songzi's nascent soul was about to be torn apart, the sword energy suddenly turned into thousands of strands of 5-colored energy that wrapped around Xian Songzi's nascent soul like silk. At the same time, the disc fell and sucked Xian Songzi's nascent soul into it. The disc fell and turned into the size of a palm. It flew into the sky and landed in the hands of the scholarly general in golden armor. The scholarly general looked at the disc and reached out. 5 strands of energy came out from his 5 fingers and entered the disc. He then raised his hand and Xian Songzi's nascent soul came out from the disc. Hee, congratulations, Brother Wang. A tall Confucian scholar flew over on a colorful cloud. The Confucian scholar's cheekbones were prominent, and his eyes were long and slender. In his hand was a treasured sword that was about a foot long. This treasured sword reflected the rising sun and transformed into a rainbow. Chapter 3569. Same to you. The golden-armored Confucian nodded slightly and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the nascent soul on the round plate that had its eyelids closed and was motionless. He said, "This is already the 3rd one. Brother Wang is indeed my unparalleled strategist. I have destroyed 2 Taoist countries and spent a lot of effort to search for Taoist nascent soul stage cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. In 2 years, I only captured 14 nascent soul stage cultivators, which is far from the number of immortal emissaries. I didn't expect to capture 3 nascent soul stage cultivators in a dozen days at the Jade Pavilion. Haha, this is all thanks to Brother Wang's good fortune." The Confucian scholar waved his hand and laughed. If Brother Wang hadn't been conferred the title of Marquis, how could I have learned about the Jade Pavilion meeting from that Taoist cultivator? Moreover, it is said that in this Jade Pavilion meeting, most of the Taoist cultivators are so-called gold core cultivators. There aren't many nascent soul cultivators who can participate. Isn't it a sign of Brother Wang's great fortune? As long as Brother Wang completes the mission of the immortal envoys, you will certainly be favored by the immortal palace. Not to mention establishing an empire that will last for eternity, you can even expect to be ranked among the immortals. Don't worry. You and I have been side by side since we were children. With me there will be no shortage of Brother Wang." The golden-armored Confucian laughed. "After I obliterate this nascent soul, we will look for the 4th nascent soul." With that, a dragon pattern appeared between the golden-armored Confucian's eyebrows. He bit his middle finger and a drop of blood oozed out. He touched the dragon pattern with his hand, and a wisp of blood-red dragon chi rushed into the air. The Confucian scholar's index finger moved in the air, and the dragon chi followed the movement of his index finger. Inscriptions that resembled the roaring of small dragons appeared above the nascent souls. However, before these inscriptions were finished, the Confucian scholar frowned and his eyes flashed with 5-colored brilliance. He turned his head and reminded, "Brother Wang, I'm afraid there isn't enough time. It seems that there are Taoist cultivators coming from that side?" Delight appeared on the golden-armored Confucian general's face. He opened his mouth, and the inscriptions that had already been written as well as the remaining dragon chi were immediately sucked into his mouth. He raised his hand and the clouds above the round plate surged, suppressing Xian Songzi's nascent soul into the imperial artifact. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "These Taoist cultivators are like carps crossing the river, all for the sake of the imperial master's lot. Even outsiders can't escape the temptation of fame and fortune. Brother Wang, please conceal yourself. I'll go and take a look." The Confucian scholar's eyes were abnormally bright. "Wait for my signal. Brother Wang will attack together." Huh? Thousands of air currents surged around the golden-armored Confucian as he rushed into the sky. The disk also flew up, and the clouds turned into layers of white clouds, which were the same as the ones in the sky, covering the golden-armored Confucian for hundreds of feet around him. The Confucian scholar waved the 5-colored sword in his hand, and the sword turned into a rainbow. The Confucian scholar's figure also fell into it, and he became one with the sword as he rushed into the distance. In less than half a meal's worth of time, in the distant horizon, flames flashed into the sky, followed by a burst of music. More than a dozen boys with music in their hands stood on 3 or 5 huge fire vultures and flew over. The fire vultures were several feet in size, and as they flapped their fiery red wings, wisps of flames rushed into the air. Caw. Occasionally the fire vultures would open their mouths and let out a clear cry, and several fierce flames would spurt out from their mouths and noses. The boys all wore fiery red Taoist robes, and the cuffs of their Taoist robes were decorated with flame patterns. Behind the fire vulture were several flaming carpets. On each of the carpets stood a cultivator in the same Taoist robes. These cultivators were slightly older and each of them stood with a focused expression. Their eyes shone brightly and each of them carried a large gourd on their backs. Behind the cultivators was a fiery red war chariot pulled by a fire dragon. Needless to say, the fire dragon was only dozens of feet long, and its body was surrounded by flames. Wisps of flames seemed to dance rhythmically in the air. Just the fiery red war chariot alone exuded a majestic aura. Anyone who looked at the war chariot would be filled with a kind of blazing heat. This kind of unforgettable aura caused the floating clouds in the air to ripple in all directions. Not to mention, the flames on the war chariot were red and black, and the black flames even distorted the void as the war chariot passed by. Looking at the war chariot, a cultivator who looked like a child sat calmly on it. His Taoist robes flashed with golden light, and a pitch-black flame pattern flickered between his eyebrows. This cultivator looked extremely inconspicuous on the war chariot, but the flames and the terrifying aura of the war chariot seemed to move with the cultivator's breathing. Suddenly this cultivator's mouth and nose let out a low hum. The entire war chariot's flames greatly flourished, and that majestic aura even rushed into the air. "Stop." A middle-aged man closest to this cultivator hastily spoke. Immediately the music-playing boy stopped. "Ancestor." That middle-aged man hastily turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Do you have any orders?" That child did not pay attention to this middle-aged man. His eyes slightly opened and two faint flames flashed from his pitch-black pupils. The child raised his head and swept a glance indifferently saying, "Your distinguished self has dragon chi. I fear you are the master of a country. Hiding here today, are you looking for a suitable national teacher?" It was a pity that after a long while no one spoke. That child was not angry and he still said with an indifferent tone, "This old man is the Li Fire Nation's Taoist master Huada. I received Star Lord Hall's Kong Hongwu's invitation to go to the Jade Pavilion. If your distinguished self has the heart to find a talent that can assist your distinguished self in stabilizing the country, you can wait until after the Jade Pavilion's meeting to pay a visit to each Star General." However, speaking to here, Taoist Huada's voice suddenly became cold. "However, this old man sees that your Confucian cultivation has already reached the upper 4th level of origin energy. You can use a dragon weapon to fight against someone with the 5th level of origin energy. I fear you don't need my Tao sect's national teacher, right? Let this old man give you a piece of advice. Don't have any dirty thoughts in your heart. My Tao sect's cultivators are all celestial monarchs in the eyes of the immortal palaces. They are not people that an emperor of a continent like you can understand. As a Tao sect's cultivator, although I can't rashly kill you, if you don't listen to this old man and insist on doing things your own way sooner or later, you will fall at the hands of my Tao sect's disciples." After a while, Taoist Huada waved his hand and ordered, "Let's go, go." When the middle-aged cultivator heard this, he hastily waved his hand. The dozens of children in front of him began to play again. The fire dragon roared and the war chariot began to move again. Behind the war chariot, there were dozens of young and beautiful women dressed in palace attire. They held various magic tools in their hands and their jade pendants and other items were jingling. Just as Taoist Huada's war chariot flew over 100 meters, a huge dragon-like flame suddenly appeared in the sky and pounced toward a large cloud. Boom! With a loud bang, the clouds did not dissipate like ordinary clouds. Instead, they flashed with golden light. Although the golden light quickly melted into liquid gold in the flames, the clouds did not dissipate. After the time it took to eat a meal, Taoist Huada's trump card disappeared and the fire dragon also gradually disappeared. The cloud violently tumbled and the golden-armored Confucian stepped out of the cloud with an angry expression. At this moment, the disc in his hand was still covered in a layer of faint flame. "Brother Wang." In the distance, a 5-colored rainbow appeared out of thin air and the Confucian scholar appeared again. There was a kind of fear on his face and he whispered, "I was also warned by Taoist Huada and didn't dare to rashly send out a message. Humph, it's only an upper 4th grade essence force." The golden-armored Confucian narrowed his eyes and the dragon chi between his eyebrows faintly roared, "If I go all out with Brother Wang's help, I have a 60% chance of killing him." The Confucian scholar frowned and shook his head slightly. "Brother Wang, you underestimate this cultivator too much. He can easily detect our concealment technique, which shows that Dao sect's divine sense is powerful. Any cultivator with outstanding divine sense generally has a secret technique that others can't reach. We can't let the so-called Star Lord Hall know that we are here to kill nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, Taoist Hua Da is invited to the Jade Pavilion meeting. If something happens to him, the entire Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent won't agree. This Star Lord Hall, what is it? The golden-armored Confucian didn't comment and asked curiously, who is this Kong Hongwu that Taoist Hua Da mentioned? How come I don't know anything about him? These are all tricks that the Immortal Palace uses to fool Dao sect, right? The Confucian scholar smiled. Not only Brother Wang doesn't know, but even those Dao sect cultivators who haven't participated in the Jade Pavilion meeting may not know. Forget it. The golden-armored Confucian waved his hand. It's enough to get 3 nascent soul cultivators this time. Now that the Jade Pavilion meeting is close, don't let other Dao sect cultivators notice anything strange. Yes, I will listen to Brother Wang's orders. The Confucian scholar was very respectful and answered with his head lowered. The golden-armored Confucian waved his hand, and the disc fell and turned into a dragon-shaped cloud. The Confucian general flew and landed on the cloud, ordering, Brother Wang, come up and return to the country with me. I don't dare. Seeing the dragon-shaped cloud, the Confucian scholar immediately felt fear and said respectfully, this mountain river seal is the heirloom seal of the capital Qin state. It has always been controlled by the monarch. I don't dare to get close to it. I pardon you. The golden-armored Confucian said with a smile. The Confucian scholar still didn't dare and bowed. Even if Brother Wang agrees, I don't dare to ride on the jade seal. I ask Brother Wang to control the jade seal, and I will open the way for Brother Wang. Alas, okay. The golden-armored Confucian shook his head slightly. Now you're going to become the monarch of a country, but you're still so reserved in front of me. Hee Brother Wang, don't worry. Although I can be called monarch, my monarch and subject status with Brother Wang has already been established when we were brothers. It won't change in this life. The Confucian scholar smiled and turned into a sword again, rushing into the distance like a nascent soul cultivator. When the Confucian scholar left, the golden-armored Confucian general smiled. The dragon-shaped cloud under his feet flashed with golden light, and he also chased after him like a meteor. In just over an hour, the two had already flown more than thousands of miles. Seeing the mountains spread out under them and the sunlight shining down from above, the golden-armored Confucian general pointed with his finger and said with a smile, if I were born with a cliff, I would expand the territory of the empire to this place. I am willing to rule the hidden immortal forever, and the people of the hidden immortal are all my children. Chapter 3570. Brother Wang's spirit is rare in the world. Even immortal emissaries have to be convinced. Brother Wang's great wish will definitely be realized. It wasn't clear whether the scholar in the distance was flattering or sincere, but his voice was very respectful. At this moment, a pure and holy white brilliance appeared in the distance, like a full moon falling from night to day. It immediately attracted the golden-armored Confucian general's gaze. His eyes flickered with a faint golden light, and his pupils were blooming with the shape of a flower. Light feather heavenly horse? The golden-armored Confucian general cried out in surprise, but there was also joy in his tone. When the golden light in his eyes gradually faded, the dragon-shaped cloud under his feet immediately changed direction and rushed towards the heavenly horse. The golden-armored Confucian general shouted, Brother Wang, wait a moment. This Taoist cultivator doesn't seem to be going to the Jade Pavilion gathering. When I kill this Taoist cultivator, I'll use the heavenly horse as a congratulatory gift for you becoming king. Brother Wang. The scholar raised his eyebrows, and his eyes flashed with an indescribable expression. Although his words were still respectful, there was a hint of intimacy in the way he addressed him. When he turned around the five-colored sword light and followed the Confucian general to the heavenly horse, a five-colored divine light slowly appeared in his eyes. However, when he saw the cultivator who was coldly facing the mountain river seal that his royal brother had taken out, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly cried out, Yan Ming, be careful. This person's cultivation is definitely not on the surface. However, before the scholar finished speaking, his brother Wang had already made his move. The scholar didn't dare to be negligent. He urged his five-colored true qi and flew into the distance a bit faster than a rainbow. Although it was a bit slower than when he ambushed Shen Songzi, the momentum of a joint attack had already been formed. This scholar's eye-clearing technique was far superior to his brother Wang's. Unfortunately, he still didn't truly see how powerful this Taoist cultivator was. Before he could fly closer, everything that happened in front of him left him dumbfounded. The cultivator riding the heavenly horse was naturally Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua's direction was a bit wrong again. He passed by the side of the Jade Pavilion and collided with the two scholars. When the scholar looked at Xiaohua, Xiaohua had already sensed it. Xiaohua was originally happy that he could finally ask someone for directions. However, before he could release his divine sense, the golden-armored Confucian general had already flown towards him on a dragon-shaped cloud with a proud look on his face. Xiaohua frowned and clapped his hands. The soaring dragon shears glittering with golden light appeared in his hands. He coldly looked at the Confucian general who was roaring arrogantly. Sure enough, when he was still several dozen feet away from Xiaohua, the Confucian general's Zhenqi surged, and the auspicious cloud under his feet transformed into a circular plate several dozen feet in size. Hundreds of pillars of Zhenqi rushed out from the circular plate, and in the void around 1,000 feet around the circular plate, even more Zhenqi surged out, majestically smashing towards Xiaohua, as if wanting to smash Xiaohua into meat paste. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the Confucian general with a sinister smile and ecstasy on his face. He then slightly raised his eyes to look at the Confucian scholar who used the clear eyes technique in the distance. The aura on the circular plate was indeed powerful. In Shen Songzi's eyes, it was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, after seeing the 5 brocade cloud paintings aura that could exterminate all living things, this kind of aura was somewhat insufficient. Seeing that the pillar of Zhenqi mercilessly descending and really wanting to kill him as soon as they met, Xiaohua's previous thoughts of asking for the reason had already been strangled by Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered, and the space several dozen feet around him suddenly became cold. He then clapped his hands and golden light surged out from the top of his head. A nascent soul hand that was several hundred feet in size soared into the sky and grabbed towards the circular plate. Once the nascent soul hand appeared, the space within 1,000 feet seemed to solidify, and even the pillar of Zhenqi was controlled. At this moment, the Confucian scholar cried out in alarm. The Confucian general named Yan Ming was greatly shocked, but this shock only lasted for a moment. Soon after, the Confucian general laughed loudly. "Shenyan Liang, come over here. This is another nascent soul cultivator, and his cultivation is close to the upper 4th level of origin energy. Capture him." Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, his expression changed drastically again. Because Xiaohua's nascent soul hand was coming from afar, a suffocating feeling was born in his heart. The Zhenqi in his body, like the Zhenqi in the air, was in a state of stagnation. Damn it! The Confucian general cursed. He opened his mouth and a blood-red Zhenqi fell on the circular plate. A bloody mist appeared on the circular plate, and the entire circular plate suddenly expanded. Within the bloody mist, countless images of mountains and rivers appeared. The Zhenqi had a dignified aura. It was several times heavier than before, and in an instant the nascent soul hand became dim. "It's just a small trick." Xiaohua sneered, and his divine sense suddenly activated. During this time, Xiaohua's divine sense had been tempered by Do Shanjun's divine sense secret technique, and had become a lot stronger. With this activation, the magic power in his body was truly matched with the secret technique, and majestically rushed into the nascent soul hand. Xiaohua's divine sense moved at will, and the nascent soul hand emitted a bright golden light. It crossed the sky and grabbed the entire circular plate along with the pillar of Zhenqi. Rumble? A series of rumbling sounds came from the nascent soul hand. The entire nascent soul hand continuously shook, but there was no sign of it collapsing. Suppress. 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 The Confucian scholar's face was somewhat pale. He hurriedly bit his finger and pressed it on the dragon mark between his eyebrows, and shouted 3 times in a row. Roar. From the dragon mark, a blood-red crystal thread rushed out. This crystal thread was in the shape of a dragon and elephant. It landed on the circular plate, and the entire circular plate instantly turned into an oval-shaped jade seal. A terrifying Jin Qi that could make immortals and mortals retreat rushed out from the jade seal, and in an instant Xiaohua's nascent soul hand was pushed away. Boring. Xiaohua's reaction was definitely unforgettable for the Confucian scholar named Xian Yanming. Xiaohua helplessly shook his head and berated his unique imperial dragon technique. Boring? Xian Yanming sneered. How could a Taoist cultivator know the power of a Confucian cultivator's Jin Qi? Unfortunately, just as these sarcastic words came out from the bottom of his heart, he saw Xiaohua's Jin Qi flourish. Roar. A Jin Qi that was countless times stronger than the mountain and river seal rushed out. This Jin Qi unexpectedly turned into the shadow of a huge dragon. It opened its mouth in the air, and the mountain and river seal fell into the huge dragon's mouth like a small stone. Not only that, after the mountain and river seal fell into the huge dragon's mouth, a powerful suction force soared into the sky like maggots. It really fell on the dragon mark between Xian Yanming's eyebrows. Before Xian Yanming could do anything, his body became light, as if a cold wind blew through his heart. The dragon mark between his eyebrows turned into a golden python and fell into the huge dragon's mouth. Xian Yanming was stunned. Although this was the first time he encountered it, and he had never heard of it before, he clearly knew in his heart that the Jin Qi in his body, which was the fate of the capital Qin state, had been robbed. It was taken away by this unremarkable Taoist cultivator in front of him. How is this possible? Xian Yanming almost roared in his heart, but the development of the situation had long been out of his control. In the moment when he was absent-minded, he saw Xiaohua open his hand, and a golden light flashed in the air. Although Xian Yanming's golden armor flashed with countless inscriptions, layers of Jin Qi were generated from the void, layer by layer they condensed, wanting to block the sword light. However, under the swing of the golden dragon's tail, all the inscriptions were cut in half, and all the Jin Qi was cut off from Xian Yanming's neck as easily as tofu. Xian Yanming's eyes were rounder than usual. Perhaps only at this time did he remember what Huada Jinren said before. Pooh. Xian Yanming's neck spurted out several feet of blood, and the same green Jin Qi rushed out from the blood, with a panicked face, and fell towards the five-colored rainbow in the distance. Umph. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and the Tingjiao shears slightly trembled. A golden light streaked across the sky, and the whole Jin Qi was cut in half. As the Tingjiao shears' golden light shone brightly, the Jin Qi was also absorbed by the Tingjiao shears. Go. Xiaohua pointed his finger again, and the Tingjiao shears did not stop in the air, and cut towards the approaching five-colored rainbow. Xian Yanliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the blink of an eye, in the time it took for him to urge his Jin Qi to catch up, Brother Wang, who was at the upper fourth level of Jin Qi, had already fallen. Not to mention that the capital Qin state's national weapon had fallen into the hands of this Taoist sect cultivator. Even the Emperor's imperial dragon technique was a piece of cake in front of this Taoist sect cultivator's Jin Qi. In particular, the golden light that pierced through the sky, flashed with a cold light and sharpness that was not the slightest bit inferior to the Jin Qi sword in his hand. Although Xian Yanliang's heart was filled with hatred, he did not lose his reason. The moment he urged his Jin Qi to cut towards the Tingjiao shears, his entire body flashed, and he prepared to escape in another direction. Ka. With a crisp sound, the five-colored rainbow shook violently and several cracks appeared. Xian Yanliang's face immediately paled. Xian Yanliang did not dare to hesitate any longer, and the Jin Qi in his body gushed out like it was free. He hurriedly rushed into the distance, and he did not even have the courage to look back. He was afraid that if he looked back, his speed of escape would decrease, and that golden light would fall on his body. The escape of a cultivator at the upper fourth level of Jin Qi was comparable to the strength of a late Yuanying stage cultivator. Although Xian Yanliang's escape was not comparable to the teleportation of a Yuanying stage cultivator, the difference was not too great. If it was someone else, they might not be able to catch up. Unfortunately, this kind of speed paled in comparison to Xiaohua's lightning escape. However, although Xiaohua liked to eliminate evil, he was merciful towards enemies who did not act ruthlessly against him. Looking at the five-colored Jin Qi from afar, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Tingjiao shears fell into his hand. There was not the slightest bit of damage on the sharp blade. Damn it, I really didn't expect this. This Do Shanjun's divine sense technique is really powerful. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. Not to mention this Zhao's Yuaning stagehand is extremely powerful. The speed and power of this Ting Jiao shears have also increased by a lot. With this kind of divine sense, this Xiao can easily use all of the Yuaning stage techniques. Chapter 3571. However, after putting away the soaring dragon shears, Xiao Hua scratched his head and said in distress, I just wanted to ask for directions. How did I get involved in another life? I really don't know what this Confucian cultivator is thinking. He seems to have the luck of an emperor. Why is he coveting my heavenly horse? Immediately after, Xiao Hua's figure descended and used the Samadhi true fire to set Xin Yinming's corpse on fire. He also took the golden armor, Chengkuan bag and other items. After looking through them, he sneered, this guy is actually the king of Su province's capital Qin state. He didn't want to be the king of a good country and came to find trouble with me for no reason? Looking at the memorials and other items in the Chengkuan bag, he can be considered a diligent king. Why is he even more blind than the king of Bronze Pillar state? Thinking about it, Xiao Hua prepared to burn all these items, but after a slight hesitation he put them away. These items were just waste paper to Xiao Hua. They couldn't be compared to the large amount of vitality stones in the Chengkuan bag, but who knows if these things will be useful in the future. Just as Xiao Hua landed on the flying carriage and was about to find someone to ask for directions, a deep voice sounded in Xiao Hua's mind, Fellow Taoist, I am Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Can you come in for a chat? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. The disc was taken away by Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. It must be similar to the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. Xiao Hua couldn't use it himself, so he didn't care. Who knew that Dragon Vein Xiao Hua would call him? That thing must be strange. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His mind immediately returned to his body. Fellow Taoist, please. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua held the oval-shaped mountain river seal in his hand and smiled at Jade Archive Xiao Hua. Jade Archive Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and returned the greeting, I am polite. Thank you for your trouble. No need to be polite. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was majestic and graceful. His voice was equally dignified, this is just a small matter for I. Moreover, I can devour dragon qi. Why wouldn't I do it? Hehe, I don't know why fellow Taoist called me? Is there a problem with this item? Jade Archive Xiao Hua asked with a smile. There's nothing special about this item. It's just an ordinary item used to suppress fate, similar to the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal from before. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua replied, it's just that this item is somewhat different from the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. There are actually a few interesting things suppressed inside. Something interesting? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was deep in thought. He looked at the disc in Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's hand. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a mouthful of yellow qi landed on the disc. The image of mountains and rivers gushed out from the disc and then 3 nascent souls were sent out along with the dragon qi. Interesting indeed. Xiao Hua looked at the 2 nascent souls who were in a daze. One of the nascent souls had its eyes tightly closed and was surrounded by 5 colored threads of qi. He couldn't help but nod his head. That's not interesting. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua smiled faintly and opened his mouth again. After the yellow gas fell, an item rushed out from the mountain river seal. A pure white cloud flew out from the mountain and river seal, and an uncontrollable aura rushed out from the cloud. Even in Xiao Hua's body, strands of noble spirit seeped out from the void and wrapped around the cloud. In just a moment, the cloud was formed, and the aura was about to soar into the sky. What is this? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was stunned. He grabbed with his hand and the cloud that soared into the sky fell into Jade Archive Xiao Hua's hand and turned into a thin layer of almost invisible cloud. The strangest thing was that the cloud was extremely repulsive to Jade Archive Xiao Hua. The edges of the cloud were like tentacles, trying to avoid Jade Archive Xiao Hua's aura. Moreover, the uncontrollable aura from before was brewing inside the cloud, as if it would explode as long as it found an opportunity. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua smiled and said, this must be something for Confucian cultivators. As for what it is specifically used for, I don't know. Where is Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua? Jade Archive Xiao Hua asked. Shua. The 5-colored cloud moved and the scholarly dressed Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiao Hua. He cupped his hands and said, "What business does fellow immortal have with me?" At this time, Jade Archive Xiaohua was used to Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua's name. He stretched out his hand and asked, "Does fellow immortal recognize this thing?" "I don't recognize it." Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua answered very cleanly. After answering, he didn't forget to add, "Fellow immortal recognizes it, I recognize it. If fellow immortal doesn't recognize it, I also don't recognize it." Jade Archive Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua and said in a strange tone, "Fellow immortal has only studied for a few years, why do your words sound so sour?" What made Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes pop out was that Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua actually shook his head and said, "If you know it, then you know it. If you don't know it, then you don't know it. I still have clothes to dry at home. I'll take my leave first." Dragon Vein Xiaohua laughed and disappeared with a flash of golden light. The mountain river seal, however, remained in place. "Fellow immortal, help I take a look at what this thing is." Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and threw the cloud into Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua's hand without waiting for him to drop his book bag. Scholarly Cultivator Xiaohua took the strands of cloud, but before he could do anything, a loud boom resounded. The strands of cloud began to expand as if they were filled with air. Soon after, strings of jade flew out from the expanding cloud along with heavenly music. Then, layers upon layers of palaces appeared from the cloud. Xiaohua glanced at the Jade Archive and saw that there was an immortal jade palace hidden inside the cloud. Immortal palace? Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned because he was very familiar with the image of the immortal palace inside the cloud. It was the immortal palace that Chongyun Sek's Mo Jianli and the others showed on the stage during the longevity-suppressing immortals ceremony. "This is the Immortal Palace Decree." Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't hear anything, but Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua's eyes flashed with 5 colors, as if there was something Confucian cultivators could see inside the cloud. Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua said indifferently, "It's for the king of Qin State, Xian Yanming, but there's nothing written inside. I don't know what use it has." Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned even more. Looking at the Immortal Palace Decree in Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua's hand, he asked curiously, "Why did the Immortal Palace give the Immortal Palace Decree to the king of Hidden Immortal Continent? Moreover, according to common sense, any decree should be written on the Immortal Palace Decree, right?" "That's true, but maybe the Immortal Palace has some secret that they don't want others to know, so they didn't write anything." Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua nodded. "Unfortunately, Xian Yinming's corpse is long gone, and I'm afraid his soul is also gone. Otherwise, fellow immortal could ask." "Forget it, who cares?" Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua's matter has nothing to do with I. Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and asked, "Is it better to leave this Immortal Palace Decree with fellow immortal, or in the Mountain River Seal?" "Naturally, it's better to leave it with me. This Immortal Palace Decree is the same as Mahavairocana's Buddhist edict. The essence of Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua's cultivation can be traced. It's very useful for my cultivation. Leaving it with fellow immortal Dragon Vein is like casting pearls before swine." Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua smiled and his eyes curved. Only now could it be seen that this Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua was definitely Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Even if he read Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua's poems and books, he still couldn't change his greedy nature. After Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of true qi. The entire Immortal Palace Decree turned into a pure white feather robe that fell on Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua's body. Waves of clouds appeared out of thin air, and Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua really looked like an immortal. "Goodbye." Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua was very polite. He cupped his hands and said, "In the future, if there is such a good thing, don't hesitate to call me over. I'm willing to serve fellow immortal. I won't see you off." Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes seemed to have seen Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua's fox tail. He waved his hand and his gaze fell on the 3 nascent souls. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua made a grabbing motion with his hand and the 3 nascent souls fell into his hand. Then his entire figure disappeared. In a flash, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared in the space. However, before he could stand still, he saw layers of bubbles appear on the skin of the 3 nascent souls in his hand. The bubbles rapidly expanded and kept bursting. The skin of the 3 nascent souls collapsed in the space. "Oh, not good." Jade Archive Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. He covered his robe and his figure swayed. He quickly rushed out of the space with the 3 nascent souls. When the 3 nascent souls came out of the space, the bubbles on the skin immediately disappeared. The previous collapse also disappeared. This. Jade Archive Xiaohua pondered for a moment and immediately understood. Damn it, I understand. The nascent souls of Taoist cultivators are the condensation of the world's spiritual energy. In the end, it is the Tao foundation and the world's spiritual energy. In I space, the world's spiritual energy is different from the outside world. The primordial spirit and the physical body can enter, but the nascent souls can't. Good, fortunately, I's nascent soul has just been born and hasn't entered the space. Otherwise it would be a big loss. What does fellow Taoist think? Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked. Green-robed Xiaohua's figure appeared next to Jade Archive Xiaohua. He looked at the 3 nascent souls with some disdain and shook his head slightly. Fellow Taoist, although these 2 nascent souls are in the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, it seems that the difference between them and my nascent souls is not small. You have a good idea. Everyone can use the body of this nascent soul, but I don't think it's good. Others may not like it. Wait for I to see. Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his head and thought for a moment. He stretched out his hand and a thin crystal thread appeared between his index finger. It split into 3 and fell between the eyebrows of the 3 nascent souls. A moment later, Jade Archive Xiaohua shook his hand and the crystal thread disappeared. He said, as I thought, the primordial spirits of these 2 nascent souls have already been obliterated. They are just empty shells. If fellow Taoists are interested, you can all enter. As he said this, he looked at green-robed Xiaohua with a smile and said, could it be that fellow Taoist is not interested? Am I? How could I not be interested? Green-robed Xiaohua replied in an embarrassed tone. When green-robed Xiaohua entered one of the nascent souls, the nascent soul opened its eyes. It was very lively and the nascent soul's body expanded a bit. However, the nascent soul waved its hands and looked at itself. It then lowered its head and closed its eyes. Chapter 3572. Shen Songzi bitterly smiled and landed on the flying carriage. He sat down cross-legged and asked in a low voice, I wonder where Taoist Xiao is going? And where did you meet the king of the Qin state Shen Yanming? When Xiaohua said that he came to participate in the Jade Pavilion meeting and met Shen Yanming, Shen Songzi sighed and said with emotion, alas, it's all because of fate. If I met you half a day earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have encountered such a disaster. What do you mean? Xiaohua understood. You're also going to the Jade Pavilion meeting? You just met Shen Yanming half a day ago? Of course. Shen Songzi nodded. Moreover, if I guessed correctly, Shen Yanming and another Confucian cultivator were lying in ambush on the way to the Jade Pavilion meeting. Damn it. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He knew that the other 2 nascent soul cultivators must have the same goal as him. But then Xiaohua was puzzled again. He looked at Shen Songzi and said in a low voice, but the problem is Shen Yanming is a Confucian cultivator. Why does he want the nascent soul of a Taoist cultivator? This is not something I can know. Shen Songzi clenched his teeth and said, doesn't Shen Yanming have an accomplice? He must also be from the capital Qin state. When we find that person we'll know. Yes, there will be a chance in the future. Xiaohua nodded and looked around, but right now, it's better for me to participate in the Jade Pavilion meeting. Taoist Xiao, this is... Shen Songzi looked at Xiaohua in confusion. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, I'm lost. I can't find where the Jade Pavilion is. Haha. Shen Songzi laughed. This was the first time he saw a Taoist cultivator who was lost, not to mention a nascent soul cultivator. Taoist Xiao, please land the flying carriage. Let I see where this is. Shen Songzi was now a nascent soul cultivator, so he could only use his nascent soul to explore. After Xiaohua landed the flying carriage, Shen Songzi looked to the left and pointed, Taoist Xiao, you went the wrong way. You should fly in that direction. Thank you, fellow Taoist Shen Song. Xiaohua also smiled and urged the Pegasus to fly towards the Jade Pavilion once again. After flying for a while, the atmosphere in the flying carriage became a little awkward. Xiaohua looked at Xian Songzi, who didn't close his eyes to meditate, but had a flicker in his eyes as he looked at him from time to time. He asked, Taoist Xian Song, since things have come to this, it's useless to think too much about it. I'd better look forward. After all, it's better to have a nascent soul than to have a nascent soul obliterated. Yes, I understand. Xian Songzi hurriedly said, but with my current situation, I really can't do anything about it. That's right. What do you plan to do in the future? Xiaohua couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. He knew that this question of his definitely had a cause and effect, but in the end he still spoke. When Xian Songzi heard this, he hastily stood up and looked at Xiaohua. He clenched his teeth and was about to kneel down. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had already waved his hand and stopped him from kneeling down. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Xian Song, if there's anything you want to say, feel free to say it to me. If I can help, I'll help. Xian Songzi's face was slightly red and he said bitterly, to be able to meet Taoist Master Xiao is I's fortune. Not only did Taoist Master save I, you also didn't have any thoughts of enslaving I. This is really the luck that I cultivated in my previous lives. Now that I've met Taoist Master Xiao, then in the future I can't help but rely on Taoist Master. In my opinion, I don't have anything to make a deal with Taoist Master. I'm willing to swear a blood oath and serve Taoist Master for 1,000 years as the price for my survival. Of course, I also hope that fellow Taoists can do a few things for I in consideration of being a slave to I. Swear a heart oath? Serve for 1,000 years? Xiaohua blinked his eyes and looked at the 1-foot-long nascent soul. If it was a nascent soul without a nascent soul, Xiaohua wouldn't mind. But what's there to command about a nascent soul with a nascent soul? Moreover, if he really agreed from Xian Songzi's words, what would he have to do for him? Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua didn't like trouble and hurriedly waved his hand. Fellow Taoist is still a nascent soul cultivator, how can you lower yourself? Moreover, I don't like to order others around, so there's no need to mention this. But, Xian Songzi was a bit tongue-tied. Oh, if you're afraid of being ordered around by others, then in order to survive, you can stay by this Xiao's side. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua hurriedly said, when you feel that you can leave, just tell this Xiao. Taoist Master Xiao? Xian Songzi was almost about to cry. He had cultivated for 1,000 years and had never seen such a righteous Taoist cultivator. Is this still a Taoist cultivator? This wasn't much. When Xiaohua said the second sentence, Xian Songzi really felt that happiness had come too quickly. Oh, if you have anything you want me to do, I can also say it. Of course it can't be too difficult. Otherwise I can't do it. Xiaohua said with a smile, as if he was sure that he could help Xian Songzi. Really? Xian Songzi was shocked by happiness to the point that his brain couldn't function properly. After a while he said, Taoist Master doesn't want any price? What price? Xiaohua waved his hand and said, what fellow Taoist wants me to do is naturally how to cultivate my nascent soul. This kind of thing, it's naturally useful to I, right? I can also do it in advance just in case. Yes. Xian Songzi hurriedly nodded. Naturally, Taoist Master Xiao doesn't need to personally take revenge. What I want fellow Taoists to do is of course to protect my nascent soul cultivation and consider how to cultivate a scattered soul. Scattered soul? Xiaohua blinked his eyes. He really hadn't heard of scattered soul. Fellow Taoist, have you heard of scattered immortals? Xian Songzi wasn't surprised and said, scattered soul is somewhat similar to scattered immortals. Never heard of it. Xiaohua's answer really surprised Xian Songzi. Cough cough. Xian Songzi coughed twice and said with a smile, Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation is profound and your future is immeasurable. Naturally, you don't need to know about such trivial things. I've only heard of scattered cultivators. Tell me, what are scattered immortals and scattered souls? Xiaohua looked around and said, right now we're still far away from the Jade Pavilion gathering. Let's talk for now. Okay. Xian Songzi didn't have any power to refuse Xiaohua and slowly said. Following Xian Songzi's explanation, Xiaohua gradually understood that the so-called scattered immortals were immortals in the immortal world who hadn't been granted an official position. At that time, the immortal world seemed to have some connection with the cultivation world. From time to time, there would be news from the immortal world. Moreover, there were many cases of people ascending to the immortal world. Loose immortals and righteous immortals had completely different influences in the cultivation world. Later, the connection between the immortal world and the cultivation world was cut off and there was no more news from the immortal world. In the eyes of cultivators, there was no difference between righteous immortals and scattered immortals. Immortals had the future of ascending to the Mahayana realm. Afterwards, scattered immortals had a new meaning. They were cultivators who had cultivated to the crossing tribulation stage but hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation and lost their physical body in the heavenly tribulation. However, they were lucky enough to leave behind a nascent soul. If these cultivators had passed the heavenly tribulation, their physical body would disappear and they wouldn't be able to enter the heavenly realm. However, if they hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation, their nascent soul would be left behind. This kind of awkward situation was different from immortals, so they were called scattered immortals. A scattered immortal's nascent soul had a part of the heavenly tribulation's power, which formed the so-called immortal chi. However, it was also because there was no immortal chi in the cultivation world that it was difficult for scattered immortals to improve their cultivation. The most troublesome thing for scattered immortals was that the nascent soul had the power of the heavenly tribulation. Every once in a while, a heavenly tribulation would appear. The power of the heavenly tribulation would increase again and again until the immortal chi in the scattered immortal's body was completely purified. In fact, cultivators who had truly passed the heavenly tribulation could rely on their physical body to absorb immortal chi. When the immortal chi in their body was enough, they could ascend to the immortal world. However, scattered immortals didn't have physical bodies and could only use the heavenly tribulation to cultivate. They could gather the immortal chi in their body to reach the limit that the cultivation world couldn't accommodate. Of course, this process was extremely painful and dangerous. Each heavenly tribulation wasn't inferior to the initial heavenly tribulation. If a scattered immortal couldn't pass any of the heavenly tribulations, they would turn into ashes. Of course, this kind of hard work also had a huge harvest. After ordinary scattered immortals ascended to the immortal world, their strength would far surpass ordinary immortal world cultivators and they would be valued in the immortal world. As for the scattered nascent soul that Shen Songzi wanted to cultivate, it was also compared to the normal cultivation method and was even inferior to that of a scattered immortal. Scattered nascent soul was merely borrowing the cultivation method of a scattered immortal. After a cultivator lost their physical body, they relied on a unique cultivation method to cultivate using the nascent soul method and finally reached the heavenly tribulation stage. However, even if a scattered nascent soul cultivator transcended the heavenly tribulation, they could only be a scattered immortal. It was impossible to obtain enough immortal chi in one heavenly tribulation. In particular, scattered nascent souls didn't have physical bodies and it was practically impossible for them to transcend the Deshang heavenly tribulation. The fate of a scattered immortal was miserable, but the fate of a scattered nascent soul was even more miserable. Alas, so that's how it is. After Xiaohua finished listening, he sighed and said, I thought that loose immortals meant freedom, leisure, and comfort. Who would have known that this loose immortal is similar to loose cultivators who belong to sects and clans? This loose immortal is filled with blood and tears. However, fellow Taoist Shen Songzi, actually, with your current realm you should consider. Xiaohua actually wanted to say possession, but if Shen Songzi possessed, then what about the person who was possessed? Shen Songzi also didn't avoid Xiaohua and said with a bitter smile, there's no need for Taoists to remind me. I naturally know that possession is the best path. However, the problem is that I's nascent soul has already been formed and an ordinary body wouldn't be able to withstand it. How can a body that can accommodate I's nascent soul be something that I can possess in my current state? Currently it's already not bad that I can survive. How could I dare to think about anything else? Besides, even if I want to possess, I still have to rely on Taoist Xiao. With Taoist Zhao's character. AI, that's right. Xiaohua nodded. I definitely won't allow you to casually harm other people. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.